Good morning and thank you for joining us. I'm Lauren Baker. Today is day one of the trial of former Grand Rapids police officer Christopher Schurr, who's charged with second-degree murder in the killing of Patrick Lyoya. We have crews live across downtown Grand Rapids, both inside and outside the 17th Circuit Court, ready to bring you updates as they happen. 13 on your side's Callie Lichter and Riley Mack are inside the 17th Circuit Court, viewing the trial live and updating our live blog on 13onyourside.com. And 13 on Your Side's political reporter Josh Albertus is live outside the court, monitoring any demonstrations or public reactions to this trial. We also want to bring your attention to one thing, that we are delivering you the live stream of the trial on a court-mandated 30-minute delay. So what does that mean? Well, 13 on Your Side was instructed by the judge to stream this trial on this delay so that any sensitive information that's not supposed to be broadcasted, like personal details, can be redacted before it's put on air. There are no other modifications on how we are delivering you this trial, and we will remind you this throughout the day of the delay. It has been more than 3 years since Christopher Schurr was shot and killed by since Christopher Schurr shot and killed Patrick Lyoya after a traffic stop in the city of Grand Rapids southeast side. 13 on Your Side's Callie Lichter brings us back to the day of the shooting and the reactions that followed. Take a look.
3 years after the shooting, 12 people from a pool of 200 will decide the fate of Christopher Schurr. 8:11 a.m., April 4th, 2022.
1915.
A Grand Rapids police officer pulls over a tan Nissan Altima near the intersection of Griggs and Nelson Southeast on the city's southeast side.
Hey, stay in the car! Stay in the car!
Patrick Lyoya, a 26-year-old refugee from the Congo, exits the vehicle, disregarding commands from 31-year-old officer Christopher Schurr, a 7-year veteran of the force, to remain inside the car.
You have a driver's license. Do you speak English? No. Stop.
Almost immediately, a struggle begins that lasts nearly 3 minutes and ends when Officer Schurr shoots Lyoya in the back of the head.
Drop taser!
That same day, the investigation is turned over to Michigan State Police, and city leaders gather to tell the public what has happened.
This is indeed a really difficult day for our city, and my prayers go out to everyone impacted by today's tragic incident.
A little more than a week later, on April 13th, dash cam, body cam, and cell phone video shot by the passenger in Lyoya's car is released to the public.
Stop grabbing him like that. No, he good like for real. Yo, you hit him too.
But for many, it is not enough.
Our streets!
Frustrated, people take to the streets demanding their voices be heard. On April 22nd, nearly 3 weeks after his death, Patrick Lyoya is laid to rest with family, community members, and civil rights leaders attending.
In Grand Rapids, we have to play our part now.
Fast forward to April 27th.
Let him speak and stop disrupting this meeting.
Commission meetings are packed with community members demanding the officer's name be released and that he be charged. After weeks of public pressure, Chief Eric Windstrom, just over a month into his new role as chief, publicly identifies Christopher Schurr as the officer involved in Patrick Lyoya's death. Christopher Schurr is later charged with second-degree murder on June 9th and fired from the force 1 week later. In December, the Lyoya family files an excessive force lawsuit against the city of Grand Rapids and the police department. And now, 3 years later, the trial of Christopher Schurr begins. The trial starts Monday, April 28th at 8:30 a.m. Callie Lichter, 13 on Your Side.
And like we've mentioned, we are actually in the court right now monitoring things. Riley Mack is in there updating our blog. You've been following that blog, Tanner. Talk about what you've seen so far.
Yeah, good morning, Lauren. Of course, court just got underway about 4 minutes ago. And again, as you mentioned, we are kind of on that court delay, 30-minute delay, and so you will not be able to see images from inside the courtroom until 9. But Riley Mack is in the courtroom right now, and you can follow along with this on 13onyourside.com. She has posted at just about 7:30 that this morning, 44 seats is all that is in that courtroom for the general public to be able to go in there and watch this trial. She says according to her reporting right now, in that courtroom, 10C, all 44 seats were already full. So again, we're still waiting to see what comes out in the first opening session of this trial, where we're going to hear the opening statements of both the prosecution and the defense here, coming up in the next 30 or so minutes.
And I know that we've been able to actually tap in to see what's happening in the courtroom. Again, still on that delay fraud broadcast, but we've seen it very tense in that courtroom. We've seen a lot of people on both sides for support. Emily, you've been tracking this actually since this happened 3 years ago. Talk about what you've seen from this case.
Well, it's been interesting just because, you know, passion, emotions really have been high on both sides of this debate, really from the very beginning. So I think what's been interesting to see play out is initially when you saw this instance happen was, would we reach today? Would this officer be put on trial or face charges to begin with? And so we know that there was a lot of back and forth before reaching this moment. Of course, Schurr's defense team filing many appeals, trying to prevent this day from happening. So we really didn't know how things would turn out, and here we are, Lauren.
And you were actually outside the courtroom this morning. Talk about, did you see any supporters out there, or what was kind of the vibe outside the courtroom?
Well, we were certainly expecting to see people starting to line up early this morning, and that's exactly what happened. Of course, we knew that those doors would open at 6:30, allowing those members of the public and the media who showed up bright and early to get in line in hopes of being let into the Kent County Courthouse. And so you're seeing some video from when we were there this morning. A small line of people were there. They started showing up really shortly after 5 this morning. The group that you just saw there in a circle were very clearly a group of Schurr supporters that had signs saying "Stand with Schurr" or "Justice for Schurr." They got there very early and at around 6:20 gathered there for prayer. Again, we were seeing people, you know, showing up there, lining up, a mixture of people who wanted to be inside the courthouse, but then those who you could tell have no intention of going inside and intend on standing outside that courthouse with their signs. Now, at the time that I was out there between 4:30 this morning and about 7 this morning. We had not started to see any Lyoya signs at that time, but I did speak with a woman who said she was there not supporting either side, and that she was there early thinking no one would be there. She was surprised that there was already a crowd, but she said she showed up just to pray for healing, to pray for the community. I asked her if she was wanting the result of this case to go in any direction. She said she was not there for that, that she was there just hoping that the community could move forward in a positive way, regardless of the outcome. So I thought that was interesting to hear someone's perspective that isn't choosing the side here.
That is interesting because we have seen a lot of support on both sides. Yesterday there was a protest in favor of Patrick Lyoya. So it's been interesting to see over the years how both sides have continued to support each individual. And I know that, has that been the same for the last 3 years? Have you kind of seen that pretty consistent?
Oh, absolutely, where you're seeing rallies on both sides. There hasn't been a clear sense from the community that, oh, we strongly believe this person was in the right, or we strongly believe this person was in the right. It seems to be divided amongst community members. So I think it'll be so fascinating to see what the law says should have happened and whether or not something was wrong here and whether or not this former officer will be held responsible.
I think something interesting that you mentioned is that there has been leading up to this case and things have continued to happen. Tanner, you've been tracking and seeing how even just weeks and days before, we've actually talked to organizations or people about this trial. What have they been saying?
Well, you mentioned, you actually spoke with a de-escalation expert not long ago before this trial began, and I brought in a cheat sheet just to kind of go through what you guys exactly covered in that. Of course, this was an expert analysis on the body camera video that came out during the investigation process here. Basically, this guy that you spoke with, he goes through the process of that force continuum, basically what an officer is supposed to do during a situation that is escalating in that case. And to this man's point that you spoke to, this expert in the de-escalation, he says that, you know, he did escalate things how he was supposed to, unfortunately ending with that shooting that happened. And again, at this point, basically the expert analysis at this point is intended to help jurors understand the technical aspects of the policy procedures and the split-second decision-making. And I'm sure that this is something that's going to be talked about a lot in court, especially as the defense is making their case when they go to argue Christopher Schurr's side of this. Now, I'm sure the prosecution, they have to explain that without a shadow of a doubt that, you know, Lyoya did use excessive force here. And again, that's something that's going to come out during this trial process. And to your point, Emily, this is something that, again, the law will be saying what should have happened in this case. Again, we can take all the speculation that has been coming out on both sides of this, but again, it's going to be up to those jury members ultimately to decide the fate for Christopher Schurr there. But again, it's been interesting to hear the expert analysis on both sides here as we near this trial again, which got underway about 10 minutes ago.
And you know, we've actually gotten a chance to kind of know the makeup of this jury. You know, I think some people were surprised by what they were expecting, but again, Grand Rapids is a very diverse community. And Callie Lichter actually was able to be in the court as the jury was selected. Let's take a look at what she found.
After more than 10 hours of questioning, the jury deciding the fate of former Grand Rapids police officer Christopher Schurr is decided. The defense and the prosecution chose 14 jurors out of 45 potential people questioned and 200 initially called in. For privacy purposes, jurors' identities have to remain anonymous, but information about the jurors is available. Out of the 14 chosen, 4 are men and 10 are women. When it comes to racial diversity of the jury, 10 jurors are white, 3 are Hispanic, and 1 is half black, half white. Out of the 3 Hispanic jurors, 1 is a South American immigrant. In the dozens of random potential jurors interviewed, a large majority were white. An observation also made by City Commissioner Robert Womack, who has been supporting the Lyoya family throughout the process.
One of the things gave me pause that after watching these days, I only saw one African American that was interviewed in these last 48 hours. So we still have to do something when it comes to the jury pool to have true representation.
The jury also ranges in age. A few jurors appear to be in their early 20s, with 1 in their 60s or 70s. Matt Borgula, Schurr's attorney, says the demographics of the jury do not matter. It's how they answered questions.
What is a concern is, you know, what's been their experience as a citizen of the United States, and whether, because they're going to bring that in to jury deliberations.
And even though a lot of the jury pool has seen or heard something about the case, Borgula believes they just need to be impartial and fair to the evidence.
Because both sides wanted people that didn't form opinions about the evidence. They wanted them to listen to it fresh, as if they never heard anything before, and draw conclusions based on what they hear in the trial.
Kent County Prosecutor Chris Becker did not comment on the case. Callie Lichter, 13 on your side.
And like we've mentioned, we are on a 30-minute delay, so court has started. You've been watching that blog, Tanner.
Yep.
What updates have you gotten so far?
So Riley Mack, who is in the courtroom reporting live for us on this live blog, she's a part of our web team here at 13 on Your Side. She just reported that the judge about 3 minutes ago, and if we can actually refresh that page that you see, it'll pop up at the top, that the judge, who is Christina Mims, entered the court at 8:40. So that is when court is officially in session, as the judge goes to her bench there, bangs the gavel to start the proceedings. Something else I want to bring up of note here is that Lyoya's entire family is filling the front left row of this. Just to give you a little play-by-play on who is in the court, is in the entire front left row alongside their family attorney and City Commissioner Robert Womack, who we know who has been very outspoken about this case, and we even heard from him last week in terms of the jury selection process when that was all going on. Speaking more so about diversity, we know that this panel of judges, or the jury rather, is mostly white, and we also have a couple of diverse folks in that mix. But of course, again, part of his criticism was that this jury is not all that diverse, aside from some of the other people of color that might be in the jury there.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of eyes on this case, not just on the actual case itself, but also what's going into this case. Like both of you have mentioned, it's really going to come down to the law and what those jurors think. It'll be interesting to see with their background, what they believe. And I also want to bring you back in. You know, you had said before that there were definitely people outside that were supporting Schurr. Were they vocal? Did they say anything? How were they acting?
Yeah, well, we did not get a chance to speak with any of those members that were there representing those supporting Schurr's side, though we did attempt to speak with several of them. Many just outright told me, I don't feel comfortable speaking on camera. I think some people, even out of fear for their jobs, weren't necessarily wanting to put a face to being a part of this very just controversial case. I mean, there's so much going into this outside of the main point of you've got a police officer at the time shooting someone during a traffic stop, but so much more going into this, including race and questions of excessive force. And so there's just a lot of emotion going into this decision and those that are supporting or against the conversation that we're having here. So there did even seem to be some skepticism on the part of one of the people that I did ask supporting Schurr as to whether or not we would tell the full story or truly share their side of the debate, which we, of course, fully intend to show both sides of this. So there seemed to be a little bit of that contention out there as well.
If I can add really quick, you know, with this stream, I think this is the public's opportunity to be able to look at an unfiltered stream of trial proceedings. You know, I think that this is an opportunity. You mentioned someone was concerned about the media's coverage there, and would we show both sides? Here we are, showing both sides. So it's up to the public at this point to watch, pay attention, and then draw their own conclusions as well.
Well, that does go back to the woman that I spoke with who said she wasn't choosing a side. I can't remember the name of her organization at the moment, but she said that her organization was about community and community trust and bringing the community together with law enforcement, which of course is another big part of this conversation. And is there a lack of trust there? Did that play into what happened with this traffic stop? Is there an issue there that needs to be addressed? And so she said, even with supporting that, even with supporting wanting to bring the community and law enforcement together, she wasn't taking sides. She just wants peace. She wants harmony. She wants people to come together.
And I think what's interesting too, that many of us sometimes forget when we cover these cases, is that this is impacting a lot of families. There are people who have a lot of emotions devoted to this because it was a loved one that could possibly go away for a long time or a loved one that died, and people who support those people and show that it's not just about the law or the action that happened, but really two families and multiple communities are really impacted by this case. I want to go back to you. You know, we, like you've mentioned, there are organizations that are supporting or voicing their opinion on this case. You talked with the NAACP. Talk about what they were saying.
Yeah, so of course in the days leading up to the trial, we did multiple reports with the NAACP. Of course, you know, the NAACP president, President Jackson, saying that this was a very horrific incident. We all know that. This happened 3 years ago and we've been following it since then. But what the NAACP president did make sure to comment on was that the length of the time that it took for us to get from the actual incident to the trial, he calls shameful, saying the Lyoya family having their day in court, though, is a crucial step in all of this. Again, the focus on the trial on, of course, Patrick Lyoya, and it does call into question the role of policing and, of course, race. You know, this is something that we've seen in the theme of policing here in the last 5 years, ever since the killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis. This is something that I think people are watching very closely, and of course when we see a case like this, it does get brought into public eye, you know, especially as you had a police chief that issued that excessive force complaint against against Christopher Schurr, and as he was subsequently fired. So I think this is going to be a very interesting case to see how the prosecution and defense handle it, especially the prosecution side, because we did hear from Chris Becker 2 or so years ago when he or I guess 3 years ago when he brought those charges, saying basically, you know, he could try this case as he thinks he has evidence to do so. Again, we have not seen or heard from him on this case since then, so it will be interesting to see how his testimony and how he plays this case out in court. Well, it'll be interesting to see. And
we want to jump right now to our live stream. The trial is now currently underway. Let's take it there. I apologize. We're not taking it just yet. We're going to have a couple more minutes. But one thing I do want to bring up is that, you have mentioned that there's going to be a lot of eyes on this case. This is just case one. There's still an actual civil trial that could possibly happen against Christopher Schurr in regards to Patrick Lyoya's case. So this could be a very long conversation of what actually happened. But right now we do have Josh Albertus, who is live outside. Josh, what are you seeing right now?
Yeah, Lauren, what we've seen, I want to kind of take you behind me and see what we've been seeing outside the courthouse this morning. Kind of a little bit tempered down from what we saw earlier this morning, more people out this morning. But you see, as we were talking about, as Tanner was mentioning, obviously this is a case that is in the national eye, but also very local, very public eye as well. We've heard from people on, all sides of this. Of course, the trial just starting, in the last hour or so, in the last half hour or so. So no definitive reactions yet, but of course all of these are just hopes of what would come from this trial. Many of the supporters of former Officer Schurr are hoping, they say in their view this was self-defense, but we are also hearing from someone who called Patrick Lyoya a brother to him, a father, a good man. So, they believe this was not justified. He had a sign that said justice for Patrick, justice for Lyoya. And in his view, when I talked to him, he said justice looked like a guilty verdict here. So this is all hopes, as I mentioned. At this point, we're kind of waiting to see what comes out of this trial, to see how people react to what we're seeing, what may unfold here. But this is certainly over the years since this has been since Officer Schurr, former Officer Schurr, has been charged, there has been a lot of attention around this. The local public as well as the national public is very involved in this case, and we're going to see how they react. We are going to be out here all week outside the courthouse, outside the courtroom, to get reactions from people on this trial, to see what people are saying as this unfolds. And we'll keep you posted as we do. For now, live in Grand Rapids, Josh Albertus, 13 on your side.
Again, you can see out there's still definitely some people out there supporting. I'm actually kind of surprised that there's not more people. We've seen a lot of people vocal on this case. You would have thought that a lot more people would be outside today.
I was surprised by that too. And the doors open at 6:30. It's important to kind of walk you through how this system works for those who are wanting to be inside the courtroom. The public was welcome to be a part of that, but it's sort of a first come, first served basis. And we're talking a really small courtroom. I think people might be surprised to know that, especially as the public is welcome to attend this. But we're only talking about 44 seats. 16 of those were reserved for Lyoya and Schurr family members. So only about 28 left for those members of the public that were able to get in and get a seat. And that 28 has to also include members of the media who were waiting in line early this morning, hoping to get a seat inside that courtroom. So only a few, small group will be allowed in to sit in and hear this happen. But of course, there are many other ways that you can be a part of this and see what's happening inside that courtroom, including our stream, which will be starting here shortly, showing you exactly what's happening in that courtroom.
And you brought up a good thing, that this is a public trial. People in the public can definitely go and watch this happen. Very limited seating, of course, but if there is someone watching who says, I want to see this in person, we will be live streaming this, but you can, as the public, go in.
Got to show up early. Those doors open at 6:30, but there were a line of people there. I think the first guy showing up as early as around 5 this morning, asking us, hey, where do I park? Where do I stand in line? How do I get in? And so there are certainly people aware of that, waking up early to be there. But like I said, everyone that shows up early outside of the courthouse, they aren't necessarily wanting to go inside. Some people are showing up early just to have their signs. We saw some American flags out there as well. And like you said, Lauren, I think we're kind of just getting started. I think that group will grow outside of that courthouse.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Is there anything new on the blog?
Yeah, so in that same first blog post that we heard of just about 13 minutes ago at 8:40, Riley Mack again live in the courtroom, who is live blogging this entire experience for you. You can see it on 13onyourside.com. But she says that at 8:40, the judge, Christina Mims, did enter the courtroom, 14 jurors, so that's the 12 members and the 2 alternates, entered in just minutes later. And you got an update from our producer, Eric, who said that the actual stream that we will be able to show our viewers here won't now start until 9:10, as the judge did not enter until 10 minutes after 8:30. So again, it's on that 30-minute delay, the court not starting until 9:10 for folks to see at home. But again, that court is now underway as of 8:40.
And that is why I thought that court was starting, that we were able to live stream because she had walked in and started. But again, with that 30-minute delay, we're not able to see that until around 9:10. So we kind of got a long ways to go, and it shows just how invested people are. People are really watching this and curious to see what's going to happen. I know a lot of people had questions on the second-degree murder charge, and for those who maybe don't know like what that charge is or what it includes, it's defined as a death caused by an act of a defendant, and that's Schurr in this case, with malice. Another element of second-degree murder is that the act causing the death is, quote, without justification or excuse, end quote, and that's the biggest thing. Was this shooting death, was it justified, or is there an excuse as to why he couldn't? And I think although people have a lot of emotions and they see the video that we've seen and say, oh, this should go this way because of this happened, or, you know, Schurr did this or Lyoya did that, it really just comes down to whether or not their shooting was justified.
Yeah, that reminds me of the an attorney that we spoke with about this case, who's not involved with the trial, but was sort of just giving us some of the outline of what this may look like. And he was explaining to me that even as jurors are getting ready to hear a lot of information, starting with opening arguments that I'm sure are underway here now or getting underway really shortly here, but that what's really going to matter are the set of instructions that are given to the jury by the judge. And so this attorney was making that very clear, that I think a lot of people get caught up on, well, what will the prosecution say? What will the defense say? But the attorney that we spoke with was very clear that even after all that noise, it's going to come to the very strict set of instructions given to the jury by the judge based on what the law is and how that should impact their decision.
Also, speaking to that attorney, it was interesting when I spoke with him, talking about the jury and what they're charged and the task they're charged with of doing here. You know, their entire burden is to decide the fate of Christopher Schurr in this situation. And so when we were speaking with that attorney, he was saying that the jury has the most quote unquote patriotic duty here, because they are charged with judging a peer in something that happened 3 years ago. And you think about that, and you think about the weight that that carries for that jury, but also the burden it places on not only the prosecution, but also the defense here to try both sides of the case. And so just that attorney was saying just how much of a patriotic duty it is to show up to jury selection, be a part of that process, and then sit on that jury as, you know, they do decide Christopher Schurr's fate.
Well, I always find that such a fascinating part of our court system, is that you've got these 12 jurors who are not legally trained. They have not gone to school to study up on the law and how it's followed, and yet they've got this huge responsibility on their shoulders to make this ultimate decision.
And I think something that's important that people should remember, I know that when we announced the jury makeup, there were some concerns on both sides of what the jury looked like. Both the defense and prosecution has to approve this jury. So it is not one side or the other trying to slip something under the rug. Both the defense and the prosecution has approved this jury. So it is fair and balanced for anyone that was concerned about that.
Well, and this is a larger jury pool that they had to pull those jurors from. 200 potential jurors there in the courtroom last week as they were whittling down that process into those 14 people. Again, 12 jurors, 2 alternates there. And it was, I believe they had only interviewed 50 of the potential jurors. So again, leaving out 150 people that were not questioned in this process. But again, it all comes down to that jury questionnaire, which we were not privy to. That was not a public thing that we were allowed to access ahead of time. So those jurors, the potential jurors, were asked questions on this jury questionnaire. And of course, I'm sure that that is how they made some of the selections that they did. But again, here's a look at the jury pool that we have now. Those 14 blank boxes that you see on the screen, those represent 14 members of our community here. But again, 150 of them were not questioned, and they questioned about 50 of them to whittle it down to those 14. So very interesting.
Yeah, and we talked extensively about how this was a much larger jury pool than are typically pulled in for cases. We were told by that same attorney, Rodenhouse, again, not affiliated with the trial, but has been helping us work through some of these details, that typically is about 50 to 60 in terms of the jury pool size. So 200 here, obviously a lot more. Another thing different, he said, with this jury process, that questionnaire that Tanner mentioned, he said that's standard. That happens every time with the jury. He said what was different this time around is that many times, you know, the jury pool, maybe they'll send that questionnaire back in, maybe they won't. Of course, jury selection got started last Tuesday. What he said was different about this process was that potential jurors were called in early. They were there at the courthouse Monday, the day before, essentially being mandated to fill out that questionnaire. The attorney that we spoke with said that questionnaire goes out every time, but maybe they'll get them back, maybe they won't. They said this time they wanted them to fill that out. And I think that was also to help the process move along more quickly instead of having to go through questioning every single potential jury member. They were maybe able to rule some people out with that initial questionnaire that they made sure everyone filled out the day before they got that jury selection process going.
And I think that shows just how the prosecution and defense, how seriously they're taking this case. I know some people were nervous because this only happened 3 years ago. You can't help to think that someone will maybe have an opinion on this case one way or the other because it happened 3 years ago in their community. So I think that's why it was so important to maybe get that questionnaire out early and say, you have to fill this out, because they want to make sure that the people that are going to be deciding the fate of this case are the proper people to do this.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of preparation. We all know the preparations that we've put in place here just with our station, but we've been working with people with the courthouse, with people in law enforcement to make sure that things go off here smoothly as best as they can. Of course, we don't know what's going to happen over these next couple of days, but people have been preparing for several weeks, if not months, for this process.
Just a quick update from court. Of course, Riley Mack is still updating that live blog that we told you that you can access at home right now. So Judge Mims did give the jury instructions this morning before they got underway. The jury is now allowed to ask questions during the trial, which is a rarity in the courtroom. And members can now write them on a piece of paper and pass them to the judge, who will ask the attorneys or witnesses. So typically when we're in these trial proceedings, typically the attorneys, right, are the ones that are asking the questions, or if the judge has a clarifying question, they can ask that question too. But now, again, in a rare move, the judge is deciding that the jury can write questions and have that be asked to any of the witnesses that are on the stand there.
That is interesting.
That is very interesting.
Especially since they've said initially, some court officials told us this could maybe go a week. You know, many of us were questioning, really, in just a week? You know, so we'll see. To me, hearing that jury members will be able to ask questions, I'm thinking that's going to add some time.
Most definitely. We have more on the jury selection, the process. Take a look at what we found.
At 8:30 Tuesday morning, jury selection began in the case against Christopher Schurr, facing second-degree murder charges in the death of Patrick Lyoya. The goal is to find 12 jurors and 2 alternates who will ultimately decide whether this shooting was homicide or justified, having to make their final choice from a larger-than-usual jury pool.
The number of potential jurors is normally between 30 and 60.
Attorney Andrew Rodenhouse is not involved with the trial, but agreed to walk us through what this process looks like.
Because this one does have so much publicity behind it, the court ordered in 200 potential jurors.
And while there are more jurors than usual, they got an early start, bringing potential jurors in Monday to collect their answers to a standard jury questionnaire.
They're basic questions. They're your background questions. What do you do for work? Where are you employed? Where do you live?
We're told the process now involves attorneys on both sides questioning potential jurors one by one.
You want to have jurors who are open-minded to the evidence and haven't really come to an opinion on anything they may have seen or heard.
Weighing whether or not each person is prepared for this civic duty.
You want to have a juror that is going to be independent-minded of their own, but willing to listen to other people and their points of views on what evidence they heard.
An important job for those who were chosen with on-the-job training.
That's how we have normal citizens can sit on a jury who are not legally trained is because the judge tells them what the law is. One of the instructions that they're going to be given is that the lawyer's arguments are just that, arguments. They're not to take them as fact. The law will be given to the jurors from the judge.
In downtown Grand Rapids, Emily Scarlett, 13 on your side.
You know, Emily, you conducted that interview. What was it like to hear that perspective when it comes to the jurors?
Yeah, well, we were touching on that here just a bit ago, what he was saying about how those jurors will be hearing a lot of information from the prosecution, from the defense, a lot of information that I'm sure is going to be challenging for them to take in and process it all. But what's really going to matter are those instructions that they get from the judge. Now, Tanner, you mentioned they've already been given a set of instructions, and that attorney mentioned that to me, that they'll be given those instructions a couple of times, I think, before and then once it's time for them to go in and start deliberating. But that's what's going to be important, is that they will be given an outline of exactly what that law is, exactly what second-degree murder charges entail, and does this fall under that purview?
That's interesting. And is there any updates just yet? Or?
No, just again, that one update that came just moments ago, and as I refresh my tool here, my iPad, we are hearing from in our ear that Chris Becker, the prosecutor, is giving his opening arguments right now. Again, you will be able to see that live here in just several minutes here. But again, Judge Mims giving the instructions to the jury that they are now allowed to ask questions. And again, this is something that is unusual for the trial process. This is something we really don't see. Again, I think when we all watch like a lawyer drama or something like that, we only see the lawyers and the judge as the ones asking the questions, right? It's pretty familiar when you step into an actual courtroom too. But again, this is an interesting sidestep to have the jury be able to ask their own questions. And very interesting because this jury does seem like they picked it rather quickly to be able to get this trial underway. So it'll be interesting to see what questions are asked from the jury as well.
Well, I know another huge challenge in selecting this jury was finding people who had not heard of the case or didn't already have an opinion in this case, which I can only imagine the challenge there, because this has been something the community has been talking about, of course, for 3 years now. So I can't imagine the challenge of just trying to find people who really can be neutral and unbiased in this case.
I can't say for sure, but I almost wonder if they allowed the jury to ask those questions because they're not a prosecuting attorney or a defense attorney, and their perspective is just that removed from the case itself. Maybe they hear something and they're like, well, maybe I want clarity on that, or maybe I have this question about how the events went down in this, insert exhibit A here. It's interesting because I think their perspective might, and their questions from their perspective might add a completely different layer to this trial.
It'll be interesting to see how both the defense and prosecution reacts to those questions. If they ask the prosecution a certain question, will the defense have a chance to say, no, I want to answer it this way? Will that confuse people more? Will that give them more insight as to, what this means? And like you've mentioned, it's all about the law. So if they are not legal experts, they may have a lot of questions about the law and how it plays into this case.
Yeah, I mean, Lauren, even as you were reading, what exactly second-degree murder charges are, the language oftentimes can just seem overwhelming or a little bit complicated. And so I'm wondering if jurors being able to ask questions will sort of help with that, and maybe even speed up that deliberation process. It might make the trial itself take a little bit longer, but sometimes we see that when jurors go to, that room to start deliberating, that is when they then send those follow-up questions to the judge asking for more clarification. Maybe this will eliminate the need for that, them being able to ask questions during the trial.
I also want to draw an interesting point to that sentence that Riley writes in our live blog that we have. She says that members can write them on a piece of paper, pass them to the judge, and will then ask the attorneys or witnesses. So they can ask questions to the witnesses on the stand as well as the attorneys themselves. Interesting.
Wow, that is very interesting. It'll be interesting to see how this all plays out with this. I know we're talking a lot about this, but like you said, this does not happen often. And so will this be a huge factor in their decision making? Because now they're able to get more information to help process things. I know that we've reported on certain motions were discussed about being thrown out, which could maybe impact the number of questions that they ask, because if a motion was thrown out that maybe would have been able to provide more information, does that bring into play that information that was already tossed out? Or the reason why we're having legal experts come on the stream later on is to ask those questions.
I think you'll see some interesting reaction from those legal experts, because if this is truly as rare of a move as it sounds like it is, I would imagine that this kind of takes a lot of objectivity away from the attorneys asking the questions themselves. You know, those jury members are going to get a lot of questions in there, I would imagine, if they need clarification.
Most definitely. And I think we're going to be going shortly to the proceedings, being able to bring you live again. We're still in that 30-minute delay. We're hoping to get some updates as that comes on. Our producer is Liz trying to talk to me right now. But do you have any final thoughts on this case from you all?
You know, I think like we said before, I'll just be curious to see what it looks like outside of the courthouse here, maybe over the next hour or so. And I'll just be interested to hear what we hear from opening arguments to kind of give us an idea of, okay, what direction are they going? You know, I think we can sort of assume maybe what the defense will say or what the prosecution will say, but I'm really anxious to hear these opening arguments to get a clear idea of, okay, this is the direction they're going to make their case.
All right, we're going to go to the court, it sounds like.
Yes, we are the proceedings. The 30-minute mandate has over. Let's take a listen in.
It is on record in 2210260FC, People v. Schurr. And if you state your appearances for the record, please.
Chris Becker for the People of the State of Michigan.
Good morning, Audra Blodgett, People of the State of Michigan.
Good morning, Your Honor. Matt Borgula, Michaela Hamilton, and Mark Todd on behalf of Christopher Schurr, who's present and right on this camera.
Great, thank you. And is there anything that we need to address? I know we spoke briefly in the back about placing some stipulations on the record, but is there anything else that we need to address besides that?
Other than the stipulation, I don't believe so.
Not other than that? Okay. And then, I don't know if there's a particular list or who wants to go first.
Anyway, I think we do have a list. I can provide the court with a copy of our exhibit list. So I don't know if you have that easier for you to look at the numbers on that.
Okay, I do have an exhibit list, and go ahead, which ones are stipulated to?
On that list, 1 through 7, Your Honor. 11 and 12. 22 through 27.
I'm sorry, you said?
22 through 27. And then 30 through 34.
And Mr. Borgula, do you stipulate to the admission of those exhibits?
Yes, Your Honor, we have no objection to the stipulation.
Okay, then I will admit exhibits 1 through 7, 11 and 12, 22 through 27, and 30 through 34 at this time. And then, are there stipulated exhibits for the defense as well?
There are, Your Honor. We have a stipulation to some videos, and that would be defendant's exhibit A, B, and C. And then defense exhibit Q, which is a Google map. So I'm trying to see where the
So yeah, the video of the taser, demonstration taser, and the taser used.
Okay. So that's already. And then, Your Honor, what we'll do is, when the defense is going to start its case, there's more stipulations. I think it might make sense to see how the prosecution's case comes in with the exhibits, and then at that time, we might have some more stipulations.
Okay, fair enough. So, Mr. Becker, do you stipulate to defense exhibits A through C and then Q as well?
Correct.
So those 4 exhibits, are those the only ones that, for defense, that are stipulated to at this time?
At this time, yeah.
And then, is there anything else we need to address before the jurors come in?
Not from our perspective, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, I just would like to note that Ms. Hamilton will be doing the opening, so when the court calls on us, the call from Ms. Hamilton to do the opening. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, then we'll have the jurors come on in. Thank you. You may be seated. And welcome back. I'm glad to see everyone made it back to work safely this morning. And we'll get started. So at this time, jurors, I will explain some of the legal principles you'll need to know and the procedure we will follow in this trial. A trial follows this procedure. First, the prosecutor makes an opening statement where he gives his theories about the case. The defendant's lawyer does not have to make an opening statement, but may make an opening statement after the prosecutor makes his, or may wait until later. These statements are not evidence. They are only meant to help you understand how each side sees the case. Next, the prosecutor presents his evidence. The prosecutor may call witnesses to testify and may show you exhibits like documents or objects. The defendant's lawyer has the right to cross-examine the prosecutor's witnesses. After the prosecutor has presented all his evidence, the defendant's attorneys may also offer evidence, but do not have to. By law, the defendant does not have to prove his innocence or produce any evidence. If the defense does call any witnesses, the prosecutor has the right to cross-examine them. The prosecutor may also call witnesses to contradict the testimony of the defense witnesses. After all the evidence has been presented, the prosecutor and the defendant's lawyer will make their closing arguments. Like the opening statements, these are not evidence. They are only meant to help you understand the evidence and the way each side sees the case. You must base your verdict only on the evidence. To prove a charge, the prosecutor must prove all of the elements of the charge. The elements of the charge will be discussed after these more general instructions. You may, since no one can predict the course of a trial, some of these instructions that I'm giving you may change at the end of the trial. And at the close of the trial, I will provide you with a copy of my final instructions for your use during deliberations. My responsibilities as the judge in this trial are to make sure that the trial is run fairly and efficiently, to make decisions about evidence, and to instruct you about the law that applies to this case. You must take the law as I give it to you. Nothing I say is meant to reflect my own opinions about the facts of the case. As jurors, you are the ones who will decide this case. Your responsibility as jurors is to decide what the facts of the case are. This is your job and no one else's. You must think about all the evidence and all the testimony and then decide what each piece of evidence means and how important you think it is. This includes how much you believe what each of the witnesses said. What you decide about any fact in this case is final. Part of your job in deciding what the facts of this case are is to decide which witnesses you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You do not have to accept or reject everything a witness says. You are free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experience. However, in deciding whether you believe a witness's testimony, you must set aside any bias or prejudice you have based on the witness's race, national origin or ethnicity, gender identity or sexual orientation, or religion, age, or socioeconomic status. There's no fixed set of rules for judging whether you believe a witness, but it may help you to think about these questions. Was the witness able to see or hear clearly? How long was the witness watching or listening? Was anything else going on that might have distracted the witness? Does the witness seem to have a good memory? How does the witness look and act while testifying? Does the witness seem to be making an honest effort to tell the truth, or does the witness seem to evade the questions or argue with the lawyers? Does the witness's age or maturity affect how you judge his or her testimony? Does the witness have any bias or prejudice or any personal interest in how this case is decided? Have there been any promises, threats, suggestions, or other influences that affect how the witness testifies? In general, does the witness have any special reason to tell the truth or any special reason to lie? All in all, how reasonable does the witness's testimony seem when you think about all the other evidence in the case? When it is time for you to decide the case, you are only allowed to consider the evidence that was admitted in the case. Evidence includes only the sworn testimony of witnesses, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else I tell you to consider as evidence. The questions the lawyers ask the witnesses are not evidence. Only the answers are evidence. You should not think that something is true just because one of the lawyers asks questions that assume or suggest that it is. I may ask some of the witnesses questions myself. These questions are not meant to reflect my opinion about the evidence. If I ask questions, my only reason would be to ask about things that may not have been fully explored. You may take notes during the trial if you wish, but of course you don't have to. If you do take notes, you should be careful that it does not distract you from paying attention to all the evidence. When you go to the jury room to decide your verdict, you may use your notes to help you remember what happened in the courtroom. If you take notes, do not let anyone except the other jurors see them, and then only during deliberations. You must leave them in your seats turned upside down during any recesses. Your notes will not be examined by anyone, and when your jury service concludes, your notes will be collected and destroyed. During the trial, you may think of an important question that would help you understand the facts in this case. You are allowed to ask such questions. You should wait to ask questions until after a witness has finished testifying and both sides have finished their questioning. If you still have an important question after this, do not ask it yourself. Raise your hand, write the question down, and pass it to my clerk, who will give it to me. Do not show your question to the other jurors. If your question is not asked, it is because I determined under the law that the question should not be asked. Do not speculate about why the question was not asked. In other words, you should draw no conclusions or inferences about the facts of the case, nor should you speculate about what the answer might have been. Also, in considering the evidence, you should not give greater weight to testimony merely because it was given an answer to questions submitted by members of the jury. On the other hand, if you cannot hear what a witness or lawyer says, please raise your hand immediately and ask to have the question or answer repeated. During the trial, the lawyers may object to certain questions or statements made by the other lawyers or witnesses. I will rule on these objections according to the law. My rulings for or against one side or the other are not meant to reflect my opinions about the facts of the case. Sometimes the lawyers and I will have discussions out of your hearing. Also, while you're in the jury room, I may have to take care of other matters that have nothing to do with this case. Pay no attention to these interruptions. Furthermore, you may observe me working on other matters or doing research on my computer. Pay no attention to what I am doing. You must not discuss this case with anyone, including your family or friends. You must not even discuss it with the other jurors until the time comes for you to decide the case. When it is time for you to decide the case, I will send you to the jury room for that purpose. Then you should discuss the case among yourselves, but only in the jury room and only when all the jurors are there. You must not talk to the defendant, the lawyers, the witnesses, or anyone who may be connected to this case. This means you may not speak to these individuals even if it has nothing to do with the case. You should be very cautious about speaking to people because you may inadvertently speak to someone connected to this case. This restriction is necessary to avoid even the appearance of any improper conduct on any person's part. If anyone tries to discuss the case with you or in your presence, tell them to stop. Explain that you are a juror and you are not allowed to discuss the case. If they continue, leave. Report the incident to my clerk as soon as you return to court. When the trial is over, these restrictions no longer apply, and you may, if you wish, discuss the case with anyone. During the trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. The restrictions I'm about to describe are meant to ensure the parties get a fair trial. In our judicial system, it is crucial jurors are not influenced by anything or anyone outside the courtroom. As I said before, under the law, the evidence you consider must meet certain standards. Witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. And again, because information obtained outside the courtroom does not have these safeguards, it could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. These restrictions start now and continue until I discharge you from jury service. It is your duty as a juror to decide this case based solely on the evidence you see and hear in this courtroom. You must not consider information that comes from anywhere else. This means that until you deliver your verdict, you must not read, watch, listen to, or receive any information, including opinions or commentary about the case, whether in newspapers, on television, the radio, the internet, or on social media platforms. You also must not research any aspect of the case during the trial. This means research using a cell phone, computer, or other electronic device to search the internet, as well as research with traditional sources like dictionaries, reference manuals, newspapers, or magazines. You must not investigate the case on your own or conduct any experiments concerning the case, including investigation or experiments using the internet, computers, cell phones, or other electronic devices. You must not visit the scene of any event at issue in this trial. If it is necessary for you to view or visit the scene, court staff will take you there as a group under court supervision. You must not consider as evidence any personal knowledge you have of the scene. You must not share any information about the case by any means, including cell phones or social media. This means even if you're not discussing the case with someone else, you may not post any information about the case on social media websites or in any other manner. If you discover that a juror has violated my instructions, report it to my clerk. You can see that we have chosen a jury of 14. After you have heard all of the evidence and my final instructions, we will draw lots to decide which 2 of you will be dismissed to form a jury of 12. Possible penalties should not influence your decision. If you find the defendant guilty, it is the duty of the judge to fix the penalty within the limits provided by law. I may give you more instructions during the trial, and after all of the evidence has been presented, you will hear the lawyer's closing arguments. Following the closing arguments, I will give you additional instructions about the rules of law that apply to this case. You should consider all of my instructions as a connected series. Taken all together, they are the law you must follow. After my final instructions, you will go to the jury room to decide on your verdict. A verdict must be unanimous. That means every juror must agree on it, and it must reflect the individual decision of each juror. It is important for you to keep an open mind and not make a decision about anything in the case until you go to the jury room to decide the case. You must not let bias, prejudice, or public opinion influence your decision. Each of us may have biases or perceptions about other people based on stereotypes. We may be aware of some of our biases, though we do not express them. We may not be fully aware of some of our other biases. Take the time you need to test what might be automatic or instinctive judgments and to reflect carefully about the evidence. I caution you again to avoid reaching conclusions that may have been unintentionally influenced by stereotypes. You must reach your own conclusions about this case individually, but you should do so only after listening to and considering the opinions of the other jurors who may have different backgrounds and perspectives from yours. I also explained to juries that this is an electronic courtroom, so unlike on TV or in the movies, we can't read back testimony if you didn't catch it the first time, so it is imperative that you listen as the witnesses testify, because if we had to make that testimony available to you, we could do so, but it could take hours or even days. So obviously, it would be more important to catch it the first time around. A person accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. This means you must start with the presumption that the defendant is innocent. This presumption continues throughout the trial and entitles the defendant to a verdict of not guilty unless you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty. Every crime is made up of parts called elements. The prosecutor must prove each element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence or to do anything. If you find the prosecutor has not proven every element beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. A reasonable doubt is a fair, honest doubt growing out of the evidence or lack of evidence. It is not merely an imaginary or possible doubt, but a doubt based on reason and common sense. A reasonable doubt is just that, a doubt that is reasonable after a careful and considered examination of the facts and circumstances of this case. The defendant, Christopher Schurr, is charged with the crime of second-degree murder. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, the defendant caused the death of Patrick Lyoya. That is, that Mr. Lyoya died as a result of a gunshot wound from a gun fired by the defendant. Second, the defendant had one of these three states of mind. He intended to kill, or he intended to do great bodily harm to Mr. Lyoya, or he knowingly created a very high risk of death or great bodily harm, knowing that death or such harm would be the likely result of his actions. Third, the killing was not justified, excused, or done under circumstances that reduce it to a lesser crime. And with that, Mr. Becker, are you ready to give your opening statement?
I am, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning once again. Single gunshot wound right to the back of the head. That's what killed Patrick Lyoya on a cold, wet, rainy day back in April of 2022. It's almost in the middle, maybe a little bit below the middle. You have an opportunity to see it, I think. But that single gunshot wound is what killed him that day. It's not just me saying that. You're going to hear from Dr. Stephen Cole. He's our medical examiner, and he's going to say he can determine that because when a bullet is fired, a gun is fired, the bullet comes out, that puff of smoke, and that puff of smoke contains some gunshot residue. Now, from far away, you're not going to get gunshot residue on anything, but if it's a close shot within a few feet, you're going to be able to tell unless that gun, that barrel of the gun, was in contact or near contact with the back of the head of the individual. And he's going to tell you it was a contact or near contact wound, that gunshot wound that killed Patrick. The barrel of the gun was on the back of the head. Now, it's not just you have to rely on his testimony about that either. You have an opportunity to see the video. You'll see the video where the defendant who sits before you here today fired that shot. It's on a cell phone video. So to some extent, your job is somewhat easy because you're going to have more video and access to different videos than just about any jury that's ever been around. You'll have a cell phone video. You'll have a body camera video. You'll have an in-car video. You'll have a security camera video from across the street. You'll see different versions of the video in terms of freeze framing videos. You'll have an opportunity to see everything and break this down video by video. One of the troopers, Zach Batchelor, he synchronized these videos. So you have all the videos together when you go to deliberate this case. You have to watch this over and over again, probably more than you wish to. But it's an important piece of evidence. But that's not the only evidence because, as I said, there's evidence that comes from the stand as well. And we'll call witnesses. And it starts out fairly simple because we're going to start with David Bakuru. He was a friend of Patrick's. He was, Patrick spent the night at his apartment before he left that morning and died. Dave's going to tell you he was hanging out with Patrick. Patrick and him had gone back. They're both African immigrants. They had been together for a few years. They know each other. He spent the night. Ame Tushimi is the other person that was at the apartment. I think him and David were actually roommates at the time. And Ame is the one who actually took the cell phone video that morning. David says, yes, they hung out, they're drinking, having a good time, nothing special, just kind of hanging out like guys do. And so that morning, he had to wake Patrick up. Patrick had told him the night before, he slept on the couch, hey, wake me up, I gotta leave before 8 o'clock, I got something to do. Now there's another individual, Amark, David doesn't remember him, Ame does, kind of says, yeah, we had to take him to his house or had to take him to work, but just before 8 o'clock, he was gonna say, yeah, we woke him up, Patrick's gotta leave, he left with Ame, they get in Patrick's car and take off. Now, May's going to tell you, yeah, there was this guy, Mark, we dropped him off at his house, and then we went to see Patrick's own place. Patrick had his own apartment, so they went to Patrick's apartment to kind of check it out. He had just gotten it, he was kind of excited about it. So they looked at Patrick's apartment, and then they proceeded to leave again, and were driving around. They're going to hear they stopped at like a Walgreens and got some beer. They got some beer, and then they got back in the car and were driving around. Now, from May's perspective, he's the passenger. Patrick's driving his car, sitting in the passenger seat. He's all of a sudden notices there's noises. There's noises going on in the car. The car is making a noise. This isn't like this is an old Nissan Altima or something like that. It's not a great car. So there's noises, and Patrick comments like, "What's going on?" There's noises, and Patrick pulls over the side of the road. He gets out. Now May's kind of at this point in time, not really paying a whole lot of attention. He's on his phone. But you're going to find out at that point in time, the defendant, as a Grand Rapids police officer, had pulled him over. Was in the process of pulling him over. Now, from a lot of what you're going to get now is coming from the actual body cam, the body cam that's on the officer. Okay? They've got, I think it's on his chest, essentially. It's activated when the overhead lights go on. So at the time Patrick's pulling over, the officers turn on his lights, and Patrick gets out of the car. And you're going to see this interaction between the officer and Patrick at that point in time. Patrick's like, what did I do? And the officer says, get back in the car. The defendant says, get back in the car. What did I do? Now you're going to notice at that point in time that Patrick's first language is Swahili. And there's a definite accent. So the defendant, do you speak English? Patrick says, yes. But the plate doesn't match the car. And that's true. You're going to see evidence that the plate belonged to a Ford Fiesta. This was a Nissan Altima, so the plate did not match the car. Do you have your driver's license? I need your driver's license. Yes, I have one. Patrick opens the door, looks in, and Ame's in there, and Ame doesn't remember a whole lot, but they look, apparently maybe tries to open the glove compartment box. You can kind of see that from the video. Opens the glove compartment box and looks in there, but there's no driver's license. So Patrick shuts the door. Now they're standing in the road, it's a residential area, and Patrick starts to just simply walk away. The defendant grabs him and says, nope, 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 you're under arrest, and Patrick breaks free. Breaks free, kind of does a spin move, and then runs around the back of the car. You'll see this on the video, on the body cam video, and runs around the car. He's wearing flip-flops, and his pants are falling down, and it's kind of raining, and he runs, he gets all the way to the driveway that the car was in parked, maybe 5 yards, 10 yards at most away. It's like a 6-second chase. The defendant tackles him from behind, takes him down, and then there's a struggle. There's a wrestling match going on at that point in time. The defendant's telling him, stop resisting, stop resisting. Patrick is then trying to get out. Now you're going to hear from Wayne Butler. Wayne Butler is the homeowner where the driveway where this initial tackle takes place. This is a residential area. He's going to say it's kind of unusual for a car to get pulled over in a residential area. It's surrounded by Kalamazoo and some busier streets. And he's kind of, that's kind of weird to see a car getting pulled over there. So he actually goes out. You'll actually see him on the cell phone video now, because at this point in time, Ame realizes what's going on, and he gets out of the car and starts videotaping on a cell phone. So now you have a combination of someone's going on a body cam, you get some from the in-car video, you also have the body cam. But you have Wayne's testimony, and he's probably the one that sees it the most in terms of going for the whole thing. So he comes out, and you'll hear him in the video. He's trying to talk Patrick down. Hey, I'm a black man too. I'm a black man. You gotta calm down. Don't reach out to Ame. Ame, hey, tell him to calm down. This is a bad situation. Patrick doesn't listen. Patrick, you see him push himself up, and then he walks. He walks with the defendant holding on to him. Walks essentially across the front yard into the yard of Fred Hunter. Now, Fred's a homeowner too. He notices he doesn't have a ton to add, quite frankly, to all this, but he was there, and we're going to call him as a witness to give his impressions. He heard the struggle, he heard something about a taser, he heard, the gunshot go off, but he's kind of in his house and not paying a ton of attention, but you'll hear what he did have to hear and see that day. So what happens there is then the defendant and Patrick are kind of standing. They're standing essentially in front of Fred's front door. And they're standing in front of that front door, and Patrick kind of is, struggling and spins out of it. So then they're facing each other. The defendant's got one arm on Patrick and one arm, and he decides to bring his taser. Now this is a demonstration of the taser. This is what a taser, this is the taser, it's a taser 7. You're going to hear about that, but this is the kind of taser he was using. You actually have the opportunity to see the taser. So he brings that taser out and is going to try and tase Patrick. Patrick grabs the weapon. You'll see, this is from the body cam, grabs the taser, grabs his hand and moves it. Moves it out of the way. The taser discharges. And that's an important piece of evidence right there. The taser discharges the first time. There's no impact. There's nothing, he's not tased. It goes into nowhere. So then the struggle's about the taser. Let go of the taser, drop the taser. You'll hear that repeatedly. There's a number of commands that you'll hear that repeatedly. Patrick goes down, they both go down. They both go down in the front yard of Fred's residence. It's raining, it's slippery, the grass is wet, and they struggle. Now May's watching this, and you'll hear from May he's probably intoxicated. He's kind of mumbling things. He's not really comprehending what's going on, but he's watching. He's holding the cell phone, and it kind of dips up and down. But you'll watch what happens then. They're struggling. You drop the taser, The defendant ends up on Patrick's back. Patrick once again tries to lift up. He starts to lift up and lifts the defendant off, the feet's off the ground, but the defendant's able to regain control, get back down, and kind of shoves him down, but then he transitions to his firearm. Puts the gun to the back of his head, and shoots him. Patrick collapses almost instantly. He's lying there on the ground. So a lot of what you're going to hear about is regarding this taser. This taser, it looks like it, but it's not a gun. It is not a gun. It's a less lethal weapon. I think in the Grand Rapids The policies and procedures, it's something that's called an electronic control device. That's how it's defined. It's put up there with a device how you control people. The pepper spray, batons, it's not a gun. Even in the taser training manual, it says it's an option that doesn't replace lethal force. So you're gonna hear from Brian Childs. Brian Childs is from Axon. Axon is the company that makes the taser. And he's gonna tell you what the taser was designed to be less lethal. It's designed to be safely and deployed in a less lethal way. It's been deployed almost 5.5 million times. The amount of time it causes some sort of serious injury, I think it's like 99.7% of the time, it does not cause death or serious bodily injury when it's deployed. It's something that can be dangerous, no question, but that's not what it's designed to do. Now he's gonna kind of alleviate some of the things that people think a taser does. Some people think a taser knocks you out. And you see it on TV, somebody gets tased, they boom, they knock out, and they're out for 15 minutes. Doesn't do that. That's on TV, this is not in movies. What a taser does is cause neuromuscular incapacitation, NMI. You'll hear about that. The best way to put it, I'm probably putting it wrong, that's why you have Brian Childs, he's the engineer, he's the expert, he's gonna say it kind of seizes up the muscles, causes the muscles to seize, and so a person can't necessarily operate it, and cause them to be able to function appropriately when it seizes those muscles. So it's only in place, that NMI is only in place for the time was an electrical charge. That charge there, as soon as you release it, the person's kind of released from that. It doesn't cause any ongoing damage. It's not something that somebody is just withering on the ground for. You're gonna see from this taser, they compare it to, what the taser company compares it to is after you're being tased, it's like strenuous exercise. That's one of the things in the video, or the PowerPoint you're gonna see on the taser training PowerPoint. It's like comparable to being strenuous exercise. It's designed not to kill, it's designed not to hurt. It doesn't electrocute you. The amount of electricity is something that combined to like a Christmas tree light. It's not a huge amount. And it doesn't always work. That's another thing, because one of the things you have to do for a taser to work is there's two prongs that are shot out, and those prongs have to have sufficient space. You'll see from the video, that's gotta be about 12 inches. 12 inches is about the minimum amount to get that neuromuscular incapacitation. Anything less, it may cause pain, but it's not gonna incapacitate somebody. Right? So it's gotta be an appropriate spread. If it doesn't get the appropriate spread, somebody may not suffer from any consequences. If it gets caught in somebody's clothes, it may not work. So one of the training things, you be prepared for it not to work. But they say, just part of the training video, you'll see it says, just like anything, you gotta be prepared to transition to something else because it may not work. It may be not something that has an impact when you try and use it because of the variabilities, if you will. Now, one of the things you'll also hear is that when somebody is using a taser, when it goes in, there's a possibility of death or great bodily harm. And they list some of the things that happen. They list that if somebody's tased, they freeze up and they fall in concrete, hit their head. That's one of the things you gotta be careful of. If you're around flammable materials, you gotta be careful on that. That's something you gotta be careful of because electricity could cause it to explode. Pregnant women, there's certain things that you gotta be careful of. There's certain target areas. You'll hear about the target areas. At the front, the back is actually the best way. The back and splitting the belt line, if you will, is the best way to get for somebody to be tased. The front, not so much, but you can use it in the front. So you got to be careful with it, and it could cause it. But the whole idea of a taser is that's a safe and effective way to do something from a distance. You can use it at close range. You'll see that. But close range defined by taser is about 4 feet, not an arm's length. 4 feet is characterized as close range under the taser policy. They can go almost up to 12 feet because it's designed to give them some space so you don't get the situations like this one. So Brian Childs is going to tell you just about everything you know about the taser and how it is designed to be a safe and effective means of apprehending somebody. But you're also going to hear then in terms of what happens in terms of these defensive tactics. Because defensive things, that's one of the things we're going to hear about from our two police practices experts. Police practices and defensive tactics experts. Because they're going to give you an interpretation, they're going to tell you a little bit more because we're not police officers, but they're going to give you an impression. Seth Stoughton and Nicholas Bloomfield are our two police practices and defensive tactics experts. Seth is maybe more of the practices part. He used to be a police officer. He was a police officer down in the state of Florida for a number of years, Okay, I think we talked all about, changing jobs, and he had the idea to change a job and become something else. He became a law professor. He teaches at the University of South Carolina. He teaches criminal justice, criminal procedure. He teaches policing to future law students, people who are going to law school. He also goes over to the undergrad and teaches their criminology department. Now you'll hear all his credentials. He works for the American Law Institute. He's written books. He's written law review articles. These are articles in University of Virginia Law Review, University of Minnesota. He goes into different law reviews and researches this topic, presents all these ideas and stuff, because that's what he does for a living. He studies police use of force issues. Nick is maybe the more hands-on individual. Was a police officer until 2022. I believe he still serves in the reserves and down in New Mexico, where he's from. And he's more of the hands-on. He's done defensive training, defensive tactics. He's written policies on how to use defensive things that the police officers had. And you're going to hear about. There's different things. A gun is a defensive weapon, a taser, a pepper spray, a baton, all these things that police officers have and use, as well as training on pressure point tactics, hand tactics, stuff like that. It's the hands-on. He has done trainings for this in the state of New Mexico. He's reviewed over 200 different use of force incidents in that state with his department and other things. That's what he does, the hands-on stuff. So one of the things, kind of summarizing, and it's going to be long, they're going to provide quite a bit of testimony. What they're going to talk about is when they look, how does a police officer, how should a police officer look at a use of force? And they break it down. Does the individual, the person who the force was used against by the police officer, does the individual pose an imminent threat to the police officer? Imminent threat, immediate threat. Is there some sort of imminent threat that that person poses to the police officer? And that's how you determine that. Well, they got to look at three things: intent, ability, and opportunity. Those are the three things. Does that person have the intent to do something? Does they have the ability to do something? Do they have an opportunity to do something to the police officer that would mandate some sort of use of force? What it boils down to is when you look at this case, I think you're going to look at this case and that Patrick had an intent to get away. There's an intent to get away, but that's not an intent to do great death or great bodily harm, which would allow the use of deadly force. He had an intent to get away. One of the other things is that he didn't have the ability, because you hear about when you watch the videos, the taser was deployed twice. You have the initial deployment, it was you hear it fire when Patrick grabbed it and moved away. It was deployed a second time when the two of them were on the ground. You're going to hear and see the video that they're on the ground, they're struggling, and then the guy goes, let go of the tape, and there's a pop. Let go of the tape, and he moves away. So the taser was deployed a second time. Brian Childs will tell you that. He says this taser was deployed on 2 separate occasions. So the prongs that caused the neuromuscular incapacitation were gone. They couldn't be fired again. You can't necessarily reload them because there's wires. You can't just put those back in. So the ability to cause NMI was gone at that point in time. Now the one thing that was left is there is something that's called a drive stun. A drive stun where you take essentially the end of it and you drive it in, make contact. The drive stun does not cause NMI. The drive stun is a pain compliance device and it causes pain, but the drive stun itself does not cause any sort of great bodily harm. It may cause some injuries where the prongs hit or something like that, but it doesn't cause any sort of great bodily harm by the drive stun. And Brian will tell you that. So when you're looking at that, when there are 2 experts say it, well, the ability of Patrick to do anything was not there because he couldn't shoot the taser had been shot, the drive stun doesn't cause, so there was no intent, there was no ability to cause any sort of harm to the officer. But they also take a look at the officer. The officer's perspective, you kind of take a look at the officer, is a reasonable officer, is a reasonably intelligent officer, and then who's prudent in same or similar circumstances. Would that officer anticipate needing to use force, the force against the person? And you look at all the facts and circumstances, because that's what you gotta do. Reasonableness and all the facts and circumstances presented to the officer at the time. A reasonable officer in that situation would not think death was going to happen, would not think the use of deadly force was necessary, because that's what it's gotta be. It's gotta be necessary. Police officers can arrest. That's not the issue here. We're not saying he shouldn't have been arrested. Patrick committed crimes. There's no question about that. He committed the crime. He was driving without a license plate. He didn't have a driver's license. He resisted arrest. He pulled away. You're gonna also find out that he was probably drunk driving too, because his blood alcohol level was like a 3.0 at the autopsy. Okay, so he was drunk driving. So it's not an issue of as if the defendant had the right to arrest him. The issue becomes, did he have to shoot him? Did he have to kill him in the course of trying to arrest him? I think when you look at all the evidence, you look at you come to a conclusion, the answer is no. Because what the judge just said, I have to prove things. I break it down into 4 things. I have to prove there's a death. That's your checklist. Was there a death here? Well, that's 100% certain. There's a death. Patrick's dead right now. I have to show that the death was caused by the defendant. That's 100%, no question in your mind. He shot him in the back of the head. The third thing, there's 3 different areas. There was an intent to kill. When you put a gun to somebody's back of the head, there's an intent to kill there. So those are the 3 things, are 100%, there's no question. What your issue is and what this trial is about and why you have to decide is that 4th thing or 3rd thing. Was it justified? Was it excused? Or was it lessened to some other crime? When you talk about justified, there's a legitimate good reason for it. Excused as well, yeah, you did all this, but no, it's okay, we're gonna give you a pass. When you take a look at that, when you put all this together, take a look at all the evidence, you have to say it was not justified. It was unreasonable. Patrick never had an intent to do any harm to the defendant. He never intended to kill him. The evidence is going to show he never wanted to do anything other than get away that day. And even if somehow he did, he didn't have the ability to cause any great bodily harm because that taser was not going to do anything. So what this boils down to is it was unjustified and unreasonable. It was a crime. It was a crime here. The defendant committed the crime of murder. A police officer can't commit murder. They're no different than anybody else. They're no different than any citizen. They can commit murder, and that is what happened back in April of 2022. The defendant committed the crime of murder. When you listen to all the proofs, and you go back and deliberate, we're going to ask that you return a verdict of guilty to second-degree murder. Thank you.
And Ms. Hamilton, would you like to give your opening now or wait until later?
Now, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Good morning. I'm Michaela Hamilton, and it's my privilege to represent Christopher Schurr. Let go of the taser. Let go of the taser. Drop the taser. Those are the final commands that Officer Schurr gave to Mr. Lyoya before he was forced to make a decision he hoped never to have to make. What you'll learn from the evidence in this case and throughout this trial is this is not the murder case that the prosecution wants this to be. This case is about self-defense, which is, as the judge will explain, is a justification to murder. The prosecution will try to paint this as something it's not. They'll use words like excessive, unnecessary. They'll call Chris Schurr a murderer for doing the very job we asked him to do, for protecting the citizens of Grand Rapids and for protecting himself. And the evidence will show that this was not murder. This was self-defense. This is about a man who is doing his job as a peace officer, a man who took an oath to protect, to defend, to run towards danger when others run away. The evidence will show that Officer Christopher Schurr did everything he could to avoid using deadly force, even after being disarmed of his taser. He fought with Mr. Lyoya for over a minute to try to get his taser back. And you'll see he tries to turn it off. And when he couldn't, when he lost all control, he was forced to make a split-second decision, one he hoped never to have to make. He didn't choose to take a life. He chose to save his own. And we trust that after hearing all of the evidence, after hearing all of the facts, the evidence will show that Christopher Schurr is not guilty. He is not guilty of any crime and must be acquitted of all charges because he followed his training, he followed the law, and he did everything he had to do to survive. So, I want to take you back to that day, April 4th of 2022. It started as an ordinary day. 31-year-old Christopher Schurr woke up around 4 a.m., which wasn't unusual. Chris was used to working hard. He earned a full-time scholarship to Siena Heights University, and he was a 5-time All-American cross-country athlete. He was born and raised in Byron Center, where he met his high school sweetheart and now wife, Brandy, who is here with him today. Chris and Brandy were heavily involved in their church, frequently attending mission trips to Kenya, which is where they chose to get married. Chris and Brandy have always been devoted to helping others. So, around 4:30 on that Monday morning, and before going to work as a Grand Rapids police officer, Chris kissed his wife Brandy and their dog Arrow goodbye, telling them he loved them. And Chris arrived at the station around 5 a.m., roughly 30 minutes before his shift started. He always liked to get there early to make sure he was prepared for the day ahead. And when Chris put on his uniform, he became Officer Schurr. And that day, just like every other day, Officer Schurr had one job and one priority: to protect the people of Grand Rapids. He had no idea that within a few hours, he would end up in a fight for his life. Around 8 a.m. on that cold and rainy Monday morning, Officer Schurr was patrolling the southeast side of Grand Rapids. While driving down Kalamazoo Avenue, he noticed a Nissan Altima ahead of him driving unusually slow. And when he ran the license plate, it came back registered to a Ford Fiesta, not the Nissan Altima driving ahead of him. As soon as Officer Schurr realized the plates didn't match the car, he turned around and started following the car. And you'll see the video evidence, and the video will show that the car made 2 abrupt right turns, one right and another right. And you'll hear that that is a common sign to police officers that that person is potentially trying to evade arrest. And as soon as the car stops, before Officer Schurr is able to get out of the car, you'll see that Mr. Lyoya jumps out of the car immediately, instead of staying inside like everyone else does when they're pulled over. And because of that, Officer Schurr jumped out of his car and immediately commanded him to get back in the car, just like he's trained to do. But the driver failed to comply. And this is a common theme throughout this case. Because Grand Rapids police officers are trained to consider failure to comply. Ask yourself why. As you'll hear, failure to comply with a police officer's lawful commands automatically escalates the situation, raises safety concerns, and creates a reasonable belief that this person could be a potential threat. Ask yourself, why was the plate registered to a different vehicle? Why did the car make 2 abrupt right turns? Why is the driver exiting after coming to a full stop? When Mr. Lyoya jumped out of the car, it signaled to Officer Schurr that this could become dangerous very quickly. But despite this, you'll see that Officer Schurr stays calm. He gives the driver the benefit of the doubt and continues with routine stop protocol, asking Mr. Lyoya for his license. But instead of cooperating, you'll see Mr. Lyoya evaded questions and demanded to know what he did wrong. Officer Schurr confirmed that Mr. Lyoya spoke English and calmly explained that the plates didn't match the car. Finally, after the 7th request for a driver's license, you'll see the driver pats his pockets And then he says he has a license in the car. And he asks the passenger of the vehicle to get it. And you'll see that the passenger could produce a license. And then Mr. Lyoya abruptly shuts the door and starts walking away from Officer Schurr. Again, failure to comply. Ask yourself why. Why isn't the driver providing the license? Why did he shut the door and walk away? And you'll hear that officers are trained that when someone tries to distance themselves from a car, it could mean that there's contraband, weapons, or other items inside the car that they don't want the officer to see. All signals raise concerns from the start of the traffic stop. But once Mr. Lyoya failed to produce a license, Officer Schurr attempted to place him under arrest. He ordered Mr. Lyoya to put his hands behind his head so he could arrest him. But Mr. Lyoya continued to ignore his commands. And you will hear that Officer Schurr gave over 29 lawful commands. 29. Ladies and gentlemen, that's 29 chances that Mr. Lyoya had to change his outcome safely. Sorry, hit the screen. And you'll see that Mr. Lyoya doesn't just ignore Officer Schurr's commands. He resists, he pushes, he shoves, he broke free, and he runs. And then you'll see that he fought and fought and fought. Mr. Lyoya continued to escalate the situation by failing to comply with Officer Schurr's lawful commands. He created a danger not only to Officer Schurr, but to the citizens of Grand Rapids. And like you heard, he was running towards two strangers' houses. He didn't know them. He was running towards their houses after he had just resisted arrest, after he had pushed an officer, after he had shoved an officer. Officer Schurr didn't know what he was going to do or who he could harm if he let him go. As Mr. Lyoya called for backup, as Mr. Lyoya ran away, Officer Schurr called for backup. And a short chase ensued, and Officer Schurr tackled him to the ground at a stranger's home, who you'll learn was Wayne Butler and Fred Hunter. Meanwhile, you see the passenger exit the car and start recording on his cell phone. And ladies and gentlemen, ask yourself what Officer Schurr knew about the passenger at this time. You'll see there's no interaction between them. He didn't know who the passenger was or why he was getting out of the car. He didn't know if he was armed. He didn't know if he would join the fight. Officer Schurr wrestled with Mr. Lyoya in the wet and slippery grass. And the struggle with Mr. Lyoya escalated quickly. Officer Schurr tried multiple physical maneuvers as he was trained, but nothing worked. Mr. Lyoya was overpowering, and he couldn't get him down. You'll see Mr. Lyoya was bigger than Officer Schurr. He was stronger than Officer Schurr, and he kept resisting. And you'll see Mr. Lyoya get up off the ground 3 times with Officer Schurr on his back. One of them, from a completely prone position on the ground, he does a push-up like it's nothing with Officer Schurr on his back. And you're going to hear that Mr. Lyoya had a blood alcohol content of 0.29, 4 times the legal limit, which would help explain why it was so hard to get him to stop resisting. You'll hear Mr. Lyoya yell to the passenger 3 times to get the keys. Officer Schurr called for backup again, expecting an emergency response. But no help came. He was left exhausted and alone. You'll hear him on the video, panting and wheezing for air. Throughout this entire encounter, Officer Schurr was following his training. He was following his training, he was following his policy. And after trying to get control of Mr. Lyoya to no avail, Officer Schurr had to move up to a higher level of force, since nothing else had worked. So he reached for another tool on his belt, the taser. A less lethal, not non-lethal, when in the hands of a trained police officer. A less lethal weapon. And you'll hear the taser can be converted to a deadly weapon, especially when used by an untrained person. And you'll hear all of the warnings that police officers are given. And you heard the prosecution talk about some of those warnings, some of those critical areas to avoid. Police officers are trained on how to use the taser to avoid causing serious bodily injury or death to people. But you will hear it is dangerous, it can cause serious bodily harm, and even death. When Officer Schurr drew the taser across his body, he aimed for Mr. Lyoya's back, exactly as he was trained. When suddenly Mr. Lyoya spun around and squared up to him, and in an instant, Officer Schurr was faced with the worst case scenario. Mr. Lyoya grabbed the taser, and once he grabbed it, you'll see he never let it go. And this is the moment that changed everything. Desperate and alone, still with no signs of backup, you'll hear that as soon as Mr. Lyoya grabbed the taser, Officer Schurr was flooded with fear because he knew what it felt like. It causes excruciating pain, incapacitation. It can drop an officer to the ground in seconds. But this fear wasn't just about the pain. This fear was about what could happen next. If Mr. Lyoya tased him, he could take his firearm and shoot him with his own weapon, which is something officers are trained to consider. If he went down, he would be defenseless, and his gun would be right there for the taking. And his training was clear. If someone takes your weapon, they'll use it against you. And despite what the prosecution tries to say, the taser, this is not a toy. You will hear it provides and delivers thousands of volts of electricity, causing your muscles to lock up, causing you to be incapacitated. You'll hear the taser can injure you in 3 different ways. As the prosecutor mentioned, neuromuscular incapacitation in probe mode. The drive stun causes extreme pain. And once the taser probes have been discharged, you'll hear that the taser wires can shock you. So not only is this weapon something that causes serious bodily injury, it can lead to potential death when used improperly. And the biggest risk to police officers is that once someone has your taser, if they use it against you, you will be left defenseless. And Mr. Lyoya had yet to comply with any of Officer Schurr's commands. And you'll hear that Mr. Lyoya never complied with one. And the evidence will show that Officer Schurr was unaware that the second cartridge had even been discharged. He didn't know it could only be used in drive stun mode. And frankly, it doesn't matter, because even in drive stun mode, the taser can cause serious bodily injury. The prosecution will try to downplay this. They'll try to say it's not that harmful. It's not that.
She's arguing now, Your Honor, right? You know, this is not for her to argue against my case, it's to present her case.
I would sustain that you're being a bit argumentative. Ms. Hamilton, can you just tone it down a little bit? Thanks.
Throughout this trial, the evidence will show that the taser is a dangerous weapon that can cause serious bodily injury or death, period. The law doesn't ask an officer to wait until they're injured, incapacitated, or shot to act. And you'll hear from our experts and other police officers that officers are trained that action beats reaction. You will hear how quickly officers are trained. Someone can turn on them and injure them with a weapon. It's faster than they can respond. And throughout this trial, the only question for you to answer is whether or not Officer Schurr's fear was reasonable. And the prosecution cannot meet its burden that it was unreasonable for Officer Schurr to be afraid of Mr. Lyoya after he disarmed him of his taser, gaining full control of it, trying to fight to get it back for over a minute, regardless of the mode. The moment that Mr. Lyoya grabbed the taser changed everything. With Officer Schurr's heart pounding, his only thought was clear. I have to get the taser back now so I can arrest him. For over a minute, he fought and fought and fought to get it back. He shouted, "Let go of the taser," again and again and again. Officer Schurr tried everything he could to stop it. He tried to turn it off, but Mr. Lyoya's hand blocked the safety. And then, when Officer Schurr looked down, he saw Mr. Lyoya holding the taser in his hand like a firearm. And he felt him getting up off the ground again with the taser in his hand, turning up towards him. And in that split second, he had to ask himself the most terrifying question someone can ever ask. Am I about to die? If he didn't act in that moment, he was afraid that he wouldn't make it home that night. So, Officer Schurr, completely out of breath, with no signs of backup on the way, with no other viable options, yelled out one final verbal command to drop the taser. And Mr. Lyoya failed to comply. Now, throughout this trial, as you're reviewing all the evidence, ask yourself, why would Mr. Lyoya let go of the taser if he didn't plan to use it? Why would Mr. Lyoya switch it from his left to his right hand? And you'll see this in the video. Why would he do that if he didn't intend to use it? Why would he keep holding on to it after every command to let it go? Why was he holding it like a gun while getting up and turning towards Officer Schurr? The only question for you to decide is whether Officer Schurr's belief of danger in that moment was reasonable. And you'll hear from our experts, absolutely. It was reasonable. Throughout this trial, you'll hear from several experts. You'll hear about Officer Schurr's training as a Grand Rapids police officer. You'll hear how an exhausted officer would be after fighting for over 2.5 minutes. You'll hear why it would be reasonable for Officer Schurr not to hear the second cartridge go off when you're in the middle of a hand-to-hand fight with someone for over 2.5 minutes. What you hear is an eternity when you are fighting for your life. And you'll hear from several of our experts why Officer Schurr was justified in using deadly force. And you'll also hear from the people's experts, including from the taser manufacturer itself. And they'll attest that the taser can cause serious bodily injury or death when used improperly, especially by an untrained and unlicensed person. You'll also hear from the People's Police Practices experts, a law professor from South Carolina, who was a police officer 20 years ago. You'll also hear from their expert from New Mexico, a police officer from New Mexico. So when you hear from these experts, ask yourself, what are they about?
Check, Your Honor, she's arguing again in terms of commenting on our experts. That's not what she's proving, is what
So I'll sustain that as well.
When you hear from all of the experts, consider what they're relying on. And at the end of the trial, the judge will instruct you on what the law is and what you must consider based on what Officer Schurr knew and how Officer Schurr was trained. And the law says that a police officer is allowed to use deadly force if he honestly and reasonably believes that he is in danger of serious bodily injury or death. And when you're answering that question, you must consider this from the perspective of an ordinary and prudent person with the knowledge and in the situation of the arresting officer. So when you're considering all of the evidence, when you're hearing from all of the experts about police practices and the use of force, remember this. This is what you'll have to consider. What Officer Schurr knew, what he was trained. The law does not require perfection. It doesn't ask for hindsight. And when you're considering your verdict, you cannot sit here as a Monday morning quarterback from the safety of the jury box with unlimited time and hindsight. You're not here to judge what Officer Schurr should have or could have done. You're here to judge what he did in that split-second moment, based on what he knew, based on what he felt, based on his training and his experiences. Now, a man died, and that's a tragedy. But not every tragedy is a crime. And not every death means someone has to be penalized. And self-defense is not a crime. You'll see a lot of video evidence throughout this trial. And we'll go through that with you step by step. And there's a lot of information in the video that we will point out that you may not have seen from the first few watches. And as you watch the video, ask yourself whether or not Officer Schurr had a reasonable belief to be in fear of danger, of serious bodily injury or death. Ask yourself, did Patrick Lyoya disarm Officer Schurr of his taser? And did he eventually obtain full control of that taser? Ask yourself, did Officer Schurr try to get that taser back? And did he believe that the taser could cause him harm? And the evidence will show that Mr. Lyoya was driving a car with the wrong plates. There's no dispute that this was a lawful stop. And then he ignored over 29 lawful commands. 29. You'll see he pushed, shoved, resisted arrest, and then he fought and fought and fought. And then he attempted to disarm and did disarm Officer Schurr of his taser, an inherently dangerous weapon. And you'll hear, he was nearly 4 times the legal limit, unfazed by pain. So it's your job throughout this trial to decide whether Officer Schurr's belief that he was in danger was reasonable. And the prosecution, in this case, has the sole burden. They have the sole burden of proof. And the judge will talk to you a little bit more about this at the end of the trial. And it's the prosecution's burden to prove all of the elements of the crime, and also to prove that Officer Schurr was not justified, that he was not in fear. It's not our job to prove anything. It's not our job to convince you he was afraid. It's the prosecution's job to convince you that he was not afraid, that his belief was not reasonable, that it wasn't reasonable for him to be in fear after he was disarmed of his taser, after fighting for over 2.5 minutes. And after you see what Officer Schurr went through, after you hear from our experts, ask yourself, is the prosecution proven beyond one single reasonable doubt that this wasn't self-defense? Because if there's any doubt, the law is clear. In a criminal case where one's liberty is at stake, the Constitution demands something far more: proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So if there's even one doubt in your mind, you must find Officer Schurr not guilty. Not guilty of all charges. And at the end of this trial, we trust that after hearing all of the evidence, you'll understand that this was not murder. This was survival. This was self-defense. And we will trust that you will return the only verdict that reflects the truth. That Officer Schurr is not guilty of any crime and must be acquitted of all charges. Thank you.
Mr. Becker, you may call your first
David
witness.
Kuru.
Before you take your seat, sir, if you please raise your right hand, my clerk will swear you in.
Truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, you may be seated.
And before you start, in a few moments, you can sit down and say thank you. In a few moments, my clerk is going to hand you a list of the witnesses that the people have on their witness list. He may not call the witnesses in that order, and he may not call all of the witnesses. It's simply there for you to take notes if you wish to. If you don't want to use it, you don't have to. But she'll hand that out momentarily. Go ahead, Mr. Becker.
David, I can barely hear you, so if you can speak up a little loud so we all hear you, so you can hear all the way back here, okay? Could you state your name?
David Bukuru.
And could you spell it, please?
DAVID BUKURU.
David, did you know Patrick Lyoya?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury how you knew him?
Well, I knew Patrick, pretty sure I met him around 2008, anywhere from 2017, maybe 2017. He was at the party.
Sorry, he was at what?
We was at the party when I first met him.
Okay. What party is that?
I think it was just a community get-together party, and then that's when I met him. And then after that, we went to a friend of one of friend of ours, and then he was a really good kid. And then we started to communicate. We exchanged number, and then time to time he would come to my house. I would go to his house. We were pretty good friends.
When you talk about a community party, was he a neighbor of yours then? What community are you talking about?
Well, I'm from Africa, sir. So time to time we have like events, so we will meet and then have a good time.
All right, so you're talking about community. Was the African community have events and you met him at one of those African community events, not in a neighborhood?
No, it was an African event.
So I'd like to take you back to the last time you saw him. When was the last time you saw him? Do you recall that day?
The last time I saw him was when he got shot. I mean, when about 30 to 45 minutes before he got shot.
Okay. How did you see him 30, 40 to 45 minutes before he got shot? What was going on?
Well, he was in my house. He slept over at my house. Slept over at my house that day. So on that Saturday, we had a party. There was I usually host a party. A friend of mine, he do host a party on Saturdays, and then he was at the party. He came after the party. He came to my house, so he was on that Sunday. We were just home listen to music. And then in the morning of that Monday, he had told me that he have to do something early in the morning. So, I woke him up around 8, if I remember correctly.
Okay, stop right there before we get further, because you covered a lot of ground. So you had a party on Saturday. Was he at the party on Saturday?
Well, I met him down there on Saturday. When I met him down there, after the party, he came. He went home, and then that Sunday, he came. Like I said, he used to come to my house time to time, and then especially on the weekends.
So he spent all day Sunday at your place?
Yep, he was all night Sunday.
Who else was there? Who else was at your apartment during the day on Sunday?
My roommate, Amen, and there was another guy, he goes by Jamari.
So it was really just the four of you there on Sunday. Did all four of you then spend the night at your place on Sunday?
Yep, it was just four of us. We was at home, listen to music, playing life. Just pretty much like a regular hangout.
When you say life, like the board game life?
No, we were just talking.
All right, so that's why you said you're playing life. I'm like, oh, you're playing a board game. We haven't seen that in years.
No, it was
so you're just talking, hanging out, talking about life.
Yeah, just.
Now, would you know what time you guys would have went to bed, approximately?
Honestly speaking, it's been 3 years. I don't recall.
Where did Patrick sleep?
On my couch.
And you said something about he had to leave. Did he tell you had to leave?
Yep, he told me that he have to do something in the morning. So he actually asked me to wake him up early that morning. So that's what I did. I woke him up. I did not know that he was going to get shot. That was the last time.
So when you woke him up, he was on your couch. You didn't know exactly where he had to go, but you woke him up and he left. He left right after that?
So I wake him up. He wanted me to go with him. I told one of my roommates to go with him. Because actually the plan was, I was supposed to, like I said, it was 4 of us in the house. So I woke him up. There was another friend of mine, if I remember correctly, there was a friend of mine that had to go watch his kid. So he dropped him off and then go to take care of his business and then bring back my roommate in the house. Because he was with my roommate, he went with my roommate.
So Patrick was supposed to come back to your house then?
Yeah, because he went with my roommate.
All right. So he left, and so how many people left your house?
So basically it was all 3 hours stay home.
But that morning, Monday morning when they left, you didn't go.
No, I did not go. I just woke him up. Because like I said, he wanted me to wake him up because he had something to do early that morning, which is he never told me what it was.
And then Ame went with him?
Ame went with him.
And then this other individual.
So this other individual, the other individual got dropped off because he had to stay with his daughter, I believe.
And that was the last time you saw him. You didn't know what happened after that.
And the next thing I know, I see my roommate come in the house crying, shaky, and I'm like, what's going on?
How long after that was that later on in the day?
I don't really remember. I think it was maybe around 10. I don't know. I really don't remember.
10 o'clock in the morning or 10 o'clock at night?
Like only like in the afternoon. I really don't remember what time it was, but it was somewhere in there. Either 10 a.m. or somewhere in the afternoon. I don't really remember what time. And then I'm like, what's going on?
That was Ame coming home now?
Ame come home and he's crying and everything. I'm like, what's going on?
All right, you gotta stop you right there. All right. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Bakuro. My name is Matt Borgula. How you doing? Okay, a little nervous?
Yeah.
Okay. We've never met before, right?
No.
Okay. I want to ask you some questions about your testimony.
Okay.
Now, you indicated that you had spent the day with Patrick on Saturday, part of the day on Saturday?
I met him on Saturday at the party.
Okay. And you said there was a party. Was that party at your house or someone else's house?
No, somewhere else.
And whose house was that?
No, not a house. It was actually a place. If I remember, it was my place, the one on Division.
Is that like a bar?
Yeah, it's like a bar. We usually like I said, he would throw a party down, you know, maybe every other Saturday. So I met him down there. It's pretty much like African party.
Okay, so were you guys drinking that night?
Did I drink?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm old enough to drink. Yeah, I did drink.
I never questioned that you were old enough to drink.
Actually, let me take that back. Yeah, I think, like I said, I don't remember. It's been 3 years. But I'm pretty sure, yeah, if there was a drink, I probably did took a drink.
Okay, and so you spent the part of the night on Saturday with Mr. Lyoya.
On Saturday, he like I said, I saw him at the party, and then the party happened Saturday night. So on Sunday, he came over. Then he spent all night on Sunday night.
Okay, and what time on Sunday did he come over?
I really don't know, but I'm pretty sure it was like around maybe evening time. Probably say maybe 6 or 8 p.m. But I really don't remember what time he came up.
Okay, and you say you live with your roommate is Aime Tuyasheme?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you two lived together?
Well, I know him pretty much. I know him ever since he came from Africa. So I know him since probably when he was in the middle school. So.
Okay, and how long have you two lived together?
We lived together. Well, I lived with Emma twice. Once on Wingate and then on Woodfield.
Okay, and where were you on that Sunday? What address were you at? The Wingate or the other one?
No, in my apartment on Woodfield.
On Woodfield, okay.
Yeah.
All right, and how long have you lived together with Mr. Tuyasheme at Woodfield?
I'll probably say maybe a year or so.
Okay. And Mr. Lyoya doesn't live with you?
No.
But he came over about 6 or 8 o'clock on Sunday, and you guys were talking about life?
Yeah, just hanging out.
Okay. Did Mr. Lyoya mention any of the troubles with law that he was having as you were talking about life?
No.
No? Didn't mention anything? Were you guys drinking that night?
He wasn't. I was.
Mr. Lyoya wasn't drinking?
He, like I said, he told me that he had to do something early in the morning. I didn't see him drinking.
Okay. Do you know what Mr. Lyoya's favorite drink is?
Budweiser.
Okay, he likes Budweiser. Okay. All right. So now on Monday morning, so you said that you woke Mr. Lyoya up around 8 a.m. Is that? Am I getting that right?
Yeah, about that time.
Okay. He got there around 6 or 8 on Sunday.
PM, yep.
So he was at your place for about 12 hours?
He was, like I said, we were just home. Yep. Okay. I don't remember him go anywhere. He probably maybe step somewhere and come back, but I don't really remember him go anywhere. Yeah, we were just home.
He might have stepped out for a little bit, but you don't remember?
I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure he was home all night.
And you don't remember him drinking?
I don't remember him drinking.
Okay. Were you guys drinking, the other people that were there?
I was. I was going through a lot about that time, so yeah, I was.
Okay. And was Mr. Tuyasheme drinking?
I think he was, yeah.
And you mentioned there was a third person there, and I didn't catch the name. Could you repeat that?
His name is John Marie. I think John Marie came later. John Marie came later, but he doesn't live there too.
Okay. Did John Marie, did he spend the night?
John Marie, he was there with us. And then when I woke up, Mr. Patrick, he took him. The plan was basically to take him home and then to go to his mission and then come back.
Okay, so Mr. Lyoya was going to take Jean-Marie somewhere the next day?
Monday,
Monday.
like, you know, like
Okay.
he had his own plan that he had to do in the morning, which is he asked me to wake him up.
Okay, and you said he slept on the couch?
Slept on my couch.
And he had all his clothes on?
Yep, all his
Okay,
clothes
so he
on.
didn't change clothes and get into a bed?
No,
He just-
yeah, like I said, he don't live there, so he slept on the couch.
Okay. Is there a reason he slept on the couch instead of going home?
Like I said, he's a friend of mine, so any friend of mine is welcome to stay in my house if they want to.
Of course, and I'm sure everybody's had people stay over. But I want to ask you, did you have a plan that he was going to spend the night?
Did I have a plan?
Yeah.
No. I didn't know he was going to spend the night.
But you said Mr. Lyoya had a plan that he was going to get up at 8 and he had some business to take care of.
Yep, he told me to wake him up, and then that's my biggest regrets, waking him up.
Okay, and did you know whether or not Mr. Lyoya had a car?
Yeah, he came with a car, yeah.
Okay, did you know whether or not Mr. Lyoya had a driver's license?
That's personal information. I did not know any of that.
Never discussed that with Mr. Lyoya?
No, we don't never talk about any personal issue. I never discuss if he have a license or if he's the question you asked me before, if he ever got in trouble with the law. No.
So when you're saying you're talking about life, you're talking about everything but personal information?
Well, when I say life, basically, we talk about, hey, you know, like a job, what your plans, because I know he, you know, I know he got kids, I got kids, so we let's talk about, you know, life in general.
Okay, and you don't remember whether or not he drank at all that night?
That night, I don't remember.
Nothing further, thank you.
And I don't see any hands raised on the jury. May this witness be excused?
You may, Your Honor.
Instruction. All right, thank you very much, sir. You're excused. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
And sir, before you take your seat, if you could please raise your right hand, my clerk will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Swear.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Whenever you're ready, Mr.
May, I'm gonna have you speak up nice and loud. I could barely hear you, so we need to hear you back here when you testify, okay?
Okay, I'm fine.
Speak up nice and loud. Could you state your name?
My name is Emetushin.
Can you spell it for us, please?
It's A-I-M-E and then T-U-Y-I-S-H-M-E.
May, I'd like to take you back to April 2022. Did you know Patrick Lyoya?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury how you knew him?
We was friends. He was like a brother.
When you say you were friends, how did you meet him?
Don't remember exactly. I just knew him in a town.
You knew him in the town. Now, you're from Africa as well?
Yes.
Are you from the same place as Patrick?
Yeah, I was born in Congo, raised in Rwanda.
You can speak up a little bit more so I can hear you.
Yes, I was born in Congo but raised in Rwanda.
Was he from the same location
I think
as
so.
you?
I think so. I think it was from Congo. I'm not sure.
Did you speak the same language as him? He spoke Swahili.
Yeah, his Swahili was better than mine, but most of the time we spoke English.
So you communicated through English because you guys didn't share the same language. Is that correct?
We had the same language, but my Swahili is it's not good.
Not good? So can you tell me the last time you saw Patrick? Can you go over that? Where were you with him on the last time you saw him?
We had just dropped somebody off. We started by his new place. He just had a new place. He was living like upstairs. They have a basement. He would tell me he wanna do haircuts over there. We just what was the question again?
You go back. You said you dropped somebody off. Do you remember who you dropped off?
Yeah, it was one of our friends. Yes.
Do you remember his name that you dropped off?
His name is Di Maria.
And in terms of before when you dropped him off, where did you come from to drop him off? Where had you and Patrick been before that?
We was at our other friend's house also.
Who was your other friend?
David.
So you had left from David's house?
Yes.
Whose car were you driving?
I wasn't driving.
Whose car were you in?
Patrick's car.
Was he driving his car?
Yes, yes.
So you remember where you dropped that friend off at?
Not exactly, but somewhere close to downtown.
Well, that's the best location, somewhere close to
Yeah.
downtown. So you said after you dropped him off, you went to Patrick's apartment?
Yeah, he was telling me about it, what he wanna do over there, cause he just moved there. He liked to cut hair also.
So did you go there?
I think we stayed outside in the parking lot, and then we was heading back to David's place.
So you never actually went inside Patrick's apartment?
No, I
You were
did
just
not.
outside the parking lot?
No, I didn't.
What, was this a house? Was it an apartment? What was it?
It's like a house. It's duplex. So you have upstairs, and then in the basement you can do business or something.
So after you leave his apartment, where do you go?
I think we was heading back to David's place.
So it's just the two of you in the car?
Yes, sir.
So what happens as you're driving, you think you're going back to David's place? What happens?
So we was just heading home, and then his car make a lot of noises.
Can you describe what did you hear? What kind of noises?
Just like from the back, when you drive, it was just making too much noise. Because I remember I was just on the phone, and then he just pulled over somebody to go check my car.
So you heard the noise?
Yeah, it was very loud noise. Wherever the air come from, I think, in the back, yes.
So then he pulled, what did he say? What did he say as he pulled over?
He said I'm about to go check my car, was making a noise.
And did he stop the car at that point in time?
Yes.
So when he stops the car, could you describe for the jury what happens next when he stops his car?
So I was on the phone. When he stopped the car, he get out. Next thing I know, he was having some words with the officer.
When did you first realize a police officer was there?
I saw him. He was talking because he was talking. As the moment he stepped out, and they started talking.
So you're still in the car?
Yes.
And you're in the passenger seat?
Yes.
So could you hear what they were talking about?
No, I couldn't hear. It was going back and forth. But I remember, I think Patrick said, check my ID, something like that, in the glove tip. Thing.
So you kind of remember that?
I think, yeah.
Did you check? Did you look for his?
I think so. I think I did.
Now going back, this is 3 years ago. Had you been drinking that morning?
In that morning?
Yes.
Yes.
What were you drinking?
So in the morning, when we was at David's house, I know Patrick was sleeping. For me, at the best, I didn't really even sleep that night.
So you had been drinking all night?
Not like all night, just by hanging out with friends. Yes.
So you had been drinking,
So I didn't go to sleep. When we left David's house, Patrick was sleeping on the couch.
Did you stop and get any beers as you're driving around with Patrick?
Yes, yes.
When did you do that?
After we dropped a friend off.
Before you went to his apartment?
I don't remember exactly if, before or after. I don't remember.
Right. But at some point while you're driving, you did stop to get what
Yes,
did you get?
Budweiser. It was a Budweiser in the car.
Was Patrick drinking as well?
I do remember.
So anyway, so now we're back. We'll take you back to where you're stopped on the side of the road. Patrick's out. He's talking with the Grand Rapids officer. Had you noticed any lights or anything as you're pulling over?
I didn't see it. I didn't see it because I was on the phone. And then I was on the phone. All I heard was just noise. The car was making a lot of noise. And then he said he put it on his side. Said, "Let me go check my car. What's going on with it?"
So after he asked you for, check the glove compartment box, can you tell the jury what you remember next?
So him and the officer, they started going back and having some words, and then they went around the car to the glass. I see something was going on. That's when I step out the car, and then I just start recording.
So when you say they had words, did you hear the words?
No.
When they run around the car, can you describe that? What did you see specifically? What do you remember them running around the car?
They were just like wrestling. They just went around the car, went to the glass.
We say grass?
Yes, grass.
Do you know how they got to the grass?
Yeah, like I said, they was going back and forth.
So what, did you get out of the car?
Yes, I did.
When did you get out of the car?
So after a while, I see him in the office going back and forth. It started looking bad. So I'm like, okay, let me just take out the phone and then just.
Why do you say you think it was looking bad?
Because they was going back and forth.
So what did you do when you saw it going bad and they're going back and forth?
So I just took out the phone, and then all I heard was just shot. That's all.
So when you say you took out a phone, whose phone did you take out?
It was mine.
It was your cell phone?
Yes, sir.
And we say you took it out, did you start recording a video?
Okay, so because before I was in the car, I was in the car, we got pulled over, because also I was on the phone. So, but when I'm about to step out, I kind of like put in a pocket, open the door, and then just take out, start recording.
So when you took it out again, that's when you started recording the video of what was going on?
Yes.
Describe for the jury, what do you remember, without seeing the video, what do you remember in terms of them going back and forth? Describe what you can, what you remember.
It was happening fast. It was,
what did you see?
I saw the office on top of Patrick while I was recording, and then all I heard was pop. Then I think also he told me to stay back.
Who told you to stay back?
The office, I remember.
When you say you saw the officer on top of Patrick, when did you see him on top of him?
The same day we got pulled over.
Do you remember anything else other than that? How long, what was going on between the two?
After that happened, it came with like a bunch of police car. They put me in the car police. We came downtown.
And that was after the police took you and put you in a police car after this all happened?
Yes.
I'm gonna need the video, please. I'm gonna say, Your Honor, this is gonna be exhibit 1 for the jury's benefit, because I don't think they were here. I think we've stipulated to just about every video being played, if that's a fair assessment.
Yes, it is, Your Honor, and we have no objection to admission.
And just, how many do you recognize this?
Yes.
This would be your cell phone video, is that true? This is the start of it?
Yes.
So this would be about where you're standing when you started to get out of the car and started videotaping?
Yes.
Play it now, Your Honor. Can I help do the lights?
Run the lights on.
Please. Hold on. Turn this sound
I'm making back!
Your pants, that's what you good like. Yo.
Turn in my back.
Don't go in like that, though.
I know, but I'm just saying, man. I'm a black man too.
Yeah.
1915, service more cars. Okay?
Now, he said he's good, but I mean, yo, what's up, man?
Stop. Okay. Stop resisting.
Now, he good, not resisting nothing, bro.
Yo, come on. Come on, get the key.
Okay, why you gotta do all that, bro? He good, man.
Let go of the taser. Let go of the taser.
No, like he good, like you can talk to him, bro. Yeah, like he good, bro. Like, can you talk to him like good? Like, can you, yeah. Stop grabbing him like that. Nah, he good like for real. Yo, you hit him too. Hit that shit.
Let go of the taser.
Nah, he ain't brought no taser. I see that.
Let go of the taser. Drop the taser. Get back. Get back. 1915. I was just bullet shooting. Nelson Griggs. Nelson, put the Griggs on the floor.
I'd like to go, if that helps you remember some things. There's something about get the keys. You said get the keys. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I think it was,
Did you have the keys? Do you know what was that about?
I don't remember. But I did say her get the keys, but I don't remember what.
And did you have any keys for it? Did you have keys? Did you have the keys for the car? Did you?
Don't remember.
You also said something about, you heard him say you hit him too. What do you recall? Who hit who?
Hmm?
There's something on the video, you said you hit him.
Mm-hmm.
Who hit him? Who hit who? Who's doing the hitting?
Because they was going back and forth still. I was speaking at the moment when I was there. So right now I can't say it.
It's hard for you to remember?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Since it's been about almost 2 hours, so.
That'd be great, Your Honor.
I think now would be a good time to take our morning break, and so, I apologize.
No, I was just gonna move this microphone.
All right, and so we're gonna take a break for 15 minutes, we'll come back at 10:45. Meanwhile, please remember to leave your notes upside down in your seats, and to not discuss the case with each other or anyone else, and no access to electronics, and we'll see you back in 15 minutes.
All right, leaders, please.
Welcome. If you're just joining us, you're watching our live stream coverage of the trial of Christopher Schurr. This trial started around 8:40 this morning and kicked off with opening statements from both the prosecution and defense. We have a lot to cover. Some of the main things you'll hear is about not only some key witnesses that have started talking in this process, but also the opening statements from both the defense and the prosecution. Some things that we have noticed so far in this case, that this courtroom is completely full with support for both Schurr and Lyoya. We have seen Christopher Schurr, he's there right now, and we have seen also family members supporting him, along with supporters outside of the courthouse supporting Schurr. We've also have seen numerous supporters for Lyoya in the courtroom. Some of the key things that we heard from the prosecution in terms of the opening statement is what we could be hearing in this case. Chris Becker focused a lot on some of the experts that we'll be hearing, both we'll be hearing from police experts and taser experts. That's kind of one of the main focuses of this case, is the taser that's in question that possibly led to the unfortunate death of Patrick Lyoya. We also heard some of the training that police use and why the proper way as to how to use a taser in a situation like this. We'll also be hearing from the defense as to what they plan to bring, showing why Christopher Schurr may have made the decision that he made in this case. Also hearing from experts on why they believe that he did the proper thing in this situation. We personally have spoken to a de-escalation expert about what are some of the steps that Schurr may have taken in this process to make the decision that he made. We also heard from some witnesses. We kicked off with the person that Patrick Lyoya stayed the night with the night before he was killed. That person talked about what he saw leading up, why he was at the house the night before he was in that incident, and what he saw before the situation happened. We also heard from the passenger of that car. He talked into some detail about what led up to the shooting, what he saw. He had mentioned that Patrick had pulled over his car because the car was making loud noises. He doesn't mention Schurr stopping the car. He says that the car was already stopped. He was also questioned so far before this break. He's only been questioned by the prosecution. After this break, he will be questioned by the defense. Part of this case includes the video that this passenger took when the shooting happened. He's questioned about that. He's questioned about there's been talk about the consumption of alcohol that Patrick Lyoya had, and both the person that Patrick Lyoya stayed at that person's house and the passenger talking about alcohol consumption. So there's a lot to get through today. We have right now standing by Callie Lichter and also Josh Albertus. They've been covering the trial. We're gonna go ahead and jump to Callie. Callie right now is in the courthouse in a separate area from where the trial is taking, but she's been watching this trial since it began. Callie joins us now. Callie, what can you tell us right now?
Lauren, I think that just from the few hours of in-court things that we've been seeing, you could clearly see what both the prosecution and the defense are going to try to be proving here, or should I say the prosecution, because they really are bearing the load on this. Schurr is innocent until proven guilty. They could just sit there. They didn't have to do an opening statement if they didn't want to. It's up to County Prosecutor Chris Becker and the rest of his team to prove what he said, that the defendant caused the death of Patrick Lyoya, that the gunshot wound that Lyoya had to the back of his head was the cause of his death, and that he intended to kill or do great bodily harm and knowingly created a high risk of death or bodily harm, with death or bodily harm being the consequence. And here's really the main thing they're going to try to be proving, that it wasn't justified, it wasn't not under circumstances that could be a lesser crime. Now, this is also something that Becker was stressing during jury selection. He was upfront and honest with potential jury members and the 14 who were eventually chosen. You know, this is what he sets out to do. They are not arguing, and he even touched on this in his opening statement, which we had just heard, that, you know, he's not arguing if Patrick Lyoya was committing a crime beforehand or not. He acknowledged that, you know, there could be a circumstance where Lyoya could have been charged with fleeing and eluding, obstructing a police officer. But that's not what they're here to do during this trial. They are here to discuss kind of the final moments of that video, the gunshot. And that's what they're going to set out to prove during the duration of this trial.
And Callie, I want to ask you about the taser. We both heard from the prosecution and the defense honing in on the use of the taser. It sounds like that's going to be a major part of this case.
Lauren, definitely. That was a big chunk of these opening statements that we heard earlier this morning. And there's kind of two views on the taser that were laid out. The people are going to be arguing that this taser was not a lethal force, that, you know, in Lyoya's full possession, he would not have been able to cause death or great bodily harm to Schurr with it. And they're going to call in an expert. They're going to hear from, you know, someone who is involved in the maker of these tasers about how, you know, if this taser were to have hit Schurr, that it would have just caused, you know, some minor pains that come along with being tased, and that, you know, being hit by this taser was not great bodily harm or death, and there didn't need to be, you know, a gunshot from Schurr on the other side. But then we heard from the defense that in the hands of Lyoya, it could have had greater consequences, and Schurr feared for his life. When Lyoya was in possession of the taser, they said that Schurr could have been, you know, incapacitated. Lyoya could have grabbed for the gun. There was a lot of things that could have happened, you know, if this taser was deployable, if this taser was deployed in such manner. So there is a great divide on what this taser could have done. And I think we're going to see that throughout the trial. Again, you know, they're going to have someone come in and talk about the use of the taser, how the taser could have been used, what are the consequences of being tased. And I'm sure from all the police experts that we're going to hear throughout this trial, they're also going to be talking to this GRPD issued taser. And again, that is kind of the crux almost of these two arguments that we're going to be hearing throughout the trial, Lauren.
And you know, we also heard from the first witnesses in this case. The first witnesses were brought to the stand. What did you hear from both of those people? I believe one of those people was the passenger in the vehicle.
Yes, one of the passengers, or one of the people that we heard testimony from, said that, you know, Lyoya was like a brother to him. It was Amy Therese May, and he was the passenger in the vehicle that filmed that cell phone video that has been seen by thousands of people at this point. And we also heard from another person on that stand during their testimony that Lyoya was spending the night at his house, the night before this incident went down. He was one of the last people to see him alive. So those are kind of the starting testimonies, but especially from that passenger, he was saying that they were going to meet up with a friend, that, someone needed to drop a daughter off, and that's kind of why they were in the car, and kind of that initial starting point on why Lyoya got out of the car in the first place was to check on a noise that was coming from the car. And so they're kind of laying out, step by step what happened. And it's been 3 years, and I think for a lot of people, you could say 3 years is a lot of time to remember these minuscule details, and I know that the witnesses are having a slightly hard time. Some questions have to be repeated, and some memories jogged about what happened 3 years ago. So when we left, we are not on that 30-minute delay. Theresa May was getting cross-examined by Matt Borgula, who is Schurr's attorney, and they're kind of going into, what happened? Were they intoxicated? Were they drinking? Did they sleep the night before? Was Lyoya asleep in his clothes? So a lot of hard questions, a lot of details about what had happened, the hours, the day before leading up to this incident, Lauren.
Well, Callie, we really appreciate you. Again, Callie is in the courthouse right now in a separate area from the trial. There's very limited seating in the courtroom, so Callie is in a separate area watching the trial live. We, of course, will be coming back to you throughout the day, so Callie, we appreciate your reporting. We also want to remind people at this moment that we are on a court-mandated delay, a 30-minute delay. So the trial is currently back in session, but we cannot show that just yet because, again, we are on that delay. Now, there are obviously supporters on both sides for both Schurr and Lyoya. We've been able to speak to people before this and at the trial right now. We're going to go to 13 on your side, Josh Robertus, who's live outside the courthouse. Josh, you have spent the morning talking to many different parties outside, even a state rep who is there for the trial. Josh, talk about what you're hearing.
Yeah, absolutely, Laura. I want to get to that in a second, but kind of want to describe the scene for you right now because behind me it doesn't seem like there's much going on, but that's because we are actually on the floor of the courthouse right now where that trial is taking place. On the other side of my camera, I can see the courtroom from here, but we can't film that side. We can't be filming anyone without their consent, so we're kind of off to the side here. We're being quiet because, as you mentioned, even though we are on that 30-minute delay, court is now back in session. But while we spent the morning outside of the courthouse, it was a lot of hopes out there. Hopes, first of all, a lot of people saying, they wanted it to be peaceful. They wanted nothing to violently or otherwise come out of this. They wanted peaceful protest, support, and opposition when it comes to this case, but also hopes as to the outcome. I mean, you heard in court this morning, the prosecution obviously trying the case, alleging murder in this case. The defense saying, kind of making the case this is not murder, this was self-defense. Many of the people who were out here this morning outside the courthouse carrying what are called those thin blue line flags, often used in support of law enforcement, and now for many of these people in support of former Officer Schurr. We spoke with one of those people this morning who said she believes after seeing that video that Callie mentioned of the scene now central to this case, Schurr, in her view, is innocent. All right, you all good to go? Thank you so much for talking to us. Appreciate it. So just first, for a quick mic check, if you wouldn't mind just saying and spelling your name for us and where you're from.
Andrea, Andrea. Last name's Runyons, Runions. I'm from Michigan. That's all I'm going to leave it at.
Okay. And your sign kind of speaks for itself, but kind of tell people who aren't here, why are you folks out here? Tell us what you're... Okay, so we're kind of having some technical difficulties there. We hope to bring you back that sound in a moment to hear what that protester had to say, but we also spoke with someone on the other side of this case as well, seemingly someone who came here in support of Patrick Lyoya. He was carrying a sign that said justice for Lyoya, justice for Patrick Lyoya. For him, he said he knew him personally. He described him basically as a brother, he said, a good person, a good father, and justice in this instance for him, he said, looks like a guilty verdict.
While someone defending themselves has a moral responsibility to do what they possibly can before eliminating the threat, an ordered society must also defend those who, for the sake of their own life, for the sake of the lives of others, must act in a split second to use necessary force to stop their attackers.
Okay, so you kind of heard there, that was not the protester in support of Lyoya. That was actually for a separate press conference that happened also outside the court this morning. Politics, as you heard, kind of also coming to the scene here. A state representative from the east side of the state coming here to talk about a bill he said he introduced very recently when it comes to defenders in what he feels are cases like this. He said what would create a presumption of civil immunity after a favorable criminal outcome, covering threatened use of force, people who might warn an attacker, and that could offer full recovery for defenders' legal costs. Now, while it may have died down, I'm looking down at the scene right now, where we're just by these windows overlooking that court street right now. While that may have somewhat died down from this morning, it's certainly, clear at this point, certainly active outside just as it is inside the courtroom, and we could likely expect that to continue later into the week, and we will bring you reactions to this case as we get them. For now, I'm going to toss it back to you, Lauren.
Josh, thank you. As you can see right there, we have a lot of people on both sides of this situation supporting both Schurr and Lyoya. We are going to be continuing to cover this. Something we do want to mention is that, again, there's very limited seating in this courtroom, but again, this is a public case. So people from the public are allowed to come. We have obviously seen that courtroom packed with people, but again, this is a public case. Once again, this is on a 30-minute delay. And so what you're seeing right now is happening within our stream. It looks like soon the proceedings will be starting again. And so once those proceedings start, we'll be back fully streaming this whole entire coverage live to you. We're going to continue to bring you as many updates as possible. Looks like they're starting pretty soon. We're also watching this live with you. So as you get updates, we will be learning updates as well. I'm trying to get in from back in our all right, and it looks like we're going to be going back to that live stream. Take a listen.
to the jury, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Tuyushime.
Good morning, sir.
Am I saying your name correctly?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Matt Borgula. I represent Christopher Schurr. You testified on direct that you had a relationship with Patrick Lyoya.
Yeah, yes.
Right? Okay. I think you said he's a friend, like a brother.
Yes.
So you've known him a long time.
I know him for a while.
Okay. But you don't know his last name, did you?
Now I do, but before I didn't.
Okay. So at the time of this incident, you didn't know Patrick Lyoya's last name?
No, I did not.
Okay. And you referred to him by a nickname, right?
Yes.
What was that nickname?
I think called him Pimp.
Pimp?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think you indicated that you spoke English to each other.
Yes.
And that's because any African languages you might use, it was easier to communicate in English than those languages. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And you had no trouble understanding Patrick Lyoya when he spoke English to you?
No.
And he had no trouble understanding English when you spoke to him?
Yeah, we communicate.
Okay, that's how you communicate, right?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk about the night before the incident. You were at your apartment, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
That, because we're recording everything, if you say mm-hmm or uh-huh, it's hard for the court reporter later to tell if it's, yeah. So
I didn't hear you, sorry.
That's okay. If you could use yes or no, or even yeah or no, just something so we know whether you're agreeing or disagreeing with what I'm saying, okay?
No problem.
Okay. So you were at your apartment the night before?
Not my apartment. I was at a friend's apartment.
Okay, so did you live with David Bakuru?
Yeah, I have lived with David Bakuru. Yes.
Okay, were you living with David Bakuru at the time?
No.
Where were you living at the time?
I had a roommate. Different roommate.
Okay, and where were you living at the time?
On East Bayline. His apartment on East Bayline.
Okay. So on, this is Sunday, you went over to David Bakuru's apartment?
Yes.
When did you get there?
We spent the night. We was there for I think we was there for over the week because all day, I think I was just there all day, Saturday too.
Okay, well, let's talk about that. So you went to David Bakuru's apartment on Saturday?
I think Saturday, like late night, but I don't remember.
Okay. Well, let me see if I can help you here. The incident took place on Monday morning.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you know that?
Yes.
All right, so the day before that would be Sunday, right?
Yes.
And the day before that would be Saturday?
Yes.
Is it your testimony that you were at David Bakuru's house on Saturday?
Yeah, I don't remember if I was there all day. Don't remember.
Okay, was Patrick Lyoya there on Saturday?
Because I know he was with me too. I don't know if he came find us over there. I don't remember exactly if he came later on Saturday, come find us over there. If I was with him, just been a while.
Okay, I understand. It's been a few years, right? Yeah. Okay, so you may or may not have seen Patrick Lyoya on Saturday?
Yes.
Okay. And then you for sure saw him on Sunday?
Sunday was together.
And you saw him at David Bakuru's house on Sunday?
Yes.
All right. When did you go to David Bakuru's house on Sunday? What time of day?
I was Saturday, like I said, Saturday I think I may come late, but I remember I was there all day Saturday, Sunday.
Okay.
So I don't remember exactly the time.
All right, so I want to focus your attention on Sunday, the day before the incident.
Okay.
At some point, you're at David Bakura's house, right?
Yes.
And you don't live there?
No.
Okay. What were you guys doing on Sunday at David Bakura's house?
Well, we was listening to like some African music, just hanging out, really.
And who was there?
It was some other guys from the town. Think Di Maria, Matendo, Ben, also Patrick.
Okay, and I'm going to have to ask you to speak up a little bit too. You have a soft voice, so do I actually. So I always try to find the microphone. So you don't have to yell, just to get as close to the microphone as you can.
Okay.
Okay. So you said Di Maria was there?
Yes.
Is that a first name or a last name?
First name.
And who else?
David, Patrick, Ben also. That's the people I remembering. And Matendo also.
So Di Maria, David, Patrick, and who?
Matendo.
Matendo?
Yeah.
And anybody else?
That's what I'm remembering so far.
Okay. And you guys were hanging out?
Yes, hanging out.
And you were drinking?
Also, there was some drinks there.
You were drinking, was Patrick Lyoya drinking?
Yes, yes, he was.
Do you recall what he was drinking?
Huh?
Do you recall what he was drinking?
Don't remember, but I know he like Budweiser. So.
And you guys were drinking all day?
Yes, we were just there hanging out. It's not like drink back to back, but just hanging out, listen to music.
Did you go to sleep that night on Sunday?
No, I didn't. I was up.
You pulled an all-nighter?
Yes.
And Patrick went to sleep at some point?
Yes.
Okay, so he had been drinking. He decided he wanted to go to sleep.
I don't know. He just was just laying down in the couch. He was probably getting some rest.
Okay, so is the couch in the main room where everybody's hanging out?
Yes, in the living room, yes.
And he's got all his clothes on?
Yes.
Is it fair to say he was passed out?
No, he was not passed out. He was good. He was not passed out.
You guys were talking and having a good time, right?
Yes.
He's on the couch with all his clothes on.
Yes.
And he'd be drinking.
Yes.
So you stayed up all night until the early morning of Monday, April 4th. Is it fair to say you were drunk?
Yeah, I was bad.
I'm sorry?
I was a little bit bad. I was not too drunk.
That's kind of like being a little bit pregnant. You're not too drunk?
Yeah.
You're kind of drunk.
Because, I walked to the car. I'll still be able to move around.
Okay. So you decide to go somewhere on Monday morning?
Yes.
And you're going with Patrick Lyoya, right?
Yes.
Where are you going?
We was about to, one of our friends, he had to take his daughter to school. So we wake Patrick up so he can be able to drop him to his house so he can take his daughter to school.
Okay, so everybody's drinking in this apartment, right?
Mm-hmm. I don't know if everybody, because I was looking who's drinking or not. I know I was, but I don't know if everybody was.
All right, and so you decide that you need to take someone for a ride.
Mm-hmm.
And so Patrick Lyoya gets behind the wheel of the car, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I know it's
I'm not
normal
used to-
conversation to
I'm
say,
not
mm, but for the record, you have to say yes or no, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So why are you going with Patrick Lyoya to drop someone else off so he can take his child to school?
It looked like he got some rest. They would just ask him a ride at the moment. I didn't have a car. Also, the other guy didn't have his car with him.
Okay, and why are you going?
Huh? Just going. I don't remember exactly.
Okay. And so who was the friend that you had to drop off so he could take his child to school?
His name was Di Maria.
Di Maria?
Yes.
And had he been up all night drinking too?
Don't remember.
Okay. And he was going to take his kid to school?
Yeah, he said he had to take his daughter daycare or school. I don't remember something like that.
Okay. All right, so it's about 8 in the morning. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
All right. And you, I think you testified when the prosecutor was asking you questions that you went and saw Patrick Lyoya's apartment?
Yes.
Okay, is that where he lived?
Yeah, because he told me he just moved there. He was trying to start a business, cutting hair. He likes to cut hair.
But this was a residential place where he would live, right? Was he going to cut hair out of this place, or was he going to live
so
there?
it was like a duplex. Actually, it's right around the corner where the accident happened. So it was like a duplex. It's a place upstairs and then in the basement. You can store people walking on the street.
Okay, and was he going to work as a hair cutter out of the basement?
Yeah, he said he want to start a business cutting his own haircut. He's cutting people hair.
All right, so you're driving around, you see Patrick Lyoya's place, and then you decide to drive some more, and then you decided you're going to go get something more to drink?
Yeah, we'll grab some beer.
At 8 a.m. on Monday?
Yes. I don't remember exactly the time was.
You grabbed some Budweiser?
Yes.
And Patrick Lyoya got behind the wheel of a car, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah, there you go. And he's driving around drunk, right?
I don't know if he was drunk, because I know he did get some rest when he was at home. So we thought actually he was good to drive, because he got some rest. He slept.
Does he even have a driver's license?
He should. He drives.
He should, right? But do you know if he actually has one?
I never asked.
Okay. And after a night of drinking, because he was passed out on the couch, you thought it was okay for him to drive. Is that right? Is that fair?
I don't think he was passed out. Just because there's a lot of people, he just want to get some rest. Passed out, I don't think passed out.
Okay, so you're driving around and I think you said Patrick Lyoya says there's something wrong with his car.
Yes.
And then he starts making right turns, right?
No, so because his car was, even when we left the place, his car was making a lot of noise. We went to drop my friend up, it was not making a lot of noise, and the car started making a lot of noises. Whatever the air comes in, and I don't.
All right, so wherever the air comes in, it was making noise.
Yeah, the car was making noise. Okay. So it started making really noise, and then he said, okay, let me go check this out. Let's see what's going on with the car.
All right, and did he take any turns?
Yeah, he went to, yes. So he was driving, and then I remember he turned it like right. He said turn it right to go check out the car.
And then he took another right?
It was one right, because we was on the main road, and then he take it right.
And then he took another right?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
Yes.
You knew there were police behind you, didn't you?
No, I didn't. I was on the phone. I didn't even hear the lights that goes the
All right, I think you said there was noise out of the back, and then Mr. Lyoya said to you, I'm going to go check the noise?
I'm going to go check that's why I put off the road, the main road where it was on. That's why, because that's what I'm thinking, I'm on the phone. Yes.
So he was gonna go check that noise?
Yeah, what's going on with the car?
All right. Is Mr. Lyoya a mechanic?
I never seen him fix cars.
All right, so there's a noise, you want to listen to the noise. He jumps out of the car, or quickly gets out of the car, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And before he did so, he turned the car off, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. And if it's a noise, you would think he would want to keep the car on, right?
What's the question again?
Do you see Mr. Lyoya turn the car off?
No, I don't remember.
You
Because
don't
I know he
remember?
just put in the parking, then go check the car. So I remember. Excuse me.
Well, if he's going to go check the car and the noise is in the back, did you notice he went to the front of the car?
No, I saw him get it now. I didn't know this. I just saw him behind it.
Did Patrick Lyoya say anything like the car is broken down?
No.
Did he complain about the noise?
Yes, the noise, because it started getting worse.
Okay, and then when did you notice that there was a police car with his lights on behind you?
So once Patrick got out, I heard him and the officer having some words. That's when I knew. I think, if I remember, I think also the police officer, he came. I think, I don't know if he was there in the car also talking to him. So I don't remember that one, don't misquote, but I don't remember. But when I exactly remember him when he got the car and then I saw him, they started having words back and forth.
So you're saying it's a coincidence that at the moment Patrick Lyoya got out of his car to check the noise, there happened to be a police officer pulling him over?
Yes.
So after you saw that there was a police officer and he was talking to Patrick Lyoya, did Patrick Lyoya open the door to the car?
Yeah, because, yes.
Okay. Did he ask you for his ID?
I remember he saying to check something in my car, so.
He asked you to open the glove box and look for his...
I think so. I don't remember exactly, but I think check my ID, go check direct deposit for the ID.
Okay, and there was no ID in there, right?
It was like, I don't remember. Because I don't remember giving him ID. I didn't see it.
Well, you guys had bought beer earlier in the morning, right?
Yes. Yes.
Did you get carded? You know what I mean by that? Did anybody ask you for your ID when you bought the beer?
Yes. I think
Okay.
I had my ID.
Okay, and so you bought the beer?
Yeah, for that. I don't know who paid for it, but I had my ID. I probably ended up paying it, the bills.
Okay. And do you keep your ID in your wallet?
Was it yes.
Okay, and Patrick Lyoya had his wallet in his pants, right?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
But he's asking you to look for his driver's license in the glove box.
He asked me to look for so.
And you did not find one?
I don't remember finding one.
Were there any IDs in the car of which you were aware?
Did I see ID? I don't remember. I don't recall it.
All right, so you said that you started filming because things were looking bad. And certainly this did look bad, right? Patrick had been drinking and driving. You knew that.
Like I said, he was sleeping, so we thought he got some rest. He was be able to go to drive. So I was not in him for me to know if he was drunk. It
Okay.
seemed like he was driving fine, by the way.
Did you guys have open beer in the car?
Yes.
Did you think that was okay?
No, that was not okay.
Okay, because you can't drive around with open beer in the car.
Mm-hmm.
You're pretty drunk at this point, right?
I'm sorry?
You're pretty drunk at this point, right?
Like I said, I was told, I don't know what you consider drunk. Like, what, drunk, not remember anything happened? Or what kind of drunk you consider?
Well, there's blackout drunk, right?
Yes.
You weren't blackout drunk, where you can't remember anything, right? And there's drunk, where your ability to perceive what's going on is affected by the alcohol in your system. Do you think you were drunk?
I was still active. I was not too drunk.
Okay, so you get out of the car about after Officer Schurr, the police officer, follows him around the back of the car, right?
Yeah, they was going back and forth.
Okay, before he followed him, did you see Patrick Lyoya shove Officer Schurr?
They both was kind of aggressive with each other.
And before, did you see Patrick shove Officer Schurr?
No, I don't quite, no.
You don't remember Patrick shoving Officer Schurr?
No.
But you remember Officer Schurr shoving him?
No, it was two people going back and forth.
Like fighting?
It looked like.
And then, did you see Patrick Lyoya run around the back of the car?
Don't remember that one. Because I know they went to the back. So if it was running, but I don't remember. Because I was still in the car still.
Okay, but at that point, did you put your phone down? I know you were playing on your phone, right?
Yes.
Once you noticed the commotion, did you start watching?
I kind of did, yes.
And at some point, you saw Officer Schurr tackle Patrick Lyoya, right?
It's not so, it was two people. So I didn't see if he attacked. I saw them aggressive with each other. That's why I decided, I'm like, okay, something's going on. Let me then take my phone and start recording.
Okay, all right. Did you see with your eyes Officer Schurr tackle Patrick Lyoya on the grass?
When I saw it, he was on top of Patrick.
Okay.
But don't remember him like attack, but all I saw he was on top of Patrick.
Okay, so there was a lot of back and forth, as you say.
Yes.
And that it was on the neighbors on the lawn, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you saw, you got out of the car, right?
Yes.
And you saw a neighbor come out?
No, I don't remember. I don't remember seeing anybody else coming.
Okay, on your video, Mr. McFarland, can you pull up stipulated exhibit, Your Honor?
Do it.
But just focus on the cell phone video. Yes, this is B. And if you could focus on just the cell phone video that Mr. Tuyasheme took. This is, Your Honor, we have, there's two ways we can do this. There's a time notation, as you see in green numerals, or the RFN number. And you're going to hear more about the RFN number later, but they break down by, within the second, the actual frame.
Okay,
So this is RFN 155 for the record.
Thank you.
Oh, 4. Let's do that up there.
4,155.
Oh, this is Defense Exhibit A, apparently.
And that reflects the point in time.
It does. And the time is right above it as well.
But I just wanted to make it clear for the record.
No, I appreciate it.
What part you fast forwarded to. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so Mr. Tuyasheme, what's on the screen is your cell phone video. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. So this is from your vantage point.
Yes.
All right, so you see the guy in the white t-shirt there?
Yes.
And I know you can see him now because the video, but at the time, you don't even remember that person being there?
No, I didn't, because it was happening really fast. And I took out the phone, so I wasn't paying attention to.
You didn't hear him talking to you?
Don't remember, but I think I heard some words, but don't remember the current.
Okay, and if we could go and have ready to go RFN 4956. All right, so Mr. Tuyasheme, so this altercation occurs between Patrick Lyoya and Officer Schurr, right? You're now filming it. Patrick Lyoya starts trying to communicate with you, right?
Yes.
Okay, and he's doing it in English, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you're actually giving some kind of play-by-play on the video, right? You're
What does that
talking to
mean?
yourself?
I was talking just looking at, because I had the phone, sometimes just put it down, not down, like, but I was talking what I keep seeing.
Okay. And, you know, since you brought it up, you put the phone down.
No, not the down, like, you know, when you have camera and then you sideways, yeah.
So there's some part of your film that we're looking at the ground, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, why did you do that? Do you recall?
No, I don't know.
Okay. All right, and so you heard Patrick Lyoya yell at you, get the keys. If we could play 4956. You might need to back that up. Do you hear Patrick yelling at you to get the keys?
Yeah,
And he's looking at you, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, and I think you testified on direct, you don't know why he's yelling at you to get the keys.
No.
He wasn't asking you to start the car?
No.
All right. And he does it 2 more times, right?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
I just found that, yeah.
Now, you heard the officer at the time was trying to arrest Patrick, right?
Trying to arrest?
He kept saying, "Stop resisting."
Okay.
Right? Do you remember that?
Well, like I said, there was things going on between 2 officers, Patrick and the officer. Really, I just took out the phone, started recording.
Mm-hmm.
So, no,
You saw the officer trying to get Patrick under arrest, right?
yes,
Okay, and you knew Patrick Lyoya had been drinking and driving, right?
he was sleep. You keep asking me. You keep asking me the same thing, different angles about. For me, Patrick got some rest, but you say he was passed out. He got some rest, and then we say, Patrick, maybe it was good to drive. So
Okay.
I don't know if it was.
Did you give him a breathalyzer?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
But I don't know why.
And you let your other friend go drive his kid to school, right?
No, he didn't. I don't know if he drove the kid to school because we dropped him off. So, but you keep asking me different.
Well, because I'm trying, you're telling the officer to. I'd like to ask a question, Your Honor. You are telling the officer to stop grabbing him like that, right?
Yeah, I heard in the video. Just heard, yes.
So you're telling the officer not to arrest him?
I'm not telling no officer what to do.
So now at the time, and I'm not talking about what you saw in the video, you saw Patrick Lyoya grab the taser, right?
I saw also in the video.
You saw him on the video do that? Okay. And you heard the officer tell him to drop the taser, right?
I heard, yes.
And now, after Mr. Lyoya is shot, other police officers show up, right?
Yes.
Okay, and they, you're still there, you're outside the car, right?
Yes.
And they tell you to put your hands on your head, right?
Yes.
And you did.
Yes.
And they tell you to back up, right?
Yes.
And you did.
Yes.
Okay, because you know that in that situation, you have to comply with the commands of the police officers, right?
Yes.
Okay. So why are you telling Officer Schurr to let Patrick Lyoya go when he's telling him to stop resisting?
So exactly what you were asking. I'm not, I was just speaking as I saw the video, and then I'm not in a position to tell the officer what to do.
Okay, but you were, right?
I wasn't. I feel like I wasn't.
Stop grabbing him that way?
Huh? Sorry.
You were telling the officer to stop grabbing him that way.
I saw them, they was fighting, but not fighting, going back and forth.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor. You may, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, sir. You are excused.
Thank you.
Only Butler?
Good morning. And sir, before you take your seat, if you please raise your right hand, my clerk will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
My name is Wayne Butler, Wayne Butler.
Sure, I'd like to take you back to April 4th of 2022, where you were living in the area of Nelson and Griggs in the city of Grand Rapids.
Yes, sir.
Could you tell what were you doing that morning at your house?
I was actually just getting out of the shower. Yeah, I was just getting out of the shower.
Okay, as you're getting out of the shower, did something catch your attention?
Yeah.
Unusual happening in your neighborhood?
Yeah, so I was getting out of the shower. I go to my bedroom and I notice, you know, my shades were shut, but I noticed like police lights, and, you know, it's kind of odd because I'm, you know, far in. To this day, nobody's been pulled over in front of my, you know, one of those kind of things. It's not like, anyway, so it was an odd occurrence. And so I look out and I just looked under the blinds and I saw it was like a traffic stop. And it proceeded me to go downstairs and kind of see what was going on. You know, I kind of raced down, put my shorts on or pants or whatever it was that morning, t-shirt.
Now you say when you looked at, I guess the initial, when you look out of your blinds, you say it's a traffic stop. What did you see specifically the traffic stop?
I saw the car that was being pulled over here, and then the officer's car behind it. And I don't even quite remember if the officer had got out at that point. I don't even know if they had gotten into that. I believe that by the time I had got my pants on real quick and went downstairs to see what was going on, it had just started. That's what I recall.
When you say it just started, what do you mean it just started?
That 60 second or minute and 30 seconds, that was, you know, what I guess the video that everyone's seen.
Okay.
So I guess, without getting the video right now, could you tell the jury, when you come downstairs, you put in your pants, where do you go?
So I'm on my porch and it's closed in. So I'm just kind of like observing what's going on at the time. And then I see Patrick get out and he's out of his car. That was the first thing. I'm like, man, you're supposed to get out of the car. But then I see this tussle proceed. And yeah, it was horrific. I mean, the first thing I kind of noticed that kind of caught my attention was something that was black fell off. And at first I thought it was an officer's gun and I didn't want to get shot. Like immediately that's where my mind went. This tussle's going to end up in someone dying, and I didn't know what. It's like one of those things your spirit tells you. You don't know, but you don't know what to do.
So you can stop you right there.
Okay.
Try and stick with what you
Okay.
saw.
Yeah, okay,
What you
okay.
saw, what you remember. So when you see where's this initial tussle that you see when you're standing on your porch?
It comes from the street and it goes like to my front lawn. So in the front lawn is where I saw the black thing fall off, and I guess it ended up being a shoe or maybe a walkie-talkie or something. Yeah, that's what I.
Describe a little bit better for the jury. What do you see of the tussle then? Is it now they're in their front yard?
Okay.
What describe for the tussle?
So the tussle is like the officer has Patrick and he's running. So the car is here and he's like running in like a circle, like if somebody was running, they were committing a crime, like they'd run straight, right? But he was running in like a circle. And then there was this guy and he's just videotaping this whole thing. And I'm like, what is going on here? This is all the way out of control. It's a wrestling match that what I saw was a wrestling match where Patrick didn't fight back, but he didn't like physically fight back and the officer had control of him, but it was a tussle. If that can explain it best,
So you talk about a wrestling match and a tussle.
Yes.
When you say what do you mean Patrick didn't fight back? Can you describe
Meaning he didn't lay down. My daughter wrestles, right? So he was the one on the ground the whole time, but he wasn't just put your hands behind your back. He wasn't complying, but he also wasn't fighting the officer off. It wasn't that kind of thing. The officer was on top of him, holding him down, and he was trying to work his way. That's what I mean by tussle. If you can kind of picture that.
So this is happening essentially in your yard?
Yes.
So what happened, this tussle? What happens after?
Then Patrick gets up and then it goes next door.
How does it go next door? Describe the jury. You remember going next door.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but please let him finish the question completely. I know you don't testify every day, but just let him finish the complete question.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
then answer,
Yes,
because
Your
you're talking over each other.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
And then that makes it hard when someone wants to transcribe later.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry.
So if you can ask.
So you go back in terms of, so you say he gets up, you saw Patrick get up. Describe to the jury what you saw as they move into the next yard.
If you've ever seen a wrestling match, like in a wrestling match, like WWE, I'm not a big wrestler, but I'm just saying a wrestling match, they engage and then they break apart, and then I don't know how to describe it other than in that time, Patrick, he could have ran away, the officer could have called for backup in this re-engagement period.
Just what you saw and heard, not what they could have done. That's if you just describe what you saw and heard.
Okay, so I went out there at that point, and how it got to the other part of the lawn, he got up and was kind of trying to pull his pants up and kind of ran over to the other side, and the officer, then they re-engaged and kind of wrestled over there. When they were in my front yard, I remember telling them to just stay down, Patrick. I remember telling Patrick to stay down, and he got back up, and I know I'm not doing a great job. I'm sorry.
Best you can. So you say, well, they're on the ground in front of your house. After they walk across, do you see Patrick throw any punches or any
No.
Any kicking by Patrick? Anything along those lines?
No.
Never saw that as they transitioned into the other yard.
No.
So what happens when they get over the other yard? Can you describe again? What do you see?
So when they get into the other yard, I remember the officer shooting the taser, and the taser didn't work. Like it shot him and it went in his clothes. I don't know how they work, but it didn't like, the effect didn't happen, and they were both like kind of surprised that didn't like stop the situation.
Could you go in a little bit, what did you see? Can you describe a little bit better for the jury what you saw that taser shot? Can you go a little more detail what you saw the two of them doing? How are they positioned? What exactly did you see?
They're like maybe say 3 to 6 feet apart, and he deploys the taser, and then Patrick kind of gets it in his chest and kind of like pulls it out, and then they re-engage, and then that's where he's trying to like keep the taser down.
Who's trying to keep the taser?
Patrick was trying to keep the taser, like he was trying to like keep the taser away from him. And then I ran upstairs to go get my phone like the other gentleman.
Why did you do that?
Because I didn't know that there was anything else that I could do at this point. I felt like I talked to the officer, I talked to Patrick. And maybe I didn't. Maybe there was more I could have done, but.
You say you talked to the officer. What do you mean by that?
I just told them both. I just said, hey, stay down, just relax, chill. Hey, get your guy. I was just trying to calm the situation, and I think when I went upstairs, if I didn't go upstairs, I think if somebody had been there to oversee the situation, it might have not.
Now going back in terms of when you're there, just as you're standing outside, what did you hear Patrick say? Did you hear Patrick say anything?
I don't know. I can't testify to anything. I don't know. It was really a traumatic experience. It was very, very traumatic, and like a lot of it's blocked out, and I'm only gonna tell you what I know to be a fact.
What did you remember the officer saying?
I don't know. I think I blocked out a lot of those words. I just remember the actions and the moment and the feeling.
Now, you went upstairs, so you didn't see how it ended.
Yes.
Did you hear anything after you went upstairs?
Yes. So I ran upstairs, and I actually timed myself like before, just so I'd have like the proper information for the jury. And it's like 7 seconds, like 1, 2, 3, 4. Grab my phone off the bed, run back downstairs, and by the time I got to like the 3rd step, I heard the pop, like the 3rd step from the floor. I heard a pop, and then I looked, and then he stepped back and he said, "Officer involved shooting." And yeah, that was.
And you were inside your house at that point in time?
No, I just got back. Yeah, when the shot went off. Yes, sir.
Gotcha. Right.
I'm sorry.
Now we're going to show you Exhibit 1 of the video again. Go through it a little bit with you. Put it on the screen, please. Hey, dim the lights too, please, if you could. There's a laser pointer right here. Just hit that big button.
Okay.
Now, you recognize this?
Yep.
What's on the video here?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
What do you recognize this as?
That's my house, and that's my fiance's car.
All right. And are you in this?
Yes, that's me in the
You
white
use a
shirt.
laser pointer,
Oh,
right?
sorry,
That's what-
sorry. That's me in the white shirt.
So this is after you come outside.
Yes.
How long were you standing there after the running? Were you outside when the running occurred? You talk about running around the car. Were you, is that?
So I was here for most of it, and then I came out once it got to be like this, and I believe that's where I was saying just stay down. But I wanted to keep the distance. Like you notice where I'm positioned with the car, I didn't want to get shot. Like in my whole time in my mind, and I know it's just my opinion, but this is why I'm positioned like this, because somebody's gonna get shot. If you wake up in the morning and you see this, this isn't gonna end good.
All right, so just stop right there.
Okay.
So we're gonna play it a little bit more.
Yeah, Pat, you good, don't buy him like that, though. I know, but I'm just saying, man, I'm a black man too.
Did you hear that? I'm a black man too?
Yeah.
So is that you?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay. And who were you talking to at that point?
I was talking to Patrick. I was just telling him, man, come on, I know it might not be your day, man, but you gotta stay down to live.
Keep going.
Yeah. 1915, service more cars. Now you say he's good, but yo, what's up, man? Stop. Okay.
Now you're off the screen. Are you still watching it?
Yes, yeah.
So you're
Yeah.
watching, have you moved
No,
at all?
I'm still behind the car. Yeah.
But in terms of, you know,
I'm where I can see. Yes.
in terms of where I can see, from this point, you know, there's sometimes where the screen goes out. Did you ever see Patrick throw a punch?
No.
Ever see Patrick kick?
No.
Patrick throw a headbutt or anything like
No.
that? Patrick was just walking along as he sees in the video.
Yeah, yes.
Stop resisting. Now you good, not resisting nothing, bro.
Come on, dog. I heard that.
Yeah.
Was that you?
Yeah.
Who were you talking to at that point?
Just like the whole situation, like just stop. Whatever you're doing, just stop. You know, just stop. Like this is an officer of the law. You know, and like in America's history, this is how it ends every time.
Just stop right there. So you just stop right there. But you were just trying. You were talking.
Yes. I was just trying to reason with the person that needed to be I felt could reason with. I didn't know I could reason with the officer necessarily.
Play a little bit longer.
Okay, why you gotta do all that, bro? He good, man.
So I'm gonna stop right there. Did you see this? Do you remember when?
Yeah, I remember him trying to hold back the taser. I remember the taser coming out and then the taser not working.
You say who's trying to hold back the taser?
Like Patrick was trying to hold off the taser in the struggle. Like he was trying to, he was trying not to get tased.
Do you remember were you outside for this part?
I don't quite remember. I think I might have gone upstairs in that last couple 6 seconds.
Let go of the taser.
Oh no, I was there for that part. Yeah, because they were struggling over the taser.
Let go of the taser. No, like he good, like you can talk to him, bro.
Do you remember if you were outside at this point in time? You know.
I'm not sure. I probably was. I went upstairs for that last 6 seconds of the video, as I said. That's what I know to be a fact.
So just before the shot that's when you were inside?
Yes.
And once again, any point in time when you were outside watching that, did you see punching, kicking, hitting on behalf of
No.
Did you hear him say anything to the officer, threaten him in anything?
No.
Everything what you heard is basically captured on the cell phone?
Absolutely.
Nothing, you didn't hear anything different, you remember anything?
No.
You said you came back outside though, right?
Yes, sir.
Like he good, bro. Like, can you talk to him like good? Like, can you, stop grabbing him like that. Now he good at it for real. Yo, you hear him too. Get that shit. Now he ain't got no taser. I see that. Let go of the taser. Drop taser.
Now, is this when you came back outside?
Yes.
So this is what you saw when you came back out?
Yeah. And I saw him backing up, saying officer involved shooting. He called it in right away.
Get back!
That's what I saw.
Get back!
So that's what you saw as him backing up?
Yeah. I didn't quite see the get back, but I did see that.
I guess during this whole incident, you see the person, you didn't know Patrick, you didn't know.
I know nobody.
Okay. The person taking the cell phone, did you ever see him approach getting closer than this?
No.
No. What was he doing?
He was just recording.
Over here? weapons? Anything you?
No, no.
All right, thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor. Hi, Mr. Butler.
Hey, how's it going, sir?
Do you need water, sir?
Yes, that would be fantastic.
That's what it's for, yeah. It's not a test to see how long you can go without water. Help yourself. Do you need help? You've never testified before? I guess you testified once.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Take your time. You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, all right. So I think we've established that you didn't see everything.
Yes.
And you ran upstairs kind of during the critical moment, right?
The last 6 seconds, God spared my eyes, yes.
And if we could switch over to the defense. And Mr. McFarland, if I could get the video. This is Exhibit A. And if you could go to RFN 3625. And if we could dim the lights, please. And then if you could zoom in on the dash cam video, Mr. Butler, do you still have the
Yes,
laser
sir.
pointer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You recognize what's been displayed on this screen as, this is Defense Exhibit A, and it's at RFN 3625. Your house is in the foreground there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's you in the white T-shirt?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're just getting ready for work, right?
That's it.
Yeah. You weren't planning on this in your day, right?
No, sir.
Okay. What time do you normally go to work?
That morning, I was actually heading to the auction in Jenison.
Okay.
Yeah, so about 9 o'clock, yes.
Okay. What kind of auction?
Car auction. I was
So that's what
working
you
with
do
a
for a
car.
living?
Yeah, it was
Okay.
work, yeah.
All right, so you're coming out, and for the record, is that about the time when you came out of your house? Is that fair? I can back it up a little bit if you want. I just want to get the time when you actually came out.
No, I didn't appear. So I was on my porch with the door closed first, like watching from a safe place. And then when I saw it escalated, I figured I should step outside, and that's when you see me kind of intervene. So when you see me off of the porch, I'm probably on the porch maybe another, 20 seconds. I don't know how much further, but I was on the porch prior watching. I didn't just jump out into action. I was kind of observing to see what was going to happen first.
All right, and were you watching through that door that is now open?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mr. McFarland, if you could back it up. Okay, stop there. So it's kind of hard to see, but you can see you're watching there.
Yeah, yep.
Okay, so you're through the door, and there's a car between you and Mr. Lyoya and Officer Schurr. Right?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And they're on the ground at this point,
Yep.
right? So were you able to see them on the ground, or did you come out to get a better view?
I came out to see what was going on. Yeah.
So you don't have a full picture of what's going on. Did you see? If we can go back another 5 seconds.
This is RFN 353.
Okay.
That's where we were, 353.
Okay, stop there.
Mine stopped at 3406, RFN.
I think you're right. If it's not clear, RFN 3406. I'm showing you, it appears that you're not in the doorway. Is that fair?
Right. Yeah. Yep.
Do you have any recollection of where you were at this point?
Maybe on the way down the stairs.
Okay. When you first noticed something was going on, were you upstairs?
Yeah, I was in the window to the left.
Okay.
The upstairs window to the left.
And your stairs are sort of just down the corner, you come down and then you're on the
Exactly.
porch?
That window right there on the side is to my steps.
Okay, and if you could point with it on the laser pointer?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm sorry. So my steps, this is my bathroom, and anyways, I came right down the steps. Yeah, but this is where I observed it from that window, the initial lights.
Okay. And so you came down, and if we could play it forward. And we stop there. And now
now we've stopped at RFN 3887. And at this point, you have a very close eye contact with the officer and the person he's trying to arrest, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think you testified you don't know either of these people,
No,
right?
no.
There's just an officer and a person on your, is it your lawn or the neighbor's lawn?
That is my lawn there. Well, it's right behind my fiance's. I don't want the cars to get damaged, or I didn't, you know, I mean, I'm just, think about it, you know, and, yeah, my neighbor's lawn is next door, sir, sorry.
Okay, no, that's, so they're on your neighbor's lawn.
That's my neighbor's lawn, I'm sorry, and this is my lawn.
Okay, and you used the laser pointer to show that your lawn is adjacent to the one that the two people fighting are on, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, and now if we could go to RFN 6056. And if we could blow up on the dash cam. Okay. And now, so this is later on. This is after Mr. Lyoya and the officer have moved across the lawn.
Okay.
Okay. Can you still see yourself?
Yes.
Okay, so you're still watching.
Yes.
And if we could go forward. Play forward, please.
No, like he good, like you can talk to him, bro.
Stop there, please. So at 6603, RFN 6603, you poke back out after going inside, right?
Okay, yeah.
All right. And you appear to be talking.
Okay.
Is this when you're talking to the passenger of the car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does he appear to be looking at you?
No, sir.
He wasn't looking at you?
Oh, well, no, maybe he was looking at me, but he wasn't responding to me.
Did you make eye contact with him?
Yeah, I believe so. I was speaking
If you
directly
remember.
to him, yes.
Okay. Okay, keep going. Play forward, please.
Like he good, bro. Like, can you talk to him like good? Like, can you, yeah. Stop guarding him like that. Like, he good at it for real. You hit him too. Now he ain't brought no taser.
Stop there. Okay, can you describe what you're doing at RFN 7314?
To be completely honest, sir, I'm not even sure. I mean, at some point I was speaking to the gentleman here, and I was telling him to get your guy, but I don't know what I was doing specifically at the moment.
You can still see yourself in the house there, can't you?
Yes.
Okay, so that's your white T-shirt.
Yes.
Fortunately, you're wearing white because it makes it easier to see you behind the screen door, right?
Yes.
And is this the point where you think you might have gone upstairs? We could play a little further. Would that help?
Yeah, it would help.
let's
It
play.
really would.
Okay, stop there. Oh, well, can you go a little further so we don't have a windshield wiper blade? Okay, so do you see yourself anymore?
No, I don't.
And we are at RFN 7415. So is it fair to say that at this point, you are going up the stairs, not watching what's happening?
Yes.
Okay.
That's fair.
All right, now if we could go to RFN 8396. And if you could blow up. All right, at RFN 8396, do you see yourself opening the door?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is this consistent with what you recall when you came back down?
Yes.
Okay, and we can take that off and turn the lights on. Now, I think you indicated that you talked to Mr. Lyoya, right?
Yes, sir.
Trying to get him to not resist arrest, is that fair?
Yeah, to comply.
To comply with what the officer's telling him to do?
Correct.
Okay. You also talked to the passenger of the car.
Yes.
I think I heard you say, tell your boy to do something.
Yeah.
Okay. And you did not see any assistance from the passenger?
No, I didn't.
Okay. You saw Officer Schurr breathing heavy?
Yes.
Or heard it?
Yes.
Okay. And you knew the officer was tired?
Yes.
Okay. You saw him completely out of breath?
Yes.
Okay.
They were both exhausted.
Okay. It was your perception that
My perception.
both of them were
Yes.
both exhausted?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then I believe you said that you saw him grab the taser?
Yes.
And move it aside?
Yeah, they were like struggling over the taser, yes.
Okay. Did you saw Mr. Lyoya pulling at the taser?
Yeah, I guess you could say that, yes, yeah.
Okay. All right.
I don't know if pulling at it is trying to...
Grab it?
No, not take it away, but to avoid it.
Well, you saw him get the taser, right?
Yeah, but I mean, like, yes,
Okay.
yes, they struggled over it, yeah.
All right. And since this happened, you saw all these videos, right?
Yes,
Have
yes,
you talked
yes.
to a lot of people?
Well, I've seen the video enough that one needs to see it. That was
Okay.
there.
All right. And again, you're being very conscientious of this, so I appreciate you not testifying to things you never saw.
That's
Right.
that's
And
all. I wanna-
nobody's asking you to do
Yes,
that.
yes, sir.
All right. One moment, Your Honor. Nothing further on.
Just some follow-up, Your Honor. I'm gonna need our video if you could, please. It's gonna be exhibit 2. We're gonna go to exhibit 2. This is another stipulated, kind of the same stuff we've seen, but just somewhere. This is our exhibit 2. So you dim lights, please. Going over a little bit of the same ground, but I wanna make sure I'm clear here.
Okay.
This is exhibit 2, the in-car video that's been stipulated to our exhibit 2, and we're at about 1:45. We don't have the AR fans, we're about 1:45 into it. Now, from our view here, it doesn't look like you're in your door. Can you see yourself there?
No, I don't. Not yet, sir.
Okay. I'm gonna play it here. Okay, can you see it there? Can you see yourself now?
Yes.
Once again, you talk, on your direct exam, you're talking about kind of a circle run.
Right, because I was upstairs in this room, and that's when I saw the lights, and I saw the stop, and I saw him get out. And then, when I came down, I see him on the other side of the car doing this. So to me, it's running in a circle. You know, if you don't plan on this, you wake up, you come downstairs, and you see this, someone's running in a circle.
And that's what I was gonna ask you, how did you see that? Because, this is, maybe backing up a little bit. Go back 10 seconds. So 1:43, you're not in the window.
No, I believe I'm right up there now. But yes.
I'll just play it again. Kind of going right there. Did you see any of that?
Nope, not that I recall.
So this is kind of when you pick it up then?
Right, when I pop out, yeah.
That's when you pop out here. And what made you come outside there?
The tussle in the front lawn.
So you just want to kind of lend your assistance?
Well, it's on your property. When God brings something to you on your front doorstep, it doesn't get any more literal than that if you're a person of faith.
Okay, we'll follow up a little bit here, because some of this is not. And we testified earlier, this is when you're talking about the wrestling.
Yes, sir.
So in terms of when they're being in wrestling, who was on the bottom?
Patrick was on the bottom at all.
The officer was on the top.
At all times.
At all times.
Well, he had control the whole time.
Who had?
The officer had control the whole time. As I testified before, I'm a sports fan. It's like watching a game where the team has the lead the whole time. It might be close, but one team has the lead the entire game.
So I guess who's having the lead the entire game is what you're saying?
The officer had the lead.
Going right here, I'm gonna let it run, but you can still see over the car here.
Yes.
And is this the point where the taser was grabbed?
Yeah.
Mr. Borgula asked you on direct in terms of, you said no, not trying to take it away. Can you just, why do you tell the jury, why are you saying that to the jury?
So, in my opinion, what it felt like to me is he wasn't trying to get tased. Once and again, whether that's right or not, it wasn't like he was gonna take the taser, the way I felt, he wasn't gonna take the taser and use it. I saw him, like, if this is the taser, he was like holding it down, holding it away from him, type of deal. It wasn't, I don't know, I think that's the best way to.
But you could see that over the car, even over the car?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I have nothing further. Nothing further.
I don't see any hands raised on the jury. May this witness be excused?
You may, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Looks like we're fast approaching the noon hour, so I believe now would be a good time to break for lunch. And so that's what we're gonna do. And I think, are we coming back at 1 or 1:30?
One's fine with us, Your Honor. It's your courtroom, so.
Thank you. Mr. Borgula, any objection to starting back at 1?
No, yeah.
All right, so we'll get started back at 1. So meanwhile, please leave your notes upside down in your chairs, and remember you're not to discuss the case with each other or with anyone else. And we'll see you back after lunch at 1 o'clock.
Rise for the jury, please.
Welcome back in. If you're just joining us, you've been following our coverage of the trial of Christopher Schurr. We've covered a lot today. If you've been watching this since 8:40 this morning, you have seen both the prosecution and defense make their opening statements. We've also heard from 3 witnesses of what happened that day. We will be continuing to follow this case as it progresses. We'll also be talking to experts on the case, and we'll also hear from experts during the trial. But for now, we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back. for joining us. I'm Lauren Baker. We're continuing our coverage of the trial of Christopher Schurr. It's day one of the trial, and we have heard opening statements and the first three witnesses to take the stand. We'll recap all what has happened so far in the trial, but we do want to remind you that we are delivering you the live stream of the trial on a court-mandated 30-minute delay. So what does that mean? Well, 13 on your side was instructed by the judge to stream the trial on this delay so that any sensitive information that is not supposed to be broadcasted, like personal details, can be redacted before it's put on air. There are no other modifications on how we're delivering the trial, and we'll remind you about this throughout the delay of the trial. We're now joined by Andrew Rodenhouse of Rodenhouse Law Group. Andrew is a trial attorney and graduate of Hope College. He received his Juris Doctorate degree from Cooley Law School and oversaw the appeals case of the People versus Ackley, which changed Michigan law as we know it. Andrew, thank you so much for joining us. And we are having some technical difficulties. Andrew will be joining us soon. But again, we're going to be recapping all of the things that have happened so far in the case. Andrew actually joins us now. Andrew, thank you so much for joining us.
Well, good morning, or I guess good afternoon now.
Yes, it's been a very long day when it comes to this trial.
Yeah, we got started pretty much on time. I'm really happy that they did the jury selection last week, because otherwise we would just be sitting through a jury selection today. So they were able to actually get going. Typically, jury selection takes place the first day of trial. So we were fortunate that we could start right away with opening statements.
This is great. And I have a bunch of questions about the jury, but I want to get straight to the trial. You've been watching this trial all morning long. What are your thoughts so far?
I have one thought that I'm really kind of annoyed by, and my annoyance goes to Mr. Becker. I have clients that are charged with possession of tasers all the time, and it's a 4-year felony. They even get charged when they're broken or they don't work or they're not charged. And so I was really kind of annoyed that he downplayed injury that could take place from a taser. I don't think it hurts his case to acknowledge it. I just am annoyed that he downplayed it. But other than that, I think it's going as I expected. I think that Mr. Becker made a good opening statement. I'm kind of excited to hear the experts for both sides. I think that's where the case ultimately is going to lay, is in the experts. And I thought that Ms. Hamilton did a very good job also in her opening statement. I think she was more impassioned and I think appealing to making arguments. And I know that Mr. Becker had objected at one point in time, and I think the judge sustained. But my first thoughts are it's pretty much going as I anticipated. And I think it's going to come down to a battle of the experts.
And I wanted to ask you about those objections. Some of us who have watched trials, we typically don't see that super early in the case, but we saw 2 already. What are your thoughts on that? Is that something that is typical for cases like these, or just shows the passion and emotion from both sides?
I don't want to, it's not, that's a tough one to answer. Is it typical to have objections in opening statements? Yes, it does happen. It's not atypical. It's not like it's abnormal. It does happen. It doesn't happen a lot. When it does happen, it's usually because one side's like, look, you're really pushing past what we would call the boundary. Opening statements are supposed to be just that, statements. They're not arguments. Arguments come at the end. At the end, you can be as impassioned as you want in your closing argument, but it is called a closing argument.
And I want to ask more questions about the taser. You had mentioned that that's something that stuck out in regards to what Becker was saying. Do you think the use of the taser, what can happen when someone uses a taser, is that the focus of this trial, or will that bring a big impact to the jury's decision?
I think that is, I think what I heard in opening statement from Ms. Hamilton is that a big part of the defense is going to be what Mr. Schurr knew or thought about what was going to happen when Mr. Lyoya got the actual taser in his hand. There was a new piece of evidence that I wasn't aware of, and she said it in opening statement, and so I'm hoping to see it in trial. Is that Patrick had actually switched hands from left hand to his right hand If that's the case, I think they're going to be arguing that changed the intent at that point in time. Like, and if Mr. Schurr was aware that he changed hands, that could change the analysis. And so I'm kind of excited to hear. They didn't say whether or not Mr. Schurr was going to testify. I'm kind of curious to see if he does. I think that in self-defense cases, it's hard to not have the defendant testify because he's going to have the most compelling story if there's a story to tell.
Well, Andrew, we have a lot more questions we'll be asking you throughout this trial. We appreciate you coming on quickly to kind of give us your thoughts as this trial begins.
You're very welcome.
And now we're going to jump to Riley Mack. Riley Mack has been inside the courthouse as this trial has been happening. She joins us live now and has been updating our blog on 13onyourside.com. Riley, what have you seen?
Hi, Lauren. Yeah, my job here today has kind of been like live reporting on our website. So the judge has ordered a 30-minute delay on all live streaming. So the quickest way to get information is our website. I'm having an up-to-the-minute updates on our website on this article that you can find on the main page of our website. So that's been my role here, is just updating that. The 1 hour before court even started this morning, we had some groups gathered outside with some Blue Lives Matter flags, some Stand with Schurr signs. The judge entered the courtroom at 8:40 and the jury shortly after that. To remind you, we have 10 women, 4 men, their early 20s to 70s on the jury, 10 white members of the jury, 3 Latino and 1 Black. A lot of the members of the jury do have healthcare jobs. And then we went to opening statements. We have the Kent County prosecutor, Chris Becker, who spoke on the taser that was used in the struggle between former Grand Rapids Police Officer Christopher Schurr and Patrick Lyoya. He said that according to the taser company, the feeling of using that taser would be like strenuous exercise. That's a quote from him. So he said that it was not justified to shoot him in order to claim self-defense in this case, as the defendant is trying to claim. He acknowledges Lyoya's wrongdoings. He said his BAC was 4 times the legal limit this morning when they did the autopsy. And then Michaela Hamilton, the defendant, spoke, and she said that Schurr gave 29 commands for Lyoya to stop, and she called these chances that he gave to Lyoya to stop, and that Schurr, quote, didn't choose to take a life, he chose to save his own. Becker had 2 successful objections. He argued that Michaela Hamilton was arguing against the other side of the case, which you cannot do in opening statements, and these were successful. The judge agreed with him. And then we had our first witness, that is David Bukaru, which he is friends with Patrick Lyoya. He was actually one of the last ones to see Lyoya alive. He was with Lyoya 30 to 45 minutes before that fatal shooting. Lyoya stayed over at his house the night before that fatal shooting. And then we had our second witness, which was Amy Turushemi. He was a passenger in Lyoya's car who actually filmed the shooting, that viral video that you may have seen. He called Lyoya like a brother. He knew, and then the defense kind of came up and asked him some questions about his relationship with Lyoya, and asked if he knew Lyoya's last name before the shooting, to which he said no, he did not know. And then they spoke about how they were hanging out the night before drinking, and it was a kind of a topic of contempt of whether Lyoya passed out the night before or whether he fell asleep. The defense tried to argue that, would you believe that Lyoya passed out the night before, and Amy was saying, no, I wouldn't use that verbiage, and said, I wish you would not use that verbiage. When he was in the car with Lyoya, like I said, during that shooting, he was filming it, and he said when it started to get bad, he hung up on the phone. He was on the phone during it. He hung up and started filming. And that was the first time that the video was actually played in the courtroom, was when he spoke on that. And you can see that the camera kind of moving all over and frantic. And you can hear him say, stop grabbing him like that. And he's speaking to Schurr during that. And when Schurr shoots Lyoya, the video goes quiet, and then the camera stops moving, and then you can just hear Schurr say, "Get back," and you can hear him speak into his radio and say, you know, officer involved shooting, that he needs backup, and then you can hear the sirens in the distance. That was the first time today that we heard that video. And then we had our final person out there, our final testimony, which was Wayne Butler. The last one before lunch, he was in the shower getting ready for work when the shooting happened. He saw police lights in his windows of the second floor of his house, and he thought that was strange for 8 a.m. on a Monday morning. So he ran downstairs. He said he put on clothes and he ran downstairs to see what was going on. And then he saw the struggle between Schurr and Lyoya. He called it a wrestling match. He said in those moments it was kind of, they would fight with each other and then stand back and kind of think through their next move. And in those moments, he said Lyoya could have run. He said Schurr could have called for help, and neither one did. He even called out to Lyoya saying, "I'm a black man too," which is the second time that the video played. You can hear him saying that. And then that was kind of our last testimony before the lunch break. And we're going to come back out to maybe some more testimonies. We'll see what happens next. I'll send it back to you for now, Lauren.
Riley, thank you. And again, like Riley has mentioned, she's going to be updating our website throughout the day with a live blog. That's where you can go and see what's happening as things happen during the case. Again, we're on a 30-minute delay that's been mandated by the judge. And so if you're wanting something that's fastest and up to date, you can go to our live blog, which Riley will be breaking down everything that's happening. It's live, so it will be happening as we go. You can see it on the screen right now. And we started this at the beginning of the day. So as you can see, as you scroll down this page, you'll be able to see everything that has happened thus far, and we will continue to update this. Now, like she mentioned, we've heard a lot of people talking today. We've heard both opening statements from the prosecution, opening statements from the defense. We've also heard from 3 different witnesses. 2 of those people that said that they knew Lyoya on a personal level, another person who happened to live in that area and saw what they saw. And in a couple of minutes, we're going to be actually able to hear some of the testimony that was made and also hear the opening statements that both the prosecution and the defense made. Some things to also remember is that this is live. We are learning everything at the same time as you. So as we move forward, you may see some different things happening as things happen. We'll be able to hopefully break down those things for you. We want to jump to those opening statements that we saw this morning. First, we're going to start with the prosecution, which is Chris Becker.
Good morning once again. Single gunshot wound right to the back of the head. That's what killed Patrick Lyoya on a cold, wet, rainy day back in April 2022. It's almost in the middle, maybe a little bit below the middle. You have an opportunity to see it, I think. But that single gunshot wound is what killed him that day. It's not just me saying that. You're going to hear from Dr. Stephen Cole. He's our medical examiner, and he's going to say he can determine that because when a bullet is fired, a gun is fired, the bullet comes out, that puff of smoke, and that puff of smoke contains some gunshot residue. Now, from far away, you're not going to get gunshot residue on anything, but if it's a close shot within a few feet, you're going to be able to tell unless that gun, that barrel of the gun, was in contact or near contact with the back of the head of the individual. And he's going to tell you it was a contact or near contact wound, that gunshot wound that killed Patrick. The barrel of the gun was on the back of the head. Now, it's not just you have to rely on his testimony about that either. You have an opportunity to see the video. You'll see the video where the defendant who sits before you here today fired that shot. It's on a cell phone video. So to some extent, your job is somewhat easy because you're going to have more video and access to different videos than just about any jury that's ever been around. You'll have a cell phone video. You'll have a body camera video. You'll have an in-car video. You'll have a security camera video from across the street. You'll see different versions of the video in terms of freeze framing videos. You'll have an opportunity to see everything and break this down video by video. One of the troopers, Zach Batchelor, he synchronized these videos. So you have all the videos together when you go to deliberate this case. You have to watch this over and over again, probably more than you wish to. but it's an important piece of evidence. But that's
And again, you're right now hearing the prosecution with their opening statements. This is just a few minutes of a 20-minute long opening statement. We're going to now jump to Callie Lichter. Callie Lichter is in the courthouse in a special room for media. She's been watching this trial live, and she has the latest updates for us. Callie, what can you talk about with us today, especially with that third witness?
Lauren, so I know that just a few minutes ago, our colleague Riley Mack was here and she was talking through some of the witnesses that we have seen this morning. And, you know, the third witness that we just heard, the altercation happened on his property, near his property. He saw mostly the whole entire thing happen except for those last 6 seconds. And what I want to talk about is, you know, they're not just playing the video and walking through it. I think we watched the video a couple times, and then when the defense came to cross-examine him, Matt Borgula, we watched that video frame by frame by frame. You know, this isn't just something like that. And like Becker said in the the audio clip that we just heard a couple of seconds ago, you know, you're going to be seeing the video in every single form, every single way that you can. It's not just going to be played straight out. It's going to be freeze-framed and second by second by second, like we just saw with this third witness, Lauren.
I want to talk about the emotion that we saw with this third witness. It seemed that he had a lot to say, even at times, both the judge saying to just stick with what you saw or what you heard. Talk about that.
You know, he was saying that this was a very emotional, I think he used the word traumatic experience. And he said, he was asked, have you watched this video since then? And he said, I've watched it as much as a singular person can. You know, he was explaining that this was a very traumatic experience to see. He talked about his personal experience as a black man, seeing another black man go through this. He was definitely passionate, and like you mentioned, at one point or a couple points, he was asked to, you know, just calm down a little bit, stick to the video, stick to the responses to the questions. And yeah, it was a very emotional experience for him. And he was saying even 3 years on, from what he can remember, from what he saw coming down from his house, grabbing his phone, it was traumatic and very emotional.
And I believe we were able to see, he was able actually to use like some sort of taser or something to actually point to specific things in that video.
Yes, he was given a laser pointer because the video isn't on some sort of TV that's being dragged around the courtroom. There is a projector actually on the wall for other court cases that we come to here at the Kent County Courthouse in 17th Circuit. We see that screen usually used for Zooms. If someone's zooming in, whether that is a witness, if that is someone who can't physically be in the courtroom, but now, you know, it's being used to show that evidence. And a lot of that evidence is coming from the body cam video, the dash cam video, and then the phone video taken by the passenger in the car. And so to point out exactly where he was in the video during this time, he was given a laser pointer, because across the room, that screen could be tiny. You know, you're not going up to the screen and pointing with your finger, you know, I was there, there, and there. And especially when the video is moving, that laser pointer is able to act as almost a hand to show, because this testimony was very much procedural. You know, he was saying, you know, I saw it through my window, I went out of my house, I went back into my house to grab my phone. So there was a lot of moving around, so it's just to point out basically frame by frame where he was and where the other people were in the video, Lauren.
And I know that you're not physically in the courtroom, you're in a different area for media, but I wanted to ask, you know, either walking into the courtroom with people around or taking a recess, is there any sense of tension or emotion with this trial?
Lauren, I can't speak to that directly. You know, we're kind of secluded down here on the media floor, but I could expect, I know tensions were a little bit high when I was in the courtroom for jury selection. The other day we were sitting behind the row that was reserved for Schurr's family, friends, people that were there for him, and I know that emotions were seemingly a little bit high for them. And, you know, I think looking at this testimony, at this video, I mean, again, going back to the witness, it was very emotional for him just to see it, and he didn't know anyone in this video, anyone who was on scene that day until afterwards, kind of just a bystander in the situation. So again, I can't speak directly to how they are feeling. I haven't personally been up to the courtroom to see who's there, how they're feeling, but seeing that video frame by frame, minute by minute, probably is a little bit something and emotional for the people in there, Lauren.
And Callie, we want to thank you for clarifying that there may be some confusion of where you actually are in the courthouse. So to clarify that you're not even on the same floor is great for people who are watching. Thank you so much for joining us, Callie.
Thank you, Lauren.
Like we said before, we have a lot of testimonies, so go through. We've heard a lot this morning. We're going to jump now to the defense's opening statement of what they had to say for this trial. Take a listen.
And you'll see Mr. Lyoya get up off the ground 3 times with Officer Schurr on his back. One of them, from a completely prone position on the ground, he does a push-up like it's nothing with Officer Schurr on his back. And you're going to hear that Mr. Lyoya had a blood alcohol content of 0.29, 4 times the legal limit, which would help explain why it was so hard to get him to stop resisting. You'll hear Mr. Lyoya yell to the passenger 3 times to get the keys. Officer Schurr called for backup again, expecting an emergency response. But no help came. He was left exhausted and alone. You'll hear him on the video, panting and wheezing for air. Throughout this entire encounter, Officer Schurr was following his training. He was following his training, he was following his policy. And after trying to get control of Mr. Lyoya to no avail, Officer Schurr had to move up to a higher level of force, since nothing else had worked. So he reached for another tool on his belt, the taser. A less lethal, not non-lethal, when in the hands of a trained police officer. A less lethal weapon. And you'll hear the taser can be converted to a deadly weapon, especially when used by an untrained person. And you'll hear all of the warnings that police officers are given. And you heard the prosecution talk about some of those warnings, some of those critical areas to avoid. Police officers are trained on how to use the taser to avoid causing serious bodily injury or death to people. But you will hear it is dangerous, it can cause serious bodily harm, and even death. When Officer Schurr drew the taser across his body, he aimed for Mr. Lyoya's back, exactly as he was trained. When suddenly Mr. Lyoya spun around and squared up to him, and in an instant, Officer Schurr was faced with the worst case scenario. Mr. Lyoya grabbed the taser, and once he grabbed it, you'll see he never let it go. And this is the moment that changed everything. Desperate and alone, still with no signs of backup, you'll hear that as soon as Mr. Lyoya grabbed the taser, Officer Schurr was flooded with fear because he knew what it felt like. It causes excruciating pain, incapacitation. It can drop an officer to the ground in seconds. But this fear wasn't just about the pain. This fear was about what could happen next. If Mr. Lyoya tased him, he could take his firearm and shoot him with his own weapon, which is something officers are trained to consider. If he went down, he would be defenseless, and his gun would be right there for the taking. And his training was clear.
And we want to jump back to Andrew Rodenhouse, who's been watching this trial all day long. Andrew, I have some questions about the jury. We found out that the jury is actually able to ask questions during this trial. Now, we haven't seen any jurors do that just yet, but I hear that that's not common.
It's not common if you look at the entirety of the United States. Michigan is one of the few states that allows this for the jurors to ask questions. And it's kind of up to the individual judges on whether or not they want to allow the questioning. Parties can object to it or request it. With Judge Mims, when I've tried cases with her in the past, she typically allows it. I don't really have I don't have one feeling one way or the other about it. Sometimes you get a sense for what jurors are listening for through their questions, and just because they ask a question doesn't mean that they're going to get their question answered. So their questions are subject to the normal rules of evidence as if the lawyers were asking questions of the witnesses.
And that was my next question of whether or not jurors being able to ask questions will sway the case one way or another. But do you think that this could help them kind of understand what's happening in this trial? I know that both the defense and the prosecution has really honed in on the fact of this being justified rather than staying around, the other narratives of this case, but really just focusing in on the justification of it. So do you think
it can be helpful. It definitely is. It can be helpful for the jurors to be able to ask questions. There's sometimes a juror might ask a question that the lawyers weren't even thinking about, and it's like they totally forgot or missed or skipped part of the story that the jury might think is important, and so then you can go back and answer that question and provide more insight. At the end of the day, the whole thing is about making sure the jurors themselves feel comfortable in understanding the facts of the case.
And I want to go back to your point earlier today where you talked about wondering and seeing if Schurr will actually take the stand. Can you speak on whether or not that is a good or bad thing for this trial?
Well, that's between him and his attorneys. Let me explain to you what you have when you're a criminal defendant. There are rights that you have, and one of them is you have the right to remain silent and not have your silence used against you. And if he chooses to remain silent, he will be entitled to an instruction from the judge telling the jury not to read anything into that. Oftentimes in the jury questioning, at the beginning, when in voir dire, attorneys will oftentimes ask, well, what do you think about that? Would you be able to not hold their silence against them? But the other right that defendants have is they have the absolute right to testify, and the lawyer can't stop them from testifying. And so if a defendant says they absolutely want to testify, then nobody can stop them. The court can't stop them. Nobody can stop them. Unless until they act out, or if they do something to disturb the trial with their testimony. But most defendants, will consult with their attorneys and will agree upon a strategy and practice their testimony, just like any other witness that prepares for trial will meet with the lawyers and practice what they want to say. In self-defense cases, I can't recall a single time a person in a self-defense case didn't testify and then went on to prevail in trial. I think it's important in self-defense cases to have the defendant testify. But again, that's a strategy between the lawyers and the defendant. And sometimes defendants just aren't comfortable testifying and they wouldn't do a very good job, and they wouldn't necessarily help themselves. But in self-defense cases, I think that you got to explain, like, what was I feeling? What was I hearing? What was going through my mind to say that this was justified?
And I want to go back to your point about this being a self-defense case. We've seen a lot of people on both sides talking about what they believe this case is really about. But can you, at its root, at its core, explain to people what both sides are trying to prove in this case?
Well, so let's just talk about what justification means. The jury was instructed already. I listened to the model instructions this morning. There was nothing noteworthy about them other than that they were very standard instructions. And I've heard those instructions given. I came countless times, hundreds of times. And so there was nothing that stuck out to me. But one of the things that's important is that in second-degree murder, that the killing was done without justification. Mr. Becker's arguing that Mr. Schurr was not justified when he shot Patrick, but the defense team is saying no, he was justified, that this was self-defense, that he has a right to go home to his family, and he has a right to not suffer great bodily harm or be put in a position of great bodily harm, or be put in a position where he ultimately would be killed. And so what I found noteworthy in Ms. Hamilton's argument was she said that he has a right to go home. And I think that's a powerful argument that goes to what a juror would consider when they're thinking about, like, inevitably a juror is going to think about what would I do in that situation, and that's part of their deliberation is what would you do in that situation, and how would you react, because there's two parts to the jury instruction on self-defense. It's a reasonable person, and it's what that person thought and when committing the act. And so it's a two-part test. There's going to be a lot of instructions that will come later at the close of proofs that the judge will give to the jury on what is lawful self-defense. There's a lot of standard instructions that have come down through the years and has developed through our court system. You got to remember that we inherited this right from the English common law, and so there's literally centuries of common law on what this doctrine is.
And you just said something I think that people will resonate with is what would I would do in this situation. And we've been able to hear from people that were witnesses to this and be able to say what they did in that situation. I want to get your opinion on those witnesses. Did anything stand out to you when they were speaking today?
We had 3 lay witnesses so far. The first 2 witnesses I don't think helped or hurt anybody. They're just kind of setting the context for what's going on. And you know, part of the job of the prosecutor is to tell a story too. You know, this didn't just happen, you know, on a nondescript day in April. I mean, and Mr. Becker pointed out that it was raining, it was cold. You know, and so those witnesses kind of provide that context. I thought it was the third witness, and I forget his name. I should have jotted it down, but the one that took the cell phone video from his house. I thought he provided a lot of context for the prosecution. You know, him being there and yelling for Patrick to get on the ground, I think that helps provide some more context to the jury. I don't think he was particularly hurtful to the defense so either, because I think he kind of said that he missed about 6 seconds of it. And again, it's going to be, what does the jury think? I mean, this whole thing is caught on video from multiple angles, and so it's not like a case where there's back in the day that we didn't have video, and so you just went to trial and it was just witnesses' testimony. What could they see and hear? And so again, this trial is not going to be won or lost on the first 3 witnesses. There's another thing I wanted to mention to everybody that's watching at home, is that lawyers call it, the trials have life, and they take on a life of their own. And so what we're seeing and hearing, and this goes to one of the points that you guys made on the break, is that we're watching this live. We're all just kind of learning it together. And what you're going to see is that as the trial progresses, the trial itself has a life. And inside the trial, there's going to be different things that happen that are going to be different than what anyone anticipated. And so a trial attorney might go into the trial saying, these are the witnesses I want to call, this is how I want it to go, this is how we're going to present the prosecution, this is how we're going to prevent the defense. And then all of a sudden you get in trial, and the trial takes on its own life, and next thing you know, you're just off doing something completely different than what you had anticipated at the beginning. And so we're all going to get to watch that and up front, and through 13 plus, we're going to all get to see how this goes.
And I want to ask, you know, when you say that a trial can take a life of itself, how do you, as a lawyer, plan for that? How do you continue to prove your case if things are constantly changing?
You do it by training and experience, and by doing it enough times so that you get to a point where you're like, I've seen and heard everything. I anticipate almost everything. And then something happens where you're like, I've done this hundreds of times, and now I have a new situation that we've never dealt with before, and now we have to try to figure out how to deal with it. And it's one of the things that I enjoy about doing trials. It's why I do that as a career, because it's just exciting to be in that arena and fighting. And And so there's a lot, but it's highly stressful, and you just deal with it by doing it enough times that it becomes normal.
And I wanted to just go right back to the last witness that we saw. We saw he was very emotional, you know, saying things at times where he had to be instructed to just stick to what he saw rather than kind of not putting his input, but feelings of what he may feel. What do you take from that? Does that, you know, hurt one side or the other? Does that make it more, what's your opinion?
I don't think it hurts or helps any side, but what it does is it tells a story, and it provides context and color to the story. So you got to remember that this didn't just happen any old place, any old time, any old April. I mean, it happened when it happened in relationship to everything else that was happening all over the country. And that's what makes this story so big. And so when he said that all of a sudden it's in his front yard, like what he had seen on the news with George Floyd and all the stuff that's going on all over the country, all of a sudden, all of it is in his front yard and it's outside his door. And he knew at the time it was happening that it was important to document it. That's why he ran inside and grabbed his phone. And that's why he was yelling at Patrick to just get down. And he said that he wasn't surprised by how it turned out.
Well, Andrew, we really appreciate you coming on and just giving us some more clarity as to what goes on to this case. And we know that we will be tapping into you more as we continue our coverage. So thank you again for joining us.
You're very welcome. Have a good afternoon.
You too. And we want to jump back to some of that testimony that we saw today. Let's take a listen to one of the witnesses that spoke in today's trial.
He slept over at my house. Slept over at my house that day. So on that Saturday, we had a party. There was I usually host a party. A friend of mine, he do host a party on Saturdays, and then he was at the party. He came after the party. He came to my house. So he was on that Sunday. We were just home, you know, listening to music, and then in the morning of that Monday, he had told me that he had to do something early in the morning. So, you know, I woke him up around 8, if I remember correctly. So I woke him up. He wanted me to go with him. I told one of my roommates to go with him, because actually the plan was, I was supposed to, like I said, it was 4 of us in the house. So I woke him up. There was another friend of mine, if I remember correctly, there was a friend of mine that had to go watch his kid. So he dropped him off and then go to take care of his business and then bring back my roommate in the house, because he was with my roommate. He went with my roommate.
And again, that is one of the witnesses kind of painting the picture of what led up to the events that happened before the incident between Schurr and Lyoya. Again, we have plenty of testimony that we're going to be continuing to cover, plus experts we're expected to hear from both sides of this trial. I'm getting word that we're now we're going to be soon able to show you those proceedings to start again. Once again, we are on a 30-minute delay, and this was mandated by the court. And so you are seeing things just a little bit later, but again, we have a live blog that's happening right now on 13onyourside.com, where if you have just any questions or any curiosity as to what's happening in the trial, you can jump to that website, our website right there. You can see it right there. A live blog that Riley Mack has been updating all day long. And as you can see, as you scroll down, you can see all the things that have happened thus far. And we will continue to be updating this as the days go on. Again, so far, this is only day 1 of the trial. We're not sure how long this will last, but we heard at least a week. And we will be hearing from a lot of more people. We've heard from the prosecution with their opening statement. We've heard from the defense as well. We've heard from 3 witnesses. I believe another person has now taken the stand in this trial. And we're also expecting to hear from experts. I think the biggest question that a lot of people have is, will we hear from Christopher Schurr himself? You heard those comments from Andrew about, you know, one, having the right to do that in a case like this, but also whether or not he will decide. So that is something that we will be watching as this case goes on. We'll also be giving you live updates with our team in the field. We have reporters at the courthouse, not in the actual courtroom. We are actually on a separate level in that courthouse, but we have updates. We'll have people in the courthouse being able to bring us updates. We're gonna just gonna jump to a quick short break, but as soon as we come back, we'll be able to show you those proceedings. Welcome back, and we are continuing our coverage of the trial of Christopher Schurr. I know a lot of you may be wondering, how did we get here? You've seen a lot of video. When did that come out, and what has gone into this trial? Our Kelly Lichter breaks down the timeline of this whole entire case. Take a look.
3 years after the shooting, 12 people from a pool of 200 will decide the fate of Christopher Schurr. 8:11 a.m., April 4th, 2022.
1915.
A Grand Rapids police officer pulls over a tan Nissan Altima near the intersection of Griggs and Nelson Southeast on the city's southeast side.
Hey, stay in the car! Stay in the car!
Patrick Lyoya, a 26-year-old refugee from the Congo, exits the vehicle, disregarding commands from 31-year-old Officer Christopher Schurr, a 7-year veteran of the force, to remain inside the car.
You have a driver's license. Do you speak English? No. Stop.
Almost immediately, a struggle begins that lasts nearly 3 minutes and ends when Officer Schurr shoots Lyoya in the back of the head.
Drop taser!
That same day, the investigation is turned over to Michigan State Police, and city leaders gather to tell the public what has happened.
This is indeed a really difficult day for our city, and
My prayers go out to everyone impacted by today's tragic incident.
A little more than a week later, on April 13th, dash cam, body cam, and cell phone video shot by the passenger in Lyoya's car is released to the public.
Stop grabbing him like that. No! No, he good like for real. Yo, you hit him too.
But for many, it is not enough.
Our streets!
Frustrated, people take to the streets demanding their voices be heard. On April 22nd, nearly 3 weeks after his death, Patrick Lyoya is laid to rest with family, community members, and civil rights leaders attending.
In Grand Rapids, we have to play our part now.
Fast forward to April 27th.
Let him speak and stop disrupting this meeting.
Commission meetings are packed with community members demanding the officer's name be released and that he be charged. After weeks of public pressure, Chief Eric Winstrom, just over a month into his new role as chief, publicly identifies Christopher Schurr as the officer involved in Patrick Lyoya's death. Christopher Schurr is later charged with second-degree murder on June 9th and fired from the force 1 week later. In December, the Lyoya family files an excessive force lawsuit against the city of Grand Rapids and the police department. And now, 3 years later, the trial of Christopher Schurr begins. The trial starts Monday, April 28th at 8:30 a.m. Callie Lichter, 13 on your side.
And a lot of local organizations have commented on what's happening in this trial. We got a chance to speak with the NAACP. Here's what they had to say.
To the NAACP of Greater Grand Rapids, this incident showcases far more injustice in our community than just disobeying an officer's orders. Even though it's been 3 years since his death, the Greater Grand Rapids branch of the NAACP says the community has not forgotten Patrick Lyoya. Just days ahead of the trial of former officer Christopher Schurr, charged with Lyoya's death, President Clee Jackson says he's hoping important questions are answered in court.
How did a young I think Patrick was 26-year-old black male get gunned down at the height of the morning for a mere traffic stop, right?
For Jackson, Lyoya's identity as a black man is crucial to the case, something Schurr's attorney disagrees with.
It's not a race-based crime.
I think for him to say it's not a racial issue is a slap in the face to community.
Jackson knows what the video shows and what may have led up to it.
I don't care if he had 100 warrants. He was not a threat. He was running away.
Regardless of the circumstances, he says the interaction happened because Lyoya was racially profiled.
And especially when it comes to black folks and their encounters, involvement with law enforcement, and ultimately, unfortunately, we end up dead.
And we are cutting that story short because we are now able to show the proceedings from this case. Take a listen in.
Certain evidence of Mr. Lyoya's prior bad acts. We believe that the prosecutor in his opening statement told the jury that Patrick never intended to harm anybody. In addition, the prosecutors elicited testimony that from the most recent witness that Patrick didn't intend to use the taser against Officer Schurr. The court has previously ruled that state of mind is not relevant and therefore evidence relating to his state of mind that should not come in. We believe that the prosecutors opened the door. We ask the court to reconsider that. Thank you.
Hey, just say I don't think there's any door opening to go here. I mean, they just want to drag the victim through the mud and talk about all his other prior acts, and I don't think that's relevant. The court's already ruled on that, and we've asked that the court stay with that ruling.
And I do not believe that anything that's happened has risen to the level of making me revisit my prior ruling. So that prior ruling stands that the alleged victim's state of mind is not relevant in this proceeding. Is there anything else, Mr. Ford, we have a defendant before the jurors come in?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, so we have them come back in and resume the testimony. seated. Mr. Becker, you may call the next witness.
Fred Hunter.
Hello. And sir, before you take your seat, if you could please raise your right hand, my clerk will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Sir, could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Fred Hunter, F-R-E-D, Hunter, H-U-N-T-E-R.
I'd like to take you back to April 4th of 2022. Were you living in the area of Nelson and Griggs in the city of Grand Rapids?
Yes.
Did something unusual happen outside your house that day?
Yeah, some did.
Could you tell, how did you first become aware of it? What were you doing and what drew your attention to it?
Pretty much I had just got home. I worked third shift, so I'm kind of just like half asleep still, but my dog was barking and whatnot, so I checked the front door. And then when I checked the front door, I see the officer and Patrick kind of like chasing each other, running around.
So when you give a little bit better description, so when you look out your front door, do you see them running or are they struggling? What exactly were they doing?
They were like running across the yard, like between my yard and like the yard next door.
All right. So what do you do upon seeing that?
I'm thinking it's just kind of like their own issue, whatever. So I didn't think it was that big of a deal, so I kind of walked away and whatnot. And then I didn't come back until I heard like a gunshot, so I checked the front window. And when I checked the front window, that's when I saw the officer kind of standing over Patrick, but Patrick was just laying down, I guess, already.
So when you see him running, you don't go out, you don't look any further?
No, not that I recall. I just went back to my bedroom. I think I was laying down for a second, and then I went back out after a gunshot.
So what, did you hear anything going on outside your house?
No, I didn't hear anything until my dog started barking until I opened the door. So I opened my main door, but the screen door is still there, so it's locked, so I can't really hear anything.
So you didn't hear anything going on outside? You didn't hear any talking between the two or anything along those lines?
No, I didn't.
When you went back inside, even after that, when you went back further inside, what did you hear when you went further inside?
After I left the first time?
Correct.
Nothing really. Nothing until I heard the gunshot, and then that's when I went and checked the window.
Okay. So you heard a gunshot, so you didn't hear any talking, anything outside. Next thing you heard was a gunshot.
Yeah.
And you went to check your window, and what did you see?
I saw the officer standing over Patrick. He was still kind of like standing on his gun or whatever. Patrick was already laid down, so.
Did you do anything at that point in time?
At that point?
Yeah.
I mean, I just kind of looked, it was a little shocked, and I just kind of walked away, really.
You never called 911, you didn't do anything beyond that?
So,
Did you ever hear anything about a taser or anything at any point in time?
I mean, I heard something about a taser in the videos and whatnot after they posted on social media that it was possibly a taser, but
you didn't hear at the time?
At the time, I don't remember. Like I said, I wouldn't remember a taser or not. So long ago.
So it's been 3 years, so you kind of forgot because you remember testifying before. You remember testifying at prior hearing. Said you heard something about a taser when you were standing inside your house.
Maybe there was, maybe there wasn't. I don't know. So.
All right, but you don't remember at this point in time.
No.
Okay, I have nothing further, Your Honor. I have no questions, Your Honor.
I don't see any hands raised on the jury. May this witness be excused?
You may, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
And you may call the next witness.
Call back, Bachelor.
Good afternoon. And before you take your seat, if you please raise your right hand, my clerk will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Becker.
Sir, could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Yes, first name is Zachary, Z-A-C-H-A-R-Y. last is Bachelor. BATCHELOR.
And what do you do for a living?
I am employed as a detective sergeant with the Michigan State Police Audio and Video Analysis Unit.
And what are your responsibilities with the Michigan State Police Audio and Visual Analysis Unit?
So with the Audio Video Analysis Unit, I typically deal with anything pertaining to video or audio. Through the course of my employment with them, I started in this unit back in 2020, where I had to obtain a certain level of training through LEVA, Law Enforcement and Emergency Services Video Association, where I became a technician, went through their first 3 core courses, and while currently employed with the state, I do export video off of DVR systems. I will attempt to clarify video images. I will create images from video. I will create timelines of video, or if there's multiple sources, I will put them into one video file. And I will do some audio clarification work.
Okay. Now you talked a little bit about your background in terms of, you talked about LEVA. Can you go a little bit more in depth of what is this LEVA training? What is it? What did you have to go through?
Yeah, so through LEVA, the first 2 courses, each are individual courses. They are a full 40 hours, where you do learn basics of like video enhancement, video work, how to export, and different techniques of video work. And after you complete those the first 2 levels, after you take a test and a practical, then you become certified as a technician through that organization.
Okay. In terms of you have to pass a test to become certified, if you will?
Yes.
What sort of test is that?
There's a practical exam, and there is a multiple answer question type exam.
And when were you officially certified through LEVA?
That was the early part of 2021.
So in terms of getting certified, after you get certified, what do your duties entail working for the state police? How do you get cases? Could you describe a little bit better for the jury what you do?
So as my employment through the state police and with this, I've done approximately 600 cases, or just over 600 cases to date through the state police as my employment with this unit. And typically what happens, we will be contacted by a officer in charge of a particular investigation, and then they will ask us for assistance, whether it's like clarification of a particular individual on the video, whether it's a timeline that they're putting together for a courtroom demonstrative, if they need help exporting video, but usually we'll always start with the officer or a person involved in the investigation will contact us.
And if they contact you, what do you do then?
I will get the video from them, and then I will then start my process.
Okay. And so does it depend on what they're looking for in each case? Each case is a little bit different in what they're looking for in the video or audio stuff, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, you passed your certification in 2021. Do you do anything to keep up to date? I mean, videos and technology changes. Do you do anything to keep up to date, any additional training since 2021?
Yes, every 3 years through LEVA, we have to have approximately 80 hours of continuing education credits, just additional trainings that's pertinent to the field of audio and video. And at that point, we have to update our curriculum vitae, and along with the certificates, and that those have to be submitted to LEVA, so that our technician certification can then be brought back into good standing every 3 years.
And you maintain that?
Yes, I have.
And you still maintain a certification with LEVA?
Yes,
even
I have.
at this day?
Correct.
Do you do any teaching yourself?
Yes, I will do some teaching at our word I'm looking for, our our like training lab, I guess you could say, where we have multiple DVR systems in our training lab where we will teach investigators how to export video off of those systems.
And how many times have you done that?
I believe with this unit twice, I want to say, if I recall correctly.
And you testified before as an expert in video technology and as a certified video technician.
Yes, I have.
How many times have you done that?
I've testified, I want to say 5 or 6 times, and I've been qualified as an expert 1 time.
And this time I'd like to qualify as an expert as a certified video technician to do with audio visual, Your Honor. No objection to the qualification, Your Honor?
All right, and who shall be considered an expert in that field?
So obviously you dealt with some videos in this case.
Correct.
Could you tell the jury how you got involved? What exactly took place?
So my supervisor, Mr. Wade Dakin, contacted me and advised that I was to take on this case, at which time he was provided a cell phone video, which he forwarded to me. And then I was forwarded a link via email to download a body-worn camera video and a dash cam video.
So in terms of when you get those, you're downloading other videos that are sent to you, what do you do with them when you get them initially?
So what I will do is I will download those and I will hash those. And that applies a 32-digit mathematical type code. It's more or less a unique print to that video, so that I know that like later on, if we have questions, we can go back, hash it again, and those values should match. And if they don't, then we know something is changed somewhere in that video. So I will get those, I'll download those, I will hash those videos, and then depending on my task, for instance, in this task, it was to take those video files, those 3 sources, and they requested me to synchronize those into one video file so they could all be viewed on one video. So at that point, I used a program called AMP5.
Okay. So before we get to that, let's go through the individual videos you got. Will you switch it to our side if you could, please? So I'm going to just right now, so you can see it, you recognize this video.
Yes.
What do you recognize this video as?
That I do recognize that as the passenger's cell phone.
So this is the cell phone video, the initial video you got?
This is Exhibit 1.
Exhibit 1, correct. I'm going to just switch, since we've seen this a couple times. I'll show you now People's Exhibit 2. You recognize this?
Yes.
What do you recognize this as?
This is the dash camera video that I downloaded.
So the dash cam video from the car that was involved in this incident?
Correct.
Okay, we haven't seen the full one, so we're going to play that, Your Honor. Give it, please. I'm going to stop right here real quick. You don't hear any sound for the first part of that. Can you explain to the jury why that might be?
It's my understanding there's a lag between when the lights are initiated and that's when the audio would kick on.
So there's just a little bit of a difference in terms of when you can see it, but you can't hear it until the audio kicks on later.
I'm not 100% sure on how their system is set up, but I believe even with our camera systems that there's a delay from when it kicks on.
Hey, stay in the car! Stay in the car!
Nelson and Grace. 1915, turn your small car. 1915, what's your location? What's your location? How many times you got going? Everyone. 6 in total. Is this high shot road to the grade? It is. 1915. Oh, this all the shooting. That'll be great. 1915, 10-4 Nelson and Griggs. Sorry, medical. I'm Nelson. Go to Griggs, that's 10-4. Suspect's down. Nelson. Nelson, North, Griggs, suspect down. 1920, I've seen. 1610 on your subject, the access to any weapons, and what do you think? 1950, that's my taser.
So that was the in-car video that you initially, that was the second thing you got in this case?
So after watching that, because it was a short in duration, that wouldn't have been the entire dash cam that I would have received at the very beginning. That would have been a shortened version where I had just brought it down more to the time of interest. I believe that was when the passenger was being ordered back by officers arriving on scene is when I stopped that, just to be more concise with
So this is the edited portion after you got a longer video that
Correct.
goes a little bit beyond what we see here.
Correct.
Now I'm going to show, this is exhibit 3 now. You recognize exhibit 3 here?
Yes, as the body worn camera.
So this is, when you say body worn camera, this is a camera that's actually on the officer when it records.
Correct.
Play this since we haven't seen this either.
less than or degrees. All 9367. Hey, stay in the car! Stay in the car! Stay in the car! Get in the car! Dude, I'm stopping you. You have a license? Do you have a license?
What?
I'm stopping you. Do you have a license?
What the?
Do you have a driver's license? Do you speak English?
Yes.
Can I see your license?
What does you want?
The plate doesn't belong on this car. Do you have a license or no? Do you have a driver's license?
Yes.
Where is it at?
It's in the car.
Get it for me.
What does you want?
The plate does not belong on this car.
Okay. Y'all can let my wife go. Right there.
No, no, no. Stop. Stop. Put your hands up. Stop. 1950. Got one on it. Stop. Stop. Stop.
Okay.
Stop. Stop.
Okay.
Get your hands behind your back. Hands behind your back. Get your hands behind your back. Cars. Stop. Stop resisting. Let go of the taser! Let go of the taser!
Now, in terms of this, you talk about you kind of edited the body cam video. Did you do any editing of this, or just the body cam essentially turn off at this point in time?
No, I did not do any shortening of the body cam footage.
So, for whatever reason, the body cam turned off at this portion of the incident.
That's correct.
And you didn't have anything more to show out of the body cam?
No.
Now, you talked a little bit about putting these things together. What did you do for that?
So in this particular request, I used AMP5, and there's a filter called multi-view, and I can create anywhere from, I believe I can go up to 4, 5, 6 across and 4, 5 down. But in this case, because there was only 3 videos, I did a multi-view of a 2x2, and then I used the software to bring those 3 sources into that filter to create. I believe it was body cam up top, dash cam on the bottom, and upper right was the cell phone video.
Now, in terms of when you say, what is AMP5? Can you give maybe a little description?
AMP5 is a software that we use that allows us to do some enhancements.
Maybe take shirt off. Did not realize it was up there, yeah? I'll stop right here.
It allows us to do to where I can create views like that. I can export a sequential images, which in video, each frame is in essence a like its own like image. So I can tell it to go from A to B and export them all out. There are some enhancement features, clarification features in this particular request. I did export out multiple variations to this because in this software I can only utilize one audio source at a time. And then I've also created with just the body cam and the cell phone video side by side, minus the dash cam.
So specifically, this is Exhibit 4 now, and this contains which videos are in this one?
This is a body cam, the dash cam, and I believe the cell phone will come up. The one, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. Now, when you talk about it, how do you sync it, if you will? They're all showing at the same time. Can you describe how you make it so they're all at the same time?
There's multiple ways to do that. Like in this instance with the dash cam and the body cam, I used the encoded date and time on it. So I started them at the same point. And then when we got to when the cell phone was coming on, I attempted to find a sync point. You can use audio for that. You can look at events. I believe in one of them I used, once those two were synced on the left, it observed where it looked like a knee was coming off the ground in the cell phone and in one of those videos. So I was able to sync. It might not be 100%, but it's close. But the best viewing option outside of this is to watch those on their own. Would be the best, but for courtroom demonstrative, that's why we do these multi-views like this.
Why do you say it's best to do it watching each on their own? Why is that?
Because they would be full size, and like you get the actual video versus it going into these multi-views. It can kind of shrink them down slightly so that they can fit on the screen.
Right. But in terms of shrinking them down, it doesn't change the video necessarily. It doesn't do anything to the video. It's still the same video. It just makes it smaller.
Correct.
Now I'm going to play Exhibit 4, Your Honor.
All right.
Nelson, North of Grace, all 9367. Hey, stay in the car! Stay in the car! Stay in the car! Get in the car! Dude, I'm stopping you. You have a license? Do you have a license?
What?
I'm stopping you. Do you have a license?
What up?
Do you have a driver's license? Do you speak English?
Yes.
Can I see your license?
What up?
The plate doesn't belong on this car. Do you have a license or no? Do you have a driver's license?
Yes.
Where is it at?
It's in the car.
Get it for me.
What up?
The plate does not belong on this car.
Okay. Y'all can let my wife in. Right there.
No, no, no. Stop, stop. Put your hands up. Stop. 1950. Get over on it. Wow. Stop. Stop.
Okay.
Stop. Stop. Get your hands behind your back, okay? Hands behind your back, okay? Get your hands behind your back. $19.50, 34 card. Okay.
Now, in terms of this, which audio were you using for this specific video?
I was using the body cam audio for that.
Any particular reason you chose the body cam audio?
When I was asked for this request, I did something similar. I did just the body cam, and then on a different video, I did just the cell phone, and then on a different one, I synced them both together using a second program, Adobe Premiere Pro, where I was able to export the cell phone audio as its own audio file, loaded this video I loaded this video into Adobe Premiere Pro, where I was able, as soon as the cell phone video activated, I then aligned the audio for that particular cell phone and then exported that out as a viewable MP4.
But in this specific one, it was just the body cam video, the audio.
That's correct.
Now we can go now, you talk about, this is gonna be exhibit 5, Your Honor, I believe. Exhibit 5. So kind of before we get into it, when you talk about sequential, could you explain to the jury what the sequential images is? What is that? What does that do?
So when you do sequential images, it in essence turns video into just a long string of individual images, basically in essence creating a flip book, if you will. I initially was asked to slow down the video, which I would not do, because when you slow down video, it changes the perception of what actually took place. So I provided this, per their request, I provided them in the sequential images.
So you talk about sequential images, and we'll start going through it right now. This is the initial body cam, just from the body cam. This isn't a multi-view, this is just from the body cam.
Correct. And down there on the bottom, that would be the frame number pertaining to the frame number in the video.
So this is just like you say, it's like the flip book you used to do with your kids.
Correct.
How are you able to get each frame? You got 3202, 3204. Can you describe for the jury how you're able to do that in a digital type of?
So I'm able to do that using software AMP5. There's a filter called Sequence Writer, which at that point, when I open and apply that filter, I can then put in a particular frame number for it to start and end, and then I can export those out as a BMP image, a bitmap image, into a folder.
So in terms of when you say a bitmap image, this is just, that image is each one of these?
Correct. This would be, if you were to watch the video, in that video, all these images are in that video.
How did you come up with this section, if you will? Why this section?
It was provided to me by the investigator as his request.
So when you talk to the investigator, you're talking about Detective Tuber?
Yes.
And that's where it kind of stops there? You didn't do the whole incident for this entire thing, did you? You weren't able to do a sequential image from the start to finish?
No, there were multiple sections. I was given a section at one point, and then a few months later I was asked to do more.
So this exhibit specifically the body cam. We're going to go down to exhibit 6 now. You specifically sequential
No, it's the same process.
It doesn't depend on, in-car video is different than a cell phone video.
No.
Go through this. And once again, how did you decide this section? Is this in conjunction with Detective Truberg as well?
Yes.
One thing, there's no sound here. Are you able to do this with sound?
No, not exporting images.
I'm going to stop a little bit here. Now we've got kind of an orange box that appears. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at here now?
So this is a filter that you can apply called Magnify, and that is magnified at 200%, so it's just doubled. And kind of the process with that is you draw the black box, tell it the area that you wish for it to magnify, and then it can be pulled off the side, and then that box can be applied just so that it shows that area of focus.
Does it change anything? Does it change the video? Does it change anything about what you're doing when you magnify it at all?
Yes, when you magnify, you are in essence changing. It will enlarge, but it has to make up for those areas that aren't there anymore, which is a interpolation, as they call it. But that's the end result.
I think you should have a laser pointer up there. Let's see.
Yeah.
Got it. Now, what is this arrow? Why are you seeing this arrow somewhere?
There's some changing in some pixels there, and that was just after the shot was heard.
Okay, in terms of changing the pictures, would that be the casing, if you will?
Possibly.
So essentially, that's the moment the shot was fired would be right about here.
Or around that time, yes.
There's one more of the sequential photographs you did. This would be Exhibit 7 now. This is Exhibit 7. So what sequential range are we doing here?
So that this was just a request of call right prior to the body cam turning off was the request.
that's where it stops there, and that's approximately when the body cam turned off?
If I recall correctly. Or I had so that may have been the one over the struggle for the taser, because it was still on at that point.
But that would be the body cam video and the cell phone video.
Correct.
Take that off. One moment, Your Honor. I have nothing for you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective Batchelor.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name's Matt Borgula. I represent Christopher Schurr. All right, so I just had a few questions for you. You testified about the timing of when the sound comes on, and I want to clear that up a little bit. You've reviewed a lot of dash cams.
It's been a few.
Yeah, I mean your job is a forensic examiner of videos, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you know there's a lot of body cams too, right?
There is, yes.
And so, in your experience, the dash cams and the body cams, they're always on, right?
I don't.
Well, if the officer's out and about, they're recording, but they're not just saving everything, right? And if you don't know the answer to this, then
Yeah, I don't know the timing before. I know, if I'm not mistaken, that there's a lag to where if it's activated, I believe there might be like a prior storage in essence, but I'm not.
Would we be better asking someone who is familiar with the body cams and the dash cams from GRPD?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. I'm not going to ask you about something you don't know about. Okay, so you, I think you said you shortened one of the videos, and that was the dash cam, right?
At one point, yes.
Okay. So there's more to that video than what was displayed before the jury, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it involves the officers that show up later?
And all the additional responding personnel.
Okay. And now you talked about how you took your the videos and you broke it down into sequential images.
Correct.
And you mentioned something about how you don't want to do slow motion because that doesn't reflect what actually happened in real time.
Correct.
Wasn't that slow motion just like a flip book, just one at a time?
It could possibly be that.
So that's not real time either. That's just broken down into each frame.
Correct.
Okay. And there's nothing wrong with slowing it down, right? You're just saying that's not how fast it took, right?
There are instances where it may be more appropriate than others.
Okay. Did somebody ask you to do the sequential images?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now, do you know what a relative frame number is?
Yes.
Okay. When you did your sync video, the one with the 3 cameras, did you do a relative frame number on your video?
I didn't. Well, I provided, and I believe it was after the prelim, it was brought up that there were some frame numbers on the videos, which I did not do on the initial round, but I put frame numbers on my later portions.
Okay, and the ones we just saw doesn't have those?
Just, no.
Okay, all right. So there's no way to refer to them by relative frame number?
Correct. Based on those videos, correct.
The sequential videos that are part of the exhibit, how many actual pictures are there?
I'd have to look in my report or count them.
Is it more than 100?
Yes, there was a lot.
Is it thousands?
Yes, I want to say it was over 1,000.
Okay.
Cumulatively. It was a lot.
All right. And, you know, the body cam goes off. You don't know anything about why the body cam would have gone off either, do you?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just in terms of the slow motion use, I thought your initial testimony was slow motion. You didn't want to do slow motion because that's not appropriate.
That's correct, because it's still, because if I put a video in slow motion, while it's in action, it slows down what the actual video was.
Okay. But then you said sometimes you thought it would be appropriate. That's what I thought I heard you say on cross-exam. I'm not quite sure if I understand.
At times, there could be an instance where it might be appropriate to do so.
But in your view, this time was not.
Correct.
And why not specifically in this instance?
Because this is a use of force case, and slowing down and changing the perception of what's happening could be detrimental to the court.
All right, thank you. Can I follow up on that?
Yes.
All right. So I guess I don't understand the difference between slow-mo and then taking 1,000 images and doing it consecutively so it goes frame by frame by frame by frame. Isn't that what slow-mo is?
No, I would say that a slow-mo is it playing in a video, but at a slower rate than what it was intended to play. Whereas a sequential image is just an image that can be looked at individually, which are the frames, individual
And the
frames.
concern is you want whoever watches the video to see how the actual speed in which things took place.
Correct.
Okay. Because that was the perception of the people that were there.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I don't see hands raised on the jury. May this witness be excused?
You may, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. And you may call your next witness. Mr. Becker.
Call Jessica Beaudry.
Hello. And before you take your seat, if you please raise your right hand, my clerk can swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
And could you state your name and spell for the record, please?
Jessica Beaudry, Beaudry.
And could you tell the jury what you do for a living?
I'm a crime scene technician with the City of Grand Rapids at the Grand Rapids Police Department.
And what are your responsibilities as a crime scene technician?
As a crime scene technician, we respond to all sorts of calls. We take photographs of evidence, collect evidence, assist our officers in any way that's needed.
I'd like to take you back to April 4th of 2022. Did you get called in to take photographs of an incident that occurred with the Grand Rapids police officer?
Yes, I did.
Could you tell the jury exactly where did you go and what did you do?
On that day, I was requested to go to the training unit, which is on the 3rd floor of the police department. I was requested to take photographs of Officer Schurr.
And that was due because he was involved in an officer-involved shooting?
Yes, sir.
And just to be clear, this officer that you took pictures of on that day, do you see him here in the court today?
Yes, I do.
Could you point him out and describe something he's wearing?
He's sitting over there. He's got a navy blue suit on.
Let the record reflect you identify the defendant, Your Honor.
Right there, sorry.
Now, what is the purpose of you taking pictures?
Anytime one of our officers is involved in some sort of incident, we like to take photographs to show their overall appearance, what their clothing may look like, any of their items that may be moved or misplaced.
And that was your purpose to do it on the morning of April 4th?
The 22nd?
The 22nd of April 22,
Oh, yes.
2022. Yeah.
Yes.
So, but you took pictures in the training room right after this incident happened?
Yes, sir.
And part of it is to kind of accurately give a depiction of what the officer looked like after this incident?
That is correct.
Gonna put up now exhibit what it marks as exhibit 13. And do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is this a picture of?
This is a photograph that I took of Officer Schurr.
Can you get dim lights, please? In terms of, that's I'm gonna ask for admission now, Your Honor.
Okay, because it's been published already.
Well, this is a picture that you took and you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
Okay, to its admission?
Correct.
Okay, and 13 is now admitted.
And there's a series of photographs, exactly, it would be 13 through 21 that are the photos you took. You took a number of photos like this on that day.
Yes, I took multiple photographs.
And those are all accurate depictions of what the officer looked like, his clothing and so forth after this incident occurred.
That'd be correct.
All right, just for purposes, I move for the admission of exhibits 13 through 21 then.
So 14 is admitted, but any objection to 14 through 21 being admitted at this time?
Hold on, I just gotta look at them real quick.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
All right, then 14 through 21, those exhibits are now admitted.
Now, in terms of that, did you start with, is this one you start with essentially? Is that how you go through your process, if you will?
Yeah, we just usually start with a profile shot and photograph from there.
So now we'll go to exhibit 14. And you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And this is, can you describe exhibit 14?
This is a photograph of the entire front of the uniform.
Exhibit 15, what are we looking at here for the record?
A side profile.
Which side are we looking at?
Is left.
To be clear for the record, yeah.
Sorry.
We can all see it, but. Now exhibit 16,
The right profile
exhibit 17,
in the back.
exhibit 18,
Those would be the tops of his hands.
exhibit 19.
That would be his right wrist.
Now, especially why we have this, looks like kind of a rule around here, what is the purpose of that?
So when an officer is involved in an incident, we usually ask if they feel like they have any injuries because we want to document those. He did indicate to me that his right wrist felt sore, and when I examined it, it looked a little swollen, so I used the scale to highlight that and photograph it.
Where, there's a laser pointer up there. Okay, where is this? Can you show where the swollenness is?
To me, it appeared red in this general area and slightly swollen.
The exhibit 20, what are we looking at here?
That would be the inside of his hands, the palms.
And finally, exhibit 21, what are we looking at here?
The left side of his face.
Why do we take a close up to the left side of his face?
If you can see, and I'll use the laser pointer, there appeared to be some dirt and debris kind of here and here and here.
Okay, so there's just dirt and debris on there, so you want to get a close up view of that?
Yes, sir.
Now, we don't have a picture of, did you do anything with the duty belt, if you will?
Yes.
What is the duty belt? Can you just, what exactly is that?
So the officer's duty belt is what they wear around their waistband. It contains all of their equipment, like their handcuffs, their firearm, their taser, stuff like that. Anytime an officer discharges his firearm, we do what's referred to as a round count, and we also photograph all of those items. So in the presence of multiple officers, we would have performed that round count, photographed it, and photographed the duty belt and all the items that were either there or not there as well.
So everything was in order, if you will, in his duty belt?
No.
What was wrong with it?
The taser was missing. Obviously, the firearm was also missing at that time. But as far as its condition, it was good.
Thank you. I have nothing for you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Good morning.
Good morning. Afternoon.
Sorry.
So you took photos of Chris on the day of the incident?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And had you talked to Chris, or did you know Chris before the date of the incident?
Yes, I did.
And you talked to him that day?
I did.
Okay. Did you notice anything about his demeanor that day when you talked to him?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Normally, Officer Schurr is outgoing, happy, kind of just overall excited to be at work, I would say. And during this, or after this incident, he was just quiet and didn't really speak very much.
Okay. And during your interaction with him, you photographed, and we saw some of the injuries that you had photographed. Was there anything in the photos that you haven't had a chance to explain about his injuries that you were aware of that day?
The overall photographs for me were more to show the mud and debris on the uniforms, and then on his hands as well, there appeared to be minor scratches.
And you mentioned that you conducted round counts?
Yes.
And you were present for that?
Yes.
And why do you conduct round counts?
It's the department's procedure to conduct a round count anytime a weapon is discharged, so that way we can account for the number of cartridges they should have, things like that.
And with the firearms, is it true that during high-stress situations, officers typically do not remember how many rounds are fired?
I believe that is true, yes.
And is that partially in part of kind of the rapidly evolving dynamic situations?
Jack, she's going way beyond what a crime scene tech can testify to.
She talked about the round counts, and this is part of...
What was the question? I don't believe you finished it.
I was asking about kind of the purpose of doing the round counts. I don't remember exactly what I had said.
She started getting into why officers don't remember in terms of how many shots are fired, which is beyond what a crime scene tech.
That would be beyond the scope, and I believe she answered that question that you just relayed to me. So you can just ask the next question.
Okay. You didn't examine Officer Schurr without his uniform on, right?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to make sure I'm clear in terms of, you can go back up there. You talk about, I thought the question was there's things you missed or you weren't able to talk about. You took a picture of his hands, right? There are injuries on his hands.
Yes.
And I'm going to show, this is exhibit 18 again. So these are the injuries you saw on his hands?
Yes.
You didn't miss anything. There's no other, you weren't allowed to stop from taking any pictures or anything on his hands, right?
No, they are shown in the photographs. We just did not discuss.
Okay, that you didn't discuss it, but these are accurate to the injuries you saw.
Correct.
And even on, just to make sure, this is the one injury in exhibit 19 that you kind of saw yourself.
That he had pointed out to me.
Gotcha. And there's, the palms, there's nothing on there.
Correct.
Just want to make sure that it wasn't like there was something you were missing or you didn't take any pictures of. I have nothing further.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I don't see any hands raised on the jury. May this witness be excused?
Your Honor.
No objection. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can we take a little break, Your Honor? I think there's one thing, and kind of run ahead of schedule too. I think I got one witness I can't, but I just want to go on a little report once we get going here. We may want to bring up something with you, Your Honor, too.
Okay. All right, so we'll take a break. I'm not sure how long, maybe 15 minutes or so. It'll be our afternoon break, so we'll take please remember to leave your notes upside down in your chairs, and that you're not to discuss the case with each other or with anyone else, and no checking out social media or any media reports. And we'll see you back in a few minutes. All right, Secretary, please.
Well, it's going to be Detective 2 again, I guess, going to what the defense brought up before. The court, after I listened to the court's ruling, there's a little bit of confusion here, because I think, the victim's intent is part of this case, and we have talked about it. And I think the ruling the court had earlier was that you couldn't just bring up every conviction, every bad thing the victim's ever done to show that it is, that's why he did what he did. We don't know why he did what he did. And so I think, so I just want clarification that, the detective can testify, but I don't think that opens the door for them to bring up every single conviction the victim had to kind of show we don't know why he did. So the ruling seemed to be a little bit broader than I understood it initially, and so I just wanted clarification because this Detective 2 is my next witness, and the court's going to let him get into it. I guess it's probably a good time to get a full ruling.
Well, I was saying that his state of mind isn't relevant to the case. I'm not sure, because I'm obviously not privy to all of the facts as you and
Sure.
his team are, so I'm not sure what testimony you're attempting or intending to elicit from the detective that you're concerned about.
I'm not too, but I think the defense wanted to get into bringing up his, arrest warrants that were out there, his prior drunk drivings and everything else, and I don't think that's relevant.
Right.
But I also think the intent of the victim, based on all the facts that we do know, and based on the totality of the circumstances, is part of the case. So your ruling was broader than I thought it was before. So I'm gonna.
Well, how do you get into what his intent was without them being able to say that maybe he was intending this because of these other?
Based on what he, watching the video, watching the facts that we do know. I mean, there's plenty of facts we do know, but we have no idea that he was even thinking about his prior arrest record. They want to bring up a domestic violence. And so part of our ruling, our motion before that was, that is, it doesn't come in because even if there may be some probative value, but the probative value is outweighed by the prejudicial effect. We have no idea what was going through his mind, but they can argue all they want in terms of, and what Michaela essentially argued during the whole incident was that, he was in fear for his life. The defendant was in fear for his life because of the activities of the victim at the time. So you can argue based on the facts that are in evidence of what the intent of the victim is, but to bring in stuff we have no idea about in terms of the domestic violence, that was to keep that out. And so they want to bring that in, and so I'm about to call Detective Tuber in, and I think it still should be kept out. But I want to bring that up because I thought the court's ruling was a little bit ambiguous, and so I want to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Okay. Mr.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I know the court's heard these arguments before, but the reason we want to bring in things that might have affected Mr. Lyoya's state of mind is because the prosecution in its opening said that Mr. Lyoya didn't intend to harm anybody by doing what he did. That his purpose and what he was doing, whatever we see on the screen, they've argued now and they've elicited testimony about what was in his head. And so we want to be able to explore that maybe it wasn't some innocent explanation for why he was fighting. And we think that the fact that he's got open warrants, he's on probation, he knows he's in trouble, is what we want to argue on. If they get to argue that he's a pacifist, we get to argue that he's not. And if they get to put on evidence that he's being innocent, he doesn't actually want to hurt anybody, we get to put on evidence that he does want to hurt somebody. And so we're just asking for the opportunity to address the prosecution's arguments that he made in opening during the course of the case.
Right, but I wonder how do you rebut that prior bad acts?
Oh,
For
the-
example, domestic violence, because obviously domestic violence is not pertinent in this situation, right?
Certainly his propensity for violence would be pertinent. They're saying he's not going to harm anybody, and that he took the taser from the officer for some reason other than to use it on him. And so I think his prior conduct goes to his intent, which is what they're arguing. They're trying to say he didn't intend to do anything. We want to argue the opposite, Your Honor, and we want to put on evidence to support that argument.
All right, Mr. Becker?
But the whole basis, they don't have no idea why he did what he did. That's the thing. The intent is based on what happened in the scene. They can watch that. This is just trying to drag him through the mud in terms of throwing all these prior convictions. And it's not, my argument is based on the facts that we know at the time. You can't just drag in every bad thing this person's ever done and say, well, he could have.
There's something in between everything he's ever done and whatever they're trying to, or whatever testimony they're attempting to elicit.
And we talked about that. We talked about he was drunk driving, he was, didn't have a driver's license. There's plenty of reason you can argue about what that is, but we have no idea if he was even thinking. He didn't even know. We talked earlier in the ruling is that he had no idea that there may have been a domestic violence warrant out for him. So that's the difference in terms of what was inside his mind. They can argue all they want about why he wanted to do things based on the facts that are in evidence, not dredging up bad acts that were not properly filed under 404B.
And again, I'm not as familiar, so there was apparently a domestic violence warrant.
We're not trying to get into prior convictions. There's a lot of them from years ago. What matters, what's active that morning, what's in his mind. 3 days prior, aggravated domestic violence out of Wyoming Police Department. Victim transported by ambulance, active warrant.
Well, I guess
2022, Kent County Prosecutor's Office issued a summons, failure to stop at scene of property damage accident. That was active.
What date?
These were all active.
Right, so usually when the prosecutors issue a warrant, they don't call up a suspect or defendant and say, hey, we're getting ready to do a warrant on you. So I don't know how you get in evidence that the alleged victim knew that there were these warrants. And furthermore, I don't know how the warrant shows any propensity for bad acts any more than the warrant for your client shows that he's a murderer.
It's not to show bad acts. It's meant to show what the prosecution's arguing. He had no intention to cause any harm.
I mean, it's the same thing, right?
Well,
because if you're using a warrant for someone's arrest to show that they intended to cause harm, again, it's a warrant. So there's no conviction, there's no proof beyond a reasonable doubt. There's not even any evidence that I'm aware of that he knew that he had this warrant or these warrants.
I'm sorry. Could I just read just these other active scenarios here?
Well, I don't know how they would be relevant. Again, if you can say instead of like running through everything he's accused of.
It's not accusation. It's Allegan County Circuit Court bond, OWI third offense, bond condition, no alcohol, no driving. Henry County, Illinois, for aggravated DUI conviction, probation, not possess or consume alcohol.
Those aren't violent.
Right.
So again, intent to use, because Mr. Borgula just mentioned that he wants to be able to put on something to show that his intent may have been to take the taser and use it potentially against your client, but none of those that you just listed, even though I stopped you, have to do with an intent to harm someone. Well, yeah. And the fact that he had been drinking and driving was elicited, I believe, from a couple of witnesses.
Right, and I think it's twofold. One, Mr. Lyoya had several active warrants, probation, bond conditions that would indicate what he was doing that morning was unlawful and would show why maybe his intentions were different than what Mr. Becker has proposed. Secondly, there are several violent domestic violence conviction histories which could go to violence as well if the prosecutor brings up that his intentions wouldn't be to harm them. So, or as the first witness testified, he was a really good person. So that's why we're arguing the door's been open and we should be able to get in.
Whether he's good or not is not relevant to this case.
But it was open, the door was open. So if a witness gets up and testifies, he's really a good person, normally that can be door opening if the person has things out.
If it was the defendant, I would agree, but if it's an alleged victim, I don't know what law provides that. The character of an alleged victim is somehow relevant in a case where that victim is deceased.
I think opening the door to background for peacefulness, overall general good character, I think that opens the door to show contrary evidence on rebuttal.
You know, the only thing I'd add is though that they have specific 404A2, character of alleged victim of a homicide. When self-defense is an issue, evidence of a trait or character for aggression of the alleged victim of crime offered by the accused to rebut the same, if it's known to the defendant. The defendant didn't know him. That's the key thing. It's got to be known. So they can get into character evidence if it's known to the defendant had no idea. This is the first time they met. So they can get into it, but this is not the case. And the fact that he's got all these warrants, just because he's got warrants out doesn't mean he knows what's going on. So, you know, what his intent is, they can argue the intent based on the facts that we see here. He had the taser. They can argue that he wanted to use the taser. I can argue that he didn't want to use the taser, but that's based on the facts and the evidence that are admitted and the jury sees, not dragging up every bad act that the defendant ever did and trying to drag him through the mud, and that's essentially what they're doing here.
Anything else?
We only bring it back up at this juncture because we feel the door has been opened by the prosecution with the testimony elicited and the opening argument comments.
And I'm not sure how far Mr. Becker, you're attempting to go in this regard at all, or are you trying to go anywhere, you just don't want.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm not planning getting into it. It's just that the defense brought this up. They want to do with Detective Tugri, and so I thought, you know, he's my next witness, so we're going to clear this up beforehand because then there was a question in my mind.
And I don't see where it would be relevant at this point. I don't believe that the door has been opened under 404. Because I do believe that it would need to be known to the defendant at the time, and apparently, I mean, there's no evidence that he was aware of it. I mean, suppose that could come up later, but so far it hasn't. So I believe it would be inappropriate to get into the defendant's criminal record with the next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And then, I don't want to deprive you of a break. So, and they would have had a break already, and so I would.
Take a little break, because I think, really, we got Detective Tugri in, which I don't think will be too long, and Dr. Cole, but he's not going to be here until 3. So we're going to take a little break here, and then once, hopefully we'll get here, we can roll right through.
Okay, but the detective's here. Right?
He is, Your Honor.
Okay. So it's 2:27 now, so what we'll do is we'll break for another, I'll say 10 minutes, and then, so we'll come back at 2:40.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So meanwhile, we'll recess.
All rise, please.
Thank you for joining us. If you're just tuning in, we just heard a lot right there. Kent County Prosecutor Chris Becker and Christopher Schurr's team arguing over what facts should be allowed in the case, including a domestic violence warrant out against Patrick Lyoya. Now, Callie Lichter is live right now with more on what happened. Callie, break down what was happening during that argument.
So we actually have an expert here to help break that down. You know, I'm in court a lot, but not quite an expert. So if you'd like to introduce yourself real quick.
Sure. Tanya Kraus-Phelan. I'm a professor and associate dean of academics, and way back in the day, I actually used to try these kinds of cases.
Yeah, you're telling me you have a lot of experience here in the courtroom, trials.
Yes, but please don't ask me how old I am. Yes.
I won't, I promise. So let's go through, this motion hearing that, we just heard. They had the jury leave the courtroom for it. What kind of were they arguing in there?
So first of all, kudos to the lawyers for actually asking for the jury to be excused before they made this argument, because I've seen in a lot of situations where lawyers start arguing something that they want to keep out of evidence, and then they do it in front of the jury, and then the jury hears it anyway. So kudos to the lawyers for that. Essentially what Prosecutor Becker was asking for is a clarification from the judge on what specifically was going to be allowed with respect to Mr. Lyola's prior criminal history. There had been a ruling before trial, right, that they couldn't get into certain things, but because some things came up in trial today, Mr. Becker renewed his motion on that particular matter.
And I know he was saying it was kind of a preemptive thing, but we were also talking about how maybe Lyoya's previous history was kind of danced around during what we've heard today.
Sure. So one of the things that's really important to remember is that the Michigan rules of evidence in homicide cases where the defense is self-defense, and we know in this case that's clearly the defense, it is permissible or allowed for the victim's reputation of aggressiveness to come into trial. And what Mr. Becker was arguing is like, look, there's no evidence that Officer Schurr knew about that at the time this incident happened, and that's why he wanted to keep it out. But oftentimes what happens in trial is even when you're well prepared, even when you've interviewed witnesses countless times, something always comes up in the course of trial that you didn't expect, because jurors are human beings and they're in there, they're nervous, they're talking. And so I think he wanted to make sure that everybody stayed within the bounds of the judge's ruling, that impermissible evidence did not come in.
And, I know that this motion was already heard. It was, I think 2 weeks ago now, there was a ruling on it, some time ago, but it's not uncommon for, these issues to kind of continue into a trial setting.
Sure, that's absolutely right. Because just as I mentioned, even though there was a ruling ahead of time and the lawyers can try to ask their questions so that that type of evidence doesn't come out, the witnesses don't always know that, right? And the witnesses are there to talk and tell their version of what they saw, heard, experienced as it relates to a case. And so if they say something unexpected, it could trigger something to happen within the rules of evidence that might allow evidence to come in that the judge had previously ruled out. And I think that's what Mr. Becker was trying to prevent from happening.
And I know, there's an alleged storied history there with Lyoya. In regards to his previous record, there was some convictions, domestic violence. I think there was also a driving under the influence type of record. And I heard the defense try to, bring some of these things up. And you had Prosecutor Becker say, well, these aren't violent offenses. Would it be common to allow, in theory, allow some of these prior convictions, warrants to be able to be shared and others not to be shared?
Right, because again, the issue here, when self-defense is the defense, is what was going through the defendant's mind at the time. Was he in fear of imminent death or great bodily harm? And to get inside the person's head, you need to assess the situation as it appeared to them. So that's why you heard Mr. Becker say, look, there's no evidence that Officer Schurr knew about those things ahead of time while this was happening. So that's how somebody's prior reputation or actions for violent conduct could come in a homicide case where self-defense is an issue. Now, if this were a trial and Mr. Lyoya had survived and was testifying against Officer Schurr, then there are certain rules of evidence that pertain to prior convictions, which is different from actions regarding a reputation for aggressiveness.
And I know we were talking in general, there's two pictures painted by both sides, and the defense is going towards that, self-defense. He was in a state of they say that Schurr was in a state of fear, when he was in this situation. And we were talking about, the amount of times he called for backup and he was alone. So what do you think about, their approach to this?
Yeah, and so it's really difficult for defense attorneys oftentimes to know what exactly to say in an opening statement, because the defendant in every criminal case in this country has the right to either remain silent or take the stand and testify in their own behalf. But in a case like this, where we clearly know that self-defense is the defense, they wanted to paint the picture of what could possibly have been going through his Officer Schurr's mind at the time this happened. And that's a delicate line, right? Because the defendant hasn't testified yet. And so you heard a couple of times the prosecutor object to the defense opening, saying it crossed over into argument when she started talking about things that Mr. Schurr or Officer Schurr might have been thinking at the time. We don't have any evidence of that yet. But it was clear from trying to set the stage of what could possibly have been going through Officer Schurr's mind at the time, right? How many times he called for backup? Twice, and nobody was there yet. And so that will, I predict, become relevant when we get to the defense case, because that's going to be part of his state of mind and what he reasonably feared as imminent harm. Prosecution, on the other hand, set a different stage for the story, and that was that a single shot to the head killed Patrick Lyoya. And that ties in with the element that he has to prove, that there was an intent to kill when Officer Schurr pulled the trigger. So both attorneys did a really nice job in their opening statements, setting the stage for what their theory of the case is and the story from their perspective about what this case is all about.
And I know we were also talking about, how important stories are when it comes to trials, to telling and painting a broader picture. And we saw a few witnesses that did just that. The three witnesses, his two friends, the neighbors that were there. But then we're also seeing some witnesses who are more procedural in a way, seeing the videos, seeing the photos. So can you talk about, kind of how they're blending two elements, the more like facts, or they're all facts, but the more statistics, evidence, and then the stories.
So far what I'm seeing is that Mr. Becker is going pretty much in chronological order, which is a very common procedural way that prosecutors put their case on. But in this case, when we have so much video, we have cell phone videos, we have door cams, we have the officer's body cam and dash cam video, and then putting those images alongside of the eyewitness testimony, the officers arriving on the scene, I think really helps give the jury a full view of what, kind of a 360, if you will, of the prosecutor's theory of the case.
And I know we were told this morning that there was going to be some officers coming in on the when the defense has their turn to bring in their witnesses. And I know we're talking a lot about, and the defense was talking a lot about how he was doing his job. Schurr was doing his job as an officer. We don't know who's going to take the witness in for the prosecution, but do you anticipate maybe some officers coming in and saying that towards the, for the prosecution's witness list, saying, no, this wasn't procedure?
Well, Mr. Becker alluded to the fact that they do have police officers coming in to testify as expert witnesses on the use of force, so I fully expect that he will make good on the promise he made in his opening statement, that we'll see that. And the defense also referred to the fact that they'll have a similar expert witness on the other side. And so both experts, whether it's the prosecution expert or the defense expert, are going to focus in on the training officers receive regarding escalation of force in these types of situations, and whether Officer Schurr's conduct exceeded what they're trained to do.
And one of the things that I found personally interesting is, a lot of the argument on both sides surrounds the taser. The taser, it's in the courtroom right now. We saw it on the table. It was picked up a couple of times. And there was a ruling that there can't be a live taser demonstration in the courtroom. So how is that going to play in your opinion, that the fact they can't have a live taser demonstration, but they're, having it in the room just as kind of a static object.
Yeah, that's not uncommon, right? So the evidence is what the evidence is, and it's very common for the prosecutors to have that evidence out during the course of the trial. I'm not surprised at the ruling that there wouldn't be a live taser demonstration. It would be interesting to see if, as the case evolves, that they allow a video to be played about what happens when if it's tased on someone. So we'll see how that plays out. But so far they're abiding by the judge's ruling.
And, you know, we can't predict what's going to happen when it comes to trials. It's ever evolving, ever moving, and we can't predict how many people are going to come in, how many questions are going to be asked. But so far we've seen, I think, maybe 6 witnesses, if I'm remembering correctly off the top of my head. Is it moving fast, slow when it comes to other trials like this? How do you think the pace is shaping up?
Well, 2 things there. First of all, every trial is different, and I've had trials where I thought it was going to go very quickly and it ended up taking twice as long, and vice versa. I will say that I think we're going along at a pretty good clip right now. I think the pace is pretty good, and that's an attribute to the lawyers being very good lawyers, right? Mr. Becker is keeping his questions very focused and direct when he's bringing his witnesses up there. And so far, the cross-examinations have been very targeted, pinpoint questions. They're not droning on and trying to get to a point. They have points they want to make and they make it. So when you have good, talented trial lawyers like you do on both sides of this case, it's not uncommon for the case to go a little quicker than expected.
I think it's getting just about time for the viewers to get back to the stream.
Okay.
So thank you so much for
You're
coming in and
welcome.
sharing your expertise. And Lauren, I'm going to send it back to you in the studio.
Callie, thank you. One of the witnesses we heard from before the argument between both attorneys was an MSP detective sergeant who was responsible for gathering the video of the incident and confirming its authenticity and chronological order. We're going to play you that body camera of the incident in full. Take a look.
Hey, stay in the car! Stay in the car! Stay in the car! Get in the car! Dude, I'm stopping you. Do you have a license? Do you have a license?
For what?
I'm stopping you. Do you have a license?
What that do?
Do you have a driver's license? Do you speak English?
Yes.
Can I see your license?
What that do wrong?
The plate doesn't belong on this car. Do you have a license or no? Do you have a driver's license?
Yes.
Where is it at?
It's in the car. Get it for me. What that wrong?
The plate does not belong on this car.
Amen. Drop me my right there. Right there.
No, no, no. Stop. Stop. Put your hands right. Stop. 1915. You got one running. Northbound. Stop. Stop.
Okay. Dang.
Stop. Stop.
Okay.
Get your hands behind your back.
Okay.
Hands behind your back.
Okay.
Get your hands behind your back.
Okay.
1950. Start with more cars.
Okay.
Stop.
Okay.
Stop resisting.
I'm gonna do it to him, to you.
Let go of the taser.
What's the problem?
Let go of the taser.
And again, that video was showing the body camera video from that incident of the day. As you can see, proceedings have started once again. Let's take you right there.
Scheduled to work that day. I received a call from my supervisor, my detective lieutenant, who informed me briefly that there had been some sort of officer-involved shooting in the city of Grand Rapids, and he asked that I respond to the scene.
And did you respond to the scene?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any idea of what time you would have gotten there?
It would have been closer to 10 a.m., I believe.
As a detective, at that point in time, do you know you're going to be the lead detective, if you will, or was there other detectives there?
There were other detectives there, but I was formally assigned as the officer in charge. During a phone call, at some point during my drive over there, I knew I was going to be the lead investigator.
What are your sort of responsibilities as you get to the scene? What do you do?
Initially, we try to get the preliminary information, the gist of what happened, the size of our scene. We're looking to preserve physical evidence, digital evidence, witness information, and any other statements that might be pertinent to the case.
And obviously you can't do it all your own on yourself. You had other people assisting you with getting witness statements and so on and so forth.
Yes.
Now, part of it in terms of getting to the scene, you've had an opportunity to take a look at the people's exhibits 8, 9, and 10, correct?
I believe so. I'm not sure the numbering system at this point.
But in terms of these exhibits, you recognize those are photos that, did you take them or did somebody else take them?
Again, I have to see exactly which of those exhibits. I believe I took those photos.
All right, we'll bring you up here. This is digital. Oh, I forgot. Evidence. I'm going to show you Exhibit 8, 9, and 10. You recognize those now?
I do.
And what do you recognize those as?
It's a picture of the Nissan that's involved and also of the in-car computer from Officer Schurr's patrol car.
And in terms of that, these photos were taken on scene?
Yes.
Were these photos actually taken by you?
One of them was, another was by a trooper that I was working with.
But all of those accurately depict the vehicle and what you saw when you were on scene as well?
Yes.
I would move for the admission of Exhibits 8, 9, and 10, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Objection.
All right, then 8, 9, and 10 are now admitted.
And just so we can put it over the screen, please, you can switch it over to us, please. So we're looking at Exhibit 8 here. This is the car that was involved in the incident, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't move it, and nothing was done with this at this point in time. You just took a picture of it there.
Correct.
Now, what are we looking at here? Exhibit 9 for the record.
That's a rear image of the same vehicle to include the license plate.
Now, the license plate is kind of an important part of this case, if you will?
Yes, it is.
Why is that?
Because the Secretary of State registration information associated with that plate does not match the Nissan car.
Okay. And I'm going to go to Exhibit 10. Can you tell me what we're looking at here?
Yes. So upon arrival on scene, at one point I entered Officer Schurr's patrol vehicle. It was still in the same location that had been left. I noticed that his in-car computer, which most patrol cars have, was on and open at the time. and this is the screen that I observed. I'm familiar with a similar system that the state police used when I worked on the road and in a patrol car. And this is an access terminal for, among other databases, Secretary of State information. So when I saw this, I immediately recognized that the license plate on the Nissan had been run in the system, and then the record that came back, it even says year 2015 Ford Fiesta right on there.
Laser pointer that may help.
Laser pointer, yeah, I'm pointing with my finger. So 2015 Ford Fiesta with a VIN that also did not match. And I'm not wearing my glasses, but the query that prompted all these responses is the license plate that I saw on the Nissan that was parked in front of the patrol car.
So this indicates to you that the license plate was run, showed up bad, and that led to the stop that we're talking about.
I believe so.
You can switch off our computer for right now. Now, in terms of other things that you did, and all these videos, were you responsible for obtaining the videos? Can you give the jury a little bit of background how you got the videos that we've seen up to this point in time?
One of our primary goals, and one of my primary goals, was to preserve all the digital evidence involved on the scene. I received assistance from my partners in canvassing the area, looking for doorbell cameras, security cameras. We were aware that a body-worn camera and a dash camera were also involved. Early on, learned that the cell phone video may also exist. So I made efforts, either myself or through my partners, assigned them to preserve, locate, and obtain those videos.
So one of the things you talked about was a doorbell video. We haven't seen one yet. Were you able to find a doorbell or security camera video from a house in the area?
Yep, I was informed by one of my counterparts at GRPD, a detective, that they had obtained some short video files from a doorbell and security camera system from a residence across the street from where this happened.
And so did you go about to obtain that to make sure you had anything that actually showed what happened?
Yes, I requested those be sent to me, and I received those while I was still on scene.
And you've had an opportunity to review that, and that would be People's Exhibit 11 then?
Yes.
All right. Now to go back to that for this. Before we get into it, it's kind of divided up into 3 separate films, if you will. Are there 3 different videos? Can you explain why it's like this?
I believe initially I received 17 separate clips. That extended long before the incident and also after the incident. A lot of the videos were overlapping and redundant to each other, but only a few actually captured really the main incident at hand here.
And so that was, you were able to break that down and capture those of what the incident, exactly what happened during the incident, if you will.
Yep, and I believe they had to be broken down to a suitable size to be shared even while they were on scene.
Because it was so large of a file.
Very.
I'm going to play now these parts of the Exhibit 11, Your Honor. Those three, there was some overlap. That was the best you could do in terms of trying to line this all up, if you will.
You're correct.
In terms of when you get to the evidence, part of what you do is seize things that are on site, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show, this is marked as Exhibit 25. Show you what has been marked as Exhibit 25. You recognize that?
I do.
And what is this?
That is a Taser Model 7.
Okay. And what is this Taser Model 7? Why is it relevant to this case?
It was Officer Schurr's Taser, the center of this issue here.
Okay, so this was the actual Taser that was used in the incident that we've been seeing today?
Yes, it is.
What did you do with that? Why that was seized, obviously. What was done with it?
I observed it on scene when I arrived. It had not been moved by MSP prior to my arrival. It was clear during our preliminary investigation that possession of the Taser was the main issue. And not knowing what other evidence was going to come to light, we wanted to preserve that for fingerprints and touch DNA evidence. So our crime scene response team, which is also with Michigan State Police, responded, and they're the ones that actually physically seized that item, and it first went to our crime lab in Grand Rapids.
And that was to get the fingerprints and so forth?
It was.
At some point in time, do you kind of figure out that probably wasn't necessary to try and figure out what was the Taser?
Once we were able to get some more of the videos, it was clear. We would expect Mr. Lyoya's fingerprints and DNA to be on the Taser. So to expedite our investigative process, I requested to cancel the fingerprint and DNA analysis at our crime lab and download the information that is stored inside the Taser regarding the use.
And then what happened with that Taser? Where was it sent anywhere?
It was entered into our property. We have an evidence room that's secured at our work site. I requested one of my partners bring it back to the Grand Rapids Police Department where the information on the unit could be downloaded into a report. My partner facilitated that. We then took the device and we shipped it directly to the manufacturer to Axon for further analysis.
And so they could take a look at it and see if it was essentially operating correctly and take a further, more in-depth look to that, and as well as the body cam?
As well as the body cam, and to analyze the data. I'm not a Taser expert. I'm not able to interpret the information that comes off the machine, but they can.
And Axon is also the one that manufactures the body camera as well, is that correct?
In this case, yes.
So after getting kind of stuff on scene, this is over a period, it just doesn't happen all in one day, correct?
No.
How long are you working on this case, gathering evidence, if you will?
It's hard to say. I've had some items of follow-up as long as years later, but the bulk of the investigation took place that month of April.
Now, part of that was also getting training records for the defendant, is that true?
Yes.
I believe these have all been entered into evidence, and I'm going to show you, just to make sure. By stipulation, these are all the stipulated items, Your Honor, I believe. I'm going to say Exhibit 24, Exhibit 30, Exhibit 31, Exhibit 32, Exhibit 33, and Exhibit 34. I believe those have all been stipulated to Your Honor in terms of. Just for the jury's benefit, can you give the idea of what we're looking at here? What are these documents, if you will?
These are training records from the Grand Rapids Police Department.
Training records for who specifically?
Officer Schurr.
And how did you get these?
I got these via search warrant. I was able to obtain a search warrant and go directly to the Grand Rapids Police Department training unit and facilitate that search warrant and obtain these records that way.
Now, let's use Exhibit 24, for example. I think you have that in front of you.
I do.
Can you give it a little bit more of an idea in terms of the jury? It says 20-1. What does that mean? What are these records pertaining to specifically?
The 20, I believe, refers to the year. Again, I'm not a Grand Rapids police officer. I've not received training from their department. So some of these are generally apparent, and there's dates within these documents that this one is from 2020.
So 2020, and so what years are we covering here then, if you're talking about the training documents?
2020, 2021, 2022. There is a 2019 in here as well.
Okay. So it goes back a few years in terms of the records that they have in Grand Rapids Police about what trainings he underwent.
Yes.
Now, you didn't get into them at all in terms of you kind of pass those along. You didn't do any analysis of them. That was not your role at this point in time.
No, it wasn't.
You just see them and pass them along for other people to look at.
Correct.
Now, one of the other things, did you also get a video as well?
I did.
What was that video for?
It was a graduation video from the police academy for Officer Schurr.
And you had an opportunity to look at that?
I did.
And did that show the officer getting tased as part of the academy training?
It did.
And so that was kind of important, so you asked that to be passed along as well?
Correct.
And now that is exhibit, I believe, entered into exhibit 12, Your Honor, with all the stipulations.
Yes, 12 is already in.
I would only note on that, I think there was some suggestion by the defense that there should be some redactions on that. So, could we just approach for a moment?
So just for clarification, exhibit 12 is the graduation video, but it's not the full video. It's a longer video, but it's been edited.
I haven't seen the whole edited version of it. I've seen the complete video that I obtained.
But this clearly is not. You've seen part of this, and there's edits that are part of this, but we're not the full video.
Correct.
Move to play exhibit 12, Your Honor.
Just for clarification, when you say it's not the entire video, you mean the entire video of the graduation with all participants?
Correct.
It's just narrowed down?
It's just narrowed down to focus on where we can find where the defendant was involved.
Okay. And you want to play that?
Correct.
Published exhibit 12. Okay. You may proceed with that.
just to be clear, the music was part of the video that you got, and we didn't use to add that or anything like that.
Definitely not.
That was a video that, music came on that original video.
Correct.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Dodge?
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Excuse me one moment here. So, Detective, you mentioned that there initially was going to be a request for fingerprints and DNA to be conducted on this taser here, correct?
Correct.
But that request was ultimately canceled?
Yes.
And because from the video it was apparent that Mr. Lyoya had possessed the taser, is
Yes.
that correct? And just in regards to a taser device here, do you carry a taser at times with you on duty?
I do not.
You ever?
Not anymore.
Okay. But when you did, does the taser that you would carry have some differences? I just approached the witness, Your Honor.
Yes,
There's some differences to this exhibit taser. Is that fair to say? As far as battery and cartridges?
Which exhibit is that for the record?
Probably should put exhibit, it's the demonstration, exhibit 23. I'll put a sticker on here, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Different from the taser that I used to carry, or different from the taser that was used in this incident?
Different from the taser used in this incident.
That one doesn't have the battery in it, doesn't have cartridges in it.
Okay. Do you know why the taser we're using in court today does not have those functions?
Yeah, for safety purposes.
Okay. Now, you've been a police officer for how long here in the state of Michigan?
12 and a half years.
And under Michigan law, it's a felony to even possess a taser or similar electric weapon without certain licensing. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
To actually even just possess a taser, I think I'm safe holding it in court here, but if I don't have a CPL, if I don't have specific taser training, I can't even touch a taser under Michigan law, correct?
Correct. There are very few exceptions.
It's even more restrictive than a lot of firearms possession laws. Is that fair to say?
I'd have to weigh them in specific instances. Some parts are, some parts aren't, maybe.
Okay. So if I went outside of this courtroom, if I don't have a CPL, I don't have proper taser training, I cannot possess a taser.
Correct.
When Mr. Lyoya possessed this taser, that was a felony violation, correct?
Yes, it would be.
Based on your investigation into Mr. Lyoya's background and whether he had a CPL?
Correct.
Now, I just want to go through some of the exhibits with you. From the workup of the scene here, Detective Tubergen, you responded to the scene of this incident sometime soon after, is that right?
Yes.
Approximately how long after that you responded?
I may have been on scene an hour and a half after it occurred, give or take.
Okay. And did you have the opportunity to, I think you've already talked, you admitted some photos, to see the Nissan vehicle where it was at the time this incident happened?
Yes, I did.
And then after, sometime later, does the vehicle get taken elsewhere?
Yes, it was towed to our 6th District headquarters at MSP.
Now, did you yourself or other MSP personnel take photographs of the Nissan both at the scene there and then also back at one of the MSP facilities?
Yes, we did.
Sir, Your Honor, could I just approach the witness with some defendant's proposed exhibits?
Okay, you can state which ones they are listed, like the.
I have defendant exhibit L1, L2, L20, and L15. Now, the parties have stipulated to these exhibits, do those appear to portray the vehicle at the scene or at the MSP facility soon thereafter?
Yes, they do.
And does that depict some of the contents within the Nissan?
Yes.
Just approach a few additional pictures. Defendant's exhibit L5, L6, L7, L12, and L13. What do those photos depict?
Deployed taser probes.
And does it also include some of the taser wires connected to the probes?
Yes, it does.
And were the probes and the wires, and we're going to get into this more with a taser expert, but were those found right around the body of Mr. Lyoya, right in the vicinity where the shooting took place?
Yes, they were.
And those were photographed by MSP personnel?
Correct.
Now, during the stop, as we watch it on video here, Officer Schurr's stop, at some point Officer Schurr asked the driver for a driver's license. Do you recall that?
I do.
And is that common during a traffic stop that police ask for a driver's license?
Yes, it is.
Is a driver in the state of Michigan required to have a valid driver's license upon them?
Yes.
And when Officer Schurr asks Mr. Lyoya for his license, does he immediately pat at a pocket?
I believe he pats his pockets, yes.
And as a police officer, does that normally indicate that they might be reaching for their license or reaching for their wallet?
Could be.
And did Mr. Lyoya, was he ever able to pull out a wallet or furnish a license to Officer Schurr?
No.
Now, if I could just approach with defendant's exhibit L9. Was Mr. Lyoya's wallet found at the scene?
Yes, it was.
And was it located on or immediately near his person?
Yes, it was.
And after that wallet, I presume that wallet was taken into evidence by MSP?
Yes, it was.
And did you go through the content of the wallet?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever find a driver's license in the wallet?
Yes, I did.
For Mr. Lyoya?
No, I did not.
Now, if I could also approach defendant's exhibit L10 and L11. And do you recall what those depict?
Yes, this is a car key to the Nissan.
And was the car key also located immediately near Mr. Lyoya's person?
Yes, it was.
Now, Detective Tubergen, as part of your investigation, did you go out and interview some of the persons that were with Mr. Lyoya earlier that morning?
I attempted to. I also assigned some of my peers to attempt some interviews as well.
And was that relevant to try to understand what Mr. Lyoya may have been doing that morning?
I believe so.
And could that have potentially shed some light on Mr. Lyoya's actions that morning?
Potentially could.
Did you also look into Mr. Lyoya's just his general history?
I did.
And driver's history?
I did.
And did you do a really thorough workup on Mr. Lyoya and his background?
I believe I did.
Now, from your observations of the video, did Officer Schurr give Mr. Lyoya several police commands?
Yes, he did.
And did Mr. Lyoya fail to follow those commands?
Yes, he did.
And did Mr. Lyoya resist arrest?
Yes.
And did Mr. Lyoya shove or push at Officer Schurr at times?
It appears so.
And are all of those felony law violations under Michigan law?
Yes.
Just one moment, sir. We would move to admit the exhibits referenced. That would be L1, L2, L5, 6, and 7, L9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, and L20.
Those are the ones you just showed me before?
Yeah.
Okay, no objection.
And those exhibits will be admitted at this time.
That's all the questions I have right now. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
No follow-up, Your Honor.
And I don't see any hands raised on the jury. May this witness be excused, even though he's just gonna go to the court.
You may, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. You missed that one.
Thank you. Quite a pile up here. Call Dr. Stephen Cole.
Hello.
Hi.
And before you take your seat, you can raise your right hand. My clerk will swear you.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Yes, Stephen with a PH, Cole, C-O-H-L-E.
Could you tell the jury what you do for a living?
Yes, I'm a forensic pathologist.
And what is a forensic pathologist?
Well, a forensic pathologist is a physician who specializes in the investigation of sudden and unexpected deaths and violent deaths. Those are the main categories. And we do so by obtaining information, if it's available, about how the death occurred, and where and so on, circumstances of death. The second thing is we examine the individual externally and look for a number of things, including injury, height, weight, and various physical features. The next thing we do is we do laboratory testing, which can include x-rays if needed. And finally, when we have all of the information back and we have completed our report, we certify the death as to the cause and manner of death. And sometimes there are other questions that may come up that we also try to make observations about that may be relevant to the death.
Could you give the jury a little bit of your educational background? How do you become a forensic pathologist?
Well, first you have to go to medical school. So I attended medical school at the University of Missouri at Columbia and graduated there. I then trained for 4 years in pathology at Baylor College of Medicine in Houston, Texas. For the year after that, I trained in forensic pathology at the Institute of Forensic Sciences in Dallas. And following that training, I was hired to come work here in Grand Rapids, and I've been here ever since.
And ever since, how long have you been here?
Since 1982.
So since 1982, I mean, once you graduated school and get your forensic pathology, things have changed, I would imagine, in the field. Do you do anything to stay up to date, to stay current on developments in the field of forensic pathology?
Well, yes. I attend usually 2 to 3, mostly 3 meetings a year that are involved in pathology, or that the meetings are about pathology. Usually a couple of national meetings, occasionally an international meeting, and we also have a state meeting, State Medical Examiner Association meeting here in Michigan.
In addition to that, you take part in educating other pathologists or helping out those who are maybe looking to get in the field?
Well, yes. We, at our morgue here in Grand Rapids, I work out of Blodgett. We accept medical students. In fact, we have 2 currently that are allowed to come into our office and observe. If it weren't crowded today, I would have brought them to court, because that's part of the deal, is showing them how the system works and how our autopsies fit into the prosecution of cases and so on. I've also lectured from time to time at state and national and occasionally international meetings.
Now, in terms of being here since 1982, can you give the jury an idea of how many cases have you handled? I mean, I guess per year, give us a ballpark idea.
Well, I'd say probably total about 10,000. It's usually been about 200 to 250 cases a year, sometimes a few more.
Now, when you say cases a year, those are 250 autopsies you were performing on a body?
Yes, autopsies.
Now, are you only for Kent County?
Well, I'm the chief medical examiner for Kent County, and in that regard, we do all of the autopsies, the forensic autopsies that occur in Kent County. We do them at Blodgett. There are 2 of us. I have a deputy chief medical examiner. We also do autopsies for other counties if they choose to use our services. That can include Ottawa. I think we have probably 9 or 10 other counties up to the UP. We do Sault Ste. Marie, Mackinac County, Emmett County, and a bunch of other smaller counties in northern Michigan, and we do Branch County in southern Michigan.
So in terms of doing all these autopsies, I'm assuming you've been qualified and expert in the field of forensic pathology before?
Yes.
Can you give the jury an idea how many times you've been qualified as an expert?
I would say probably 600 times.
And is that just in Kent County, or is that in other places as well?
Well, other places as well, mostly in Michigan, but a few other states.
Okay, so you've actually gone out of state and testified for
Yes.
cases. At this point in time, I'd like to enter his testimony as an expert in the field of forensic pathology. No objection?
All right, and Dr. Cole shall be considered an expert in that field.
Doctor, you had the opportunity to perform an autopsy on Patrick Lyoya.
Yes.
Could you tell the jury when this took place and where it took place?
Yes, the autopsy took place on April 4th of 2022, and it occurred at the morgue at Blodgett.
Could you give them a little bit of an idea of, in this this case, what do you do when you start an autopsy? What
Well,
process?
what we do, the first thing, as I mentioned a little earlier, is try to get information as to how the death occurred. Now, in Kent County, one of our sources of information, probably the primary one, is we have 8 investigators who work for our office, and when there is a death that's reportable to the medical examiner, again, usually violent deaths, sudden unexpected deaths, apparent drug overdoses, babies with unsafe sleeping, and so on. Whoever is in charge of the deceased person when they're pronounced dead has the obligation to call our office. Usually this is, if they're dead out in the field, it may be paramedics, it may be police. If they make it to the hospital, it's usually going to be an ER doctor or nurse. And so they will call our office. One of our investigators will respond, and depending on the situation, if there is a scene, as in this case there was, Mr. Lyoya was still at the scene. So they will usually respond to the scene, talk to the police, make their own observations, take photographs, and will produce a report that I use, at least mostly I use. I may have other sources as well. The police who are doing the investigation sometimes come in to observe the autopsy. And but mainly it's through our investigator. I'll get information as to how the death occurred, what are the circumstances. So it'll give me an idea of what to consider when I'm doing the autopsy.
Now you have this report. I'm assuming at some point in time the body is actually delivered to you. What steps do you take when you actually have the body to start performing the autopsy?
Well, when the body arrives, the body is almost always bagged, put in a body bag, in other words, prior to transport. The body is put on an autopsy table. It's photographed as it is in the condition in which we received it. We then inventory clothing and jewelry. We then remove that and clean the body up if there is blood or vomit or other material on the body. We'll clean the body up and rephotograph it. And then in that second phase, if there are injuries that are, or other markings, but oftentimes it's injuries, that are relevant, we will make sure we get a good photograph of those injuries. If someone, for example, is shot in the head, we'll shave around the injury so we can get a good photograph so that not only I, for future reference, but anybody else reviewing the autopsy can have material to review and give an opinion.
So in terms of that, when you did specifically with Patrick, this autopsy, did you notice any injuries or something? Did anything jump out at you when you performed your initial overview of the body?
Well, the main finding was that he had a gunshot wound in the back of the head.
So did you shave it as you shave his head to get a better look?
Yes, around the wound, usually for a diameter of several inches.
Why is it? Why do you have to shave? Why do you have to
Well,
shave it? What's the purpose of that?
if a person is shot in a hair-bearing area, then the hair can obscure the characteristics of the wound. And for example, when a gun is fired, besides the bullet coming out the muzzle, there will be soot and partly burned and unburned grains of gunpowder that are blown out of the weapon, of the muzzle. So we want to see if this gunshot residue is present, because it can give us some assistance as to the range of fire. So we want to shave all the hair from around the wound so we can identify such gunshot residue if present.
Now, when you're doing your autopsy, you at this point in time have no access to any videos, anything of the incident. You just had the report. They don't give you a video of what occurred. You're just basing it on your report and what you find on the body.
Yes, at the time of the autopsy, there may be reasons later on to review relevant videos, but on the day of the autopsy, we concern ourselves with what we see on the body.
Record showing opposing counsel exhibit 35, they would provide a copy. Doctor, kind of doing this newfangled way instead of printing it out. We're going to show you what has been marked as exhibit for People's 35. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize that as?
Well, that is the back of Mr. Lyoya's head, and it shows a gunshot wound entering pretty much in the midline of the back of the head, and then we have shaved the hair around it in order to elucidate the features of the wound.
So this would be an accurate picture of the wound as you saw it the day you performed the autopsy?
Yes.
I move the admission of exhibit 35, Your Honor.
35 is not admitted.
Turn off the lights and I publish it, Your Honor. I think there is a laser pointer. Found it? Could you tell the jury what we're looking at here for the record?
Well, this is exhibit, I believe you said 35. This is the back of Mr. Lyoya's head. Of course, here in the middle of the shaved area of the scalp is the gunshot wound. And then we have, again, shaved the hair from around the wound.
Now, in terms of when you look in the wound, you talk about looking for gunpowder. Did you find any gunpowder? What were the results when you start looking?
Well, usually what would happen if there's gunpowder, the weapon is not going to be in tight contact with the skin or the body. It's got to be at least a fraction of an inch, often 1 or several inches away, usually, depending on the weapon, up to 3 or 4 feet. So we're looking really, what's most important is we identify the wound, and then we're looking at the skin around the wound. In this case, I did not see any gunpowder surrounding this wound.
Now, do you do a microscope when you say when you look at the skin around it, you're talking about the shaved area, if you will?
Yes.
Okay, so you never saw any gunpowder there?
Correct.
What does that indicate to you?
Well, it indicates generally one of two things, it can get a bit complicated. It indicates either the wound is a distant wound, which would be greater than, say, 3 or 4 feet. That is, the muzzle to the person is greater than 3 or 4 feet. It can also mean it's a contact wound in which the muzzle is up against the head such that the gunshot residue is blown into the wound rather than being deposited around the wound.
So based on in your opinion, when you have the wound like this and no gunshot residue, what do you surmise from that?
Well, again, it could be, and I think it probably is a contact wound. Often when a firearm is tied up against the body when it's fired, besides the bullet and the powder and the soot, which is blown out the muzzle, there's also going to be gas from the burned gunpowder. And that may split and tear the skin around the entry wound. That did not happen in this case, just doesn't always happen. But so again, if I were, another thing I wanted to add, when you're talking about range of fire and looking for the gunshot residue, if an item, piece of clothing, can be a lot of things, but if something is interposed between the weapon and the person's body, even if the weapon is almost touching the body, that intermediary object can filter out gunshot residue. So that's just another consideration. We try not to be absolute in forensic pathology because there can be exceptions to the general rule.
So you didn't see any clothing or anything else in the wound here?
I did not. He was wearing kind of a loosely knit, I think it was a green sweater that did have a collared area on it. I don't want to get too much into the weeds here unless you or the defense has questions, but he was wearing that bit of clothing, and hypothetically, that may have, if interposed between the weapon and his head, could have filtered out some of this residue. I did not identify a hole, although it was loosely woven, but at the time of the autopsy, I didn't identify a hole. When I reviewed scene photographs, there was a possible defect in the back collar area, but I can't say for sure if that was, if that was made by the bullet or was already there.
All right, thank you. You can turn that off now. So in terms of, you see that, do you do anything else? I mean, you see, okay, there's a gunshot wound in the back of the head. Are you done then?
Well, we continue with the autopsy. The question is several. One of them is, one of the issues that we have to do is recover the bullet if it's still in them. Now, we take an X-ray, and that's, and we examine the body. So those, between those two, we can usually figure out if there's a bullet still in the person. In this case, there was no exit wound, and an X-ray did indeed show a bullet that had exited from the skull but lodged beneath the scalp on the right, where approximately where I'm pointing to myself.
And you retrieved that bullet?
Yes.
Now, even though you got this gunshot wound in the head, do you still look at the rest of the body?
Yes, we always do a complete autopsy, just to see if there's anything else that could have contributed to the death, or even sometimes are fringe benefits to the family if we find a disease of the type that can be inherited, such as coronary artery atherosclerosis. Especially in a young man like this, if he had significant coronary atherosclerosis, that would be of immense importance to the family, because they may be at risk for developing that and having a heart attack at an early age. So that's just one example, but we just look for anything else that may be of relevance to the family, or anything else that may have contributed to the death. Or in our toxicology screening, sometimes anything that might have altered the behavior of the person to make them behave in a certain way.
Now, going to that, I guess the first thing is, was there any other injuries? I guess anything pertinent, any injuries that you would have thought may have been important or caused during this incident?
No, there were no, there was evidence of remote injury, but there was no, and that didn't contribute to the death, and there was no other recent injury that would have occurred around the time of the death.
And I guess that's why remote means
in the
distance.
past, healed.
Okay.
Yeah, over with.
That's why I make sure remote to me can also mean from far away.
Oh, right. No, well, I'm thinking in the medical sense, we would say.
So there's some old injuries, but nothing that was recent.
Correct.
Nothing of substance.
Right.
In terms of, you talked about toxicology, what, did you find anything in the toxicology?
Yes. The main finding was that he had a very high blood alcohol. To put it in whole numbers, it's 290. That into context, 80 or higher is driving while intoxicated in Michigan, and he was 290. Another fluid that we test that can act on a check of the accuracy of the blood for alcohol is we take the eye fluid and analyze that, and that had a level of 330. So indeed, we can confirm that he had a high level of alcohol, or particularly ethanol, at the time he died.
Now, when you complete all this, you get the toxicology results, do you come up with a conclusion in terms of the manner of death?
Yes.
What was the manner of death?
The manner of death in this case was homicide.
And what was the cause of death?
Cause of death was the gunshot wound of the head.
When you say the manner of death being homicide, can you tell the jury what you mean by that?
We have 5 choices for manner of death, and the medical examiner, it's part of our job as medical examiners to make the determination. It's not a legal determination. In other words, just because I call a death a homicide doesn't mean somebody's going to be prosecuted. That's up to the prosecutor. But we have 5 choices, which is homicide, accident, suicide, natural, indeterminate. And so we have to pick from one of those 5 for the manner. Those are mainly in our, it's more of a public health issue for us as medical examiners. In other words, public health agencies such as the state or the Centers for Disease Control can take our data and use it to determine like how many deaths are accidental in the country or any population that they're studying.
Okay. Any other questions, Your Honor?
Good afternoon.
Good to see you again. Okay. I want to talk about some of your testimony. First, you indicated that the shot that killed Mr. Lyoya was in the back of the head, pretty much in the center,
Yes.
lower, and it traveled in a straight line to the.
I think it did. There was no evidence of ricochet.
Because sometimes a bullet can move around inside like a body cavity, right?
It can, or if it hits a bone or something, it may deflect. There was no evidence of that in this case.
So the bullet went from the back of the head to the front.
Yes.
And then it went from basically the center, and it moved to the right.
Yes,
And it went from a lower part of the head to a higher part of the head.
that's right.
And I believe before you pointed to the upper right part of your head as where the bullet didn't pierce the skin and leave, but that's where the exit wound would have been had it traveled just a little bit further.
Well, yes, it was found beneath the scalp, in other words, on the right side of the head.
So that if you drew a straight line, could you just tell the jury where the straight line would be from the entry wound to the, the almost exit wound?
I'm not very flexible, but the entry wound was in the back of the head in the midline where I'm indicating on myself, and I recovered the bullet, again, on the right side of the head beneath the scalp.
Okay. And so that would be consistent with the gun that had an angle, and I'll represent that Mr. Schurr is right-handed, and the gun was in his right hand.
Okay.
You would have to have it at an angle.
Well, either the
Or-
gun's at an angle or Mr. Lyoya's head may have been turning as he was shot.
That was my next question. If his head was turning, that would be consistent with someone turning to the left.
Yes.
Okay. All right, now I want to talk about this contact wound issue because you're suggesting that the gun, you believe, probably was right against the head.
Probably.
But it's possible that it was not right against the head, correct?
Right. Here's what I would say. Assuming that there's nothing in between the muzzle of the weapon, and that's an assumption, but if there's nothing between the muzzle of the weapon and the skin where the bullet entered, then in this case, I think it's most fair to say the options are, one, it is a contact wound such that all the gunshot residue was blown into the wound and not deposited on the skin because it's a contact. If it's not a contact, let's say the range of fire, and I don't know if you want to give hypotheticals or not, but I'll start with one. If the range of fire is several inches, I'm indicating muzzle and head here, there's going to be deposition of gunshot residue, including soot and gunpowder. There wasn't any, as we could see in the photograph. So another option is that something was interposed between the muzzle of the weapon and the scalp. He did have long dreadlocks. I think I estimated they measured up to 10 inches. So I think it's possible that a dreadlock or two might have gotten caught between the muzzle of the weapon and the head.
It's also possible the weapon was further enough away that you wouldn't find gunshot
Well,
residue.
if it were, and again, I wasn't there, I have information that I was given, but let's just assume I don't have any information. Sure, if it's beyond the range of deposition of gunpowder, which is, again, usually 3 to 4 feet with a weapon like this, a 9mm pistol, then I would say, yeah, it could be. It's consistent with that.
Okay. And you didn't find any gunshot residue on his scalp, correct?
Right, correct.
And you found none on the clothing?
I didn't see any. I did submit it to the laboratory.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you looked at some of the crime scene photos.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as identification as L23. I'm going to represent you, that's one of the photos.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Do you recall the green sweater that Mr. Lyoya
Yes,
was
yeah,
wearing?
I'm oriented now, and yes, the sweater and the collar, which could have been interposed, are shown here.
And yeah, because you mentioned in your testimony that there might have been some damage to a piece of fabric that could have maybe been in front of the bullet.
It could have been interposed between the bullet and the scalp.
And is this what you're talking about in L23?
Although the jury isn't seeing it, yes, I'm pointing out to you that there's what could be a defect, I just can't tell, which is why I submitted the clothing to the lab.
Okay. Do you recall if you saw any powder on the sweater?
I did not see any. I would have looked, but because of the weave of the sweater, it might have been hard to
Did you see any
detect.
burning or melting on the fabric?
No.
But you did request and watch the video?
Yes.
Now, you indicated that on your direct testimony that Mr. Lyoya had a blood alcohol level of 290.
Yes.
And a vitreous ethanol level, you said, I think you said the eye level.
Well, vitreous is eye fluid, so it was 330, yeah.
Is one more accurate than the other?
Well, blood is a little more accurate because that tells you exactly the level of alcohol in the body at the time the person died. Basically, a given level of alcohol in the blood will equilibrate. In other words, eventually it'll be the same level in the eye fluid. However, because of the time passage that it takes for that equilibration to take place, if someone drank, say, 2 hours ago and got a level of 100, it might take 2 hours for that level of alcohol of 100 to get into the eye fluid. By that time, the blood level's going down because the body's metabolizing the alcohol. So the point of all that is it's kind of useful as a check. They should be more or less in the same ballpark, the blood level and the vitreous. If there's a wide disparity, there may be an error, a lab error in the analysis.
Either way, Mr. Lyoya was well beyond the legal limit?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also said you had checked for types of diseases. You found evidence of a fatty liver disease?
Yes.
And that would be consistent with someone possibly that drinks alcohol very, very often?
It would be indeed.
Did you find any taser wires when you did the examination?
Well, they were on him. And again, I saw these, I think they came in with the body actually. I saw in the scene photographs there were these like cartridges, 2 of them, and a lot of tangled up wire. I didn't see any taser dart holes in Mr. Lyoya.
That was my next question. Is whether or not you saw that, whether or not Mr. Lyoya had been hit with any taser darts?
No, I'd say no, because I looked.
And the taser wires, they had blood on them?
Yes.
And did you send those to Michigan State Police?
Yes.
Okay, and for further testing?
Yes, if needed, yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
My clerk will come and grab that question from you. So this is really a question for the witness, so I'm not gonna have you approach. But I am going to ask if this witness may be excused.
You may, Your Honor.
Questions? Any objection?
I have no objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right, we've run out of witnesses for the day.
So, and then you have the 3 left, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so what we'll do is we'll break a little early today, sorry about that. And so meanwhile, please leave your notes upside down in your chairs. They'll be there in the morning when you return. We will resume
court has now been adjourned. Obviously, we've heard a lot of testimony today. We've also been able to hear from experts talking about this case. Again, court is adjourned, but it will pick right back up tomorrow for day 2. We'll continue our coverage starting at 8:30 tomorrow on 13+. But it doesn't stop there. We're also going to be covering a lot more during our 5 and 6 on air and on our Evening Plus. Please tune in tonight for more.